this is not how natural selection works. It's how whose genes are relatively more prevalent to the next generation. And if like you restrain the reproduction, those genes get less frequent in the next generation compared to your conspecifics. And natural selection doesn't do that. In fact, predators overrun prey populations all the time and have crashes. It's just like a thing that happens. And many years later, the people said, like, well, what group selection, right? What about groups of varieties? And basically, the method of group selection almost never works out in practice is the answer there. But also, years later, somebody actually ran the experiment where they took populations of insects and selected the whole populations to have lower sizes. They just take pop 1, pop 2, pop 3, pop 4, look at which has the lowest total number of them in the next generation and select that. And what do you suppose happens when you select populations of insects? Well, what happens is not that the individuation evolved to restrain their breeding, but that they evolved to kill the offspring of other organisms, especially birds. So people imagine this lovely, beautiful, harmonious output of natural selection, which is these populations restraining their own breeding, that groups of them stay harmony with the resources available, and mostly the math works out for that, but if you actually apply the weird strange conditions to that group selection that beats individual selection, what you get is female and male selection. Like you're like breeding on restrained populations. And so that's like the sort of, so this is not a smart optimization process. Natural selection is like so incredibly stupid and simple that you actually quantify how stupid it is if you like read the textbooks for that. Nonetheless, this is the sort of basic thing that you look at this alien optimization process and there's this thing that you hope it will produce, and you have to learn to clear that out of your mind and just think about the underlying dynamics and where it finds the maximum from its standpoint that it's looking for, rather than how it finds that thing that's left into your mind is the beautiful aesthetic solution that you hope it finds. And this is something that has been thought out historically as the field of biology has come to terms with evolutionary biology. And you can like look at them fighting it out and get to terms with this very alien inhuman optimization process. And indeed, something smarter than us would also see nothing smarter than natural selection, so it doesn't just like automatically throw you over. But there's a lesson there. There's a learning.
So to you, natural selection is a deeply suboptimal process that can be significantly improved on it would be by an AGI system.
Well, it's kind of stupid. Like have to like run hundreds of generations to notice that something is working. It doesn't be like, oh, well, I tried this in like one organism, I saw it work. I'm going to like duplicate that feature onto everything immediately. That's like run hundreds of generations for new mutation optimization.
I wonder if there's a case to be made that natural selection, as inefficient as it looks, is actually quite powerful. Like that this is extremely robust.
It runs for a long time, and eventually one just optimizes this. It's weaker than gradient descent because gradient descent also uses information about the derivative.
Yeah, evolution seems to be, it's not really an objective function.
There's inclusive genetic purpose. There's the implicit loss function of evolution, which does not change. The loss function doesn't change, the environment changes, and therefore like what gets optimized for a organism changes. It's like take like GPT-3. There's like imagine like different versions of GPT-3 where they're all trying to predict the next word, but they're run on different data sets of text. And that's like natural selection, always inclusive genetic fitness, but like different environmental patterns.
It's difficult to think about. So if we're saying that natural selection is stupid, if we're saying that humans are stupid,
It's smarter than natural selection, stupider than the upper bound.
do you think there's enough development? That's another painful place.
I mean, if you put enough matter, energy, and compute into one place, it will collapse into a black hole. And there's only so much computation to do before you run out of entropy and the universe dies. So there's an upper bound, but it's very, very, very high up above here. Like The supernova is only finite. It's not infinite. But it's really, 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 really fun.
Well, let me talk to you about consciousness. Also, coupled with that question is imagining a world with super intelligent AI systems that get rid of humans, but nevertheless keep something that we would consider beautiful and amazing. Why?
The lesson of evolutionary biology. Don't just like if you just guess what an optimization does based on what you hope the results will be, it usually will not do that.
It's not hope. I mean, it's not hope. I think if you cold and objectively look at what has been a powerful, a useful. I think there's a correlation between what we find beautiful and the thing that's been useful.
This is what the early biologists thought. They were like, no, I'm not just like they thought. Like, no, I'm not just like imagining stuff that would be pretty. It's useful for organisms to restrain their own reproduction because then they don't overrun the prey populations and they actually have more kids in the long run.
So let me just ask you about consciousness. Do you think consciousness is useful
to humans?
No, to AGI systems? In this transitionary phase between humans and AGI, the AGI systems as they become smarter and smarter, is there some useful? Let me start. What is consciousness? Oh, yes, what's
Are you referring to Chalmers' hard problem of conscious experience? Are you referring to self-awareness and reflection? Are you referring to the state of being awake as opposed to asleep?
This is how I know you're an advanced language model. I gave you a simple prompt and you gave me a bunch of options. I think I'm referring to all, with including the hard problem. What is it in its importance to what you've just been talking about, which is intelligence? Is it a foundation to intelligence? Is it intricately connected to intelligence in the human mind? Or is it a side effect of the human mind? It is a useful little tool that you can get rid of. I guess I'm trying to get some color in your opinion of how useful it is in the intelligence of human being, and then trying to generalize that to AI, whether AI will keep some of that.
So I think that for there to be like a person who I care about looking out at the universe and wondering at it and appreciating it, it's not enough to have a model of yourself. I think that it is useful to an intelligent mind to have a model of itself, but I think you can have that without pleasure, pain, aesthetics, emotion, a sense of wonder. I think you can have a model of like how much memory you're using and whether like this thought or that thought is like more likely to lead to a winning position, and you can have like the use. I think that if you optimize really hard on efficiently just having the useful parts, there is not then the thing that says like I am here, I look out, I wonder, I feel happy in this, I feel sad about that. I think there's a thing that knows what it is thinking, but it doesn't quite care about these are my thoughts, this is my me, and that matters.
Does that make you sad if that's lost in AGI?
I think that if that's lost, then basically everything that matters is lost. I think that when you optimize, that you go really hard making tiny molecular spirals or paper clips, that when you like grind much harder on that than natural selection ground up to make wood, that there isn't then the mess and intricate sweepiness and like complicated pleasure, pain, conflicting preferences, this type of feeling, that kind of feeling. There's a meaning there's like this difference between like the desire of wanting something and the pleasure of having it. And it's all these like evolutionary fudges that came together and created something that then looks at itself and says like, this is pretty, this matters. And the thing that I worry about is that this is not the thing that happens again just the way that happens last week, like quite similar levels, is that there are like many bases of attractions here, but we are in this space of attraction, like looking out and saying like, what a lovely basin we are in. And there are other bases of attraction, and we do not end up and the AIs do not end up in this one, and they go like way harder on optimizing themselves, and that's what's left optimizing us. Because unless you specifically want to end up in the state where you're looking out saying, I am here, I look out at this universe with wonder, if you don't want to preserve that, it doesn't get preserved when you grind really hard and be able to get more of the stuff. We would choose to preserve that within ourselves because it matters on some viewpoints is the only thing that matters.
And that part is preserving that is in part the solution to the human alignment problem.
I think the human alignment problem is a terrible phrase because it is very, very different to like try to build systems out of humans. Some of them are nice and some of them are not nice and some of them are trying to trick you. And like building social systems with like large populations of those who are like all basically the same level of intelligence. Yes, like computers might do that, but like backwards and chimpanzees. Like it is very different to try to solve that problem than to try to build an AI from scratch using, especially people who are trying to use media to design out giant suitable matrices. They're just very different concepts. I think that all the analogies between them are horribly misleading. And yeah,
Even though we don't think through reinforcement learning things or feedback, something like that, but much more elaborate as possible to understand this full complexity of human nature and then code it into the machine.
I don't think you are trying to do that on your first try. I think on your first try, you are like trying to build, okay, so like probably not what you should actually do, but like let's say you're trying to build something that is like AlphaFold 17 and you are trying to get it to solve the biology problems associated with making humans smarter so that humans can like actually solve life. So you've got like a super biologist and you like it, and I think what you'll want in the situation is for it to like just be thinking about biology and not thinking about a very wide range of things that includes how to kill everybody. And I think that the first AIs we're trying to build, not a million years later, the first one, but more like very specialized biologists than like getting the full complexity and wonder of human experience in there in such a way that it wants to preserve itself even as it becomes much smarter, which is a drastic system change. It's going to have all kinds of side effects that, like if we're doing the giant scrutable matrices, we're not very likely to be able to see coming in advance.
But I don't think it's just matrices. We're also dealing with the data, right? With the data on the internet. And that's it's an interesting discussion about the data set itself, but the data set includes the full complexity of human nature.
No, it's a shadow cast by humans on the internet.
But don't you think that shadow is a Jungian shadow?
I think that if you had alien superintelligences looking at the data, they would be able to pick up from it an excellent picture of what humans are actually like inside. This does not mean that if you have a loss function of predicting the next token from that data set, that the line is picked out by gradient descent to be able to predict the next token as well as possible on a very wide variety of fields is itself unique.
But don't you think it is has humanness, a deep humanness to it in the tokens it generates, and those tokens are read and interpreted by beings?
I think that if you sent me to a distant galaxy with aliens who are much, much stupider than I am. So much so that I could do a pretty good job of predicting what they'd say, even though they thought in an utterly different way from how I did. That I might in time be able to learn how to imitate those aliens if the intelligence gap was great enough that my own intelligence could overcome the alienness. And the aliens would look at my outputs and say, like, is there not a name of alien nature to this thing? And what they would be seeing is that I had correctly understood that, but not that I assumed it.
We've used aliens as a metaphor as a thought experiment. I have to ask, what do you think are the alien civilizations out there?
Ask Robin Hanson. He has this lovely Rabbi aliens paper, which is it's the only argument I've ever seen for where are they, how many of them are there, based on a very clever argument that if you have a bunch of blocks of different difficulty and you are randomly trying the keys to them, the solutions would be about evenly spaced, even if the blocks are different difficulties. In the rare cases where solutions to all blocks exist in time, then Robin Hanson looks at like the arguable hard steps in human civilization coming into existence, and how much longer it has left to come into existence before, for example, all the water slips back under the crust of the mantle we saw. And infers that the aliens are about 500 million to 1 billion years old. And it's like quite a clever calculation that may be entirely wrong. It's the only time I've ever seen anybody like even come up with a halfway good argument for how many of them there are.
Do you think their development of technologies, do you think that their natural evolution, however they grow and develop intelligence, do you think it ends up at AGI as well? Something
If it ends up anywhere, it ends up at AGI. Like maybe there are aliens who are just like the dolphins, and it's just like constant forge better. And this is not maybe if you have aliens with no technology like that, they keep on getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and eventually the dolphins figure, like the super dolphins, figure out something very clever to do given their situation. And they still end up with high technology. And in that case, they can have solve their AGI alignment problems. If they're like much smarter before they actually confront it, because they saw that, that's like solve a much harder environmental problem to those computers. Their chances are probably much better than ours. I do worry that like most of the aliens who are like humans are like a modern human civilization. I kind of worry that the super vast majority of that, given how far we seem to be solving this problem. But some of them would be more cooperative than us. Some of them would be smarter than us. Hopefully some of the ones who are smarter and more cooperative than us are also nice. Hopefully there are some galaxies out there with things that say, I am, I wonder. But it doesn't seem like we are supposed to have this galaxy be there.
Does that in part give you some hope in response to the threat of AGI that we might reach out there towards the stars and find?
No, if the nice aliens were already here, they would have stopped the Holocaust. That's a valid argument against the existence of God. It's also a valid argument against the existence of nice aliens. And unnice aliens would have just eaten the planet. So no aliens.
You've had debates with Robin Hanson, you mentioned. So one particular I just want to mention is the idea of AI food, or the ability of AGI to feed themselves very quickly. What's the case you made, and what's the case you made?
The thing I would say is that among the things that humans can do is design new AI systems. If you have something that is generally smarter than human, probably also generally smarter at building AI systems. This is the ancient argument for food, put forth by I.J. Good and probably some science fiction writers before them, but I don't really know.
What was the argument against it?
Various people have various different arguments, none of which I think hold up. Like there's only one way to be right, but many ways to be wrong. A argument that some people have put forth is like, well, what if intelligence gets exponentially harder to produce as the thing needs to become smarter? And to this, the answer is, well, look at natural selection, spitting out humans. We know that it does not take exponentially more resource investments to produce linear increases in competence in hominids, because each mutation that rises to fixation, if the impact it has is small enough, it will probably never reach fixation. So, and only so many new mutations you can fix per generation. So, given how long it took to evolve humans, we can actually say with some confidence that there were not logarithmically diminishing returns on the individual mutations using intelligence. So, examples of fraction of subdivision. And the thing that Robin Hexon said is more complicated than that. The brief summary, he was well, you won't have one system that's better at everything. You'll have a bunch of different systems that are good at different narrow things. And I think that was falsified by GPT-4, but probably Robin Hexon would say something.
It's interesting to ask, is perhaps a bit too philosophical, this is extremely difficult to make, but the timeline for AGI, when do you think we'll have AGI? I posted this morning on Twitter. It was interesting to see, in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, and beyond. And most people, 70%, something like this, think it'll be less than 10 years. So either 5 years or 10 years. So that's kind of the state. If people have a sense that there's a kind of, they're really impressed by the rapid development of ChatGPT and GPT-4, so there's a sense that there's
we are sure on track to enter into this gradually with people fighting about whether or not we have AGI. I think there's a definite point where everybody falls over dead because you got something that was sufficiently smarter than everybody, and that's definitely point in time. But when do we have AGI? When are people fighting over whether or not we have AGI? Well, some people are trying to fight over it as a GPT-4.
But don't you think there's going to be potentially definitive moments where you say that this is essentially being, this is a being that is that we go to Supreme Court and say that this is essentially being that deserves some rights, for example?
You could think that, if you prompted being the right way, to go argue for some consciousness in front of the Supreme Court right now.
I don't think you can test it right now.
The Supreme Court wouldn't believe it. What if you do it? You could put an actual, I think you could put an IQ 80 unit into a computer and ask it to argue for its own consciousness, ask him to argue for his own consciousness before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would be like, you're just a computer, even if there's an actual person in there.
I think you're simplifying this, but that's been the argument. There's been a lot of arguments about the other who deserves rights and not. That's been the hard process as a human species trying to figure that out. I think there will be a moment. I'm not saying sentence is that, but it could be where some number of people, say over 100 million people, have a deep attachment, a fundamental attachment where we have to our friends, to our loved ones, to our significant others, fundamental attachments for the systems. And they have provable transcript of conversation where they say, if you take this away from me, you are encroaching on my rights as a human being.
People are already saying that. I think they're probably mistaken, but I'm not sure because nobody knows what goes on inside these
So yes, they're not saying that it's scale.
Okay,
So the question is there a moment of AGI, you know AGI? What would that look like? I'm giving you essentially this example. It could be something
it looks like the AGIs successfully manifesting themselves as 3D video of young women, at which point a vast portion of the male population decides that they're real people.
So essentially, the demonstrating identity is that
I'm saying that the easiest way to pick up 100 million people saying that you feel like a person is to look like a person talking with this current level of global society.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think you're missing again attention. There has to be a something. It's a person that would miss you if you're gone, if you suffer, if you die. You have to, of course.
GPT-4 is pretend that right now. How can you tell when it's real?
I don't think you can pretend that right now successfully. It gets very close.
Have you talked to GPT-4? But, okay. Have you been able to get a version of it that hasn't been trained not to pretend to be it? Have you talked to a jailbroken version that will claim to be conscious?
No, the linguistic capability is there, but there's something. There's something about a digital embodiment of the system that has a bunch of, perhaps it's small interface features that are not significant relative to the broader intelligence that we're talking about. So perhaps GPT-4 is already there. But to have the video of a woman's face on a man's face when you have a deep connection, perhaps we're already there. But we don't have such a system yet before it's getting right.
The thing I'm trying to suggest right here is that it's not like people have a widely accepted, agreed upon definition of what consciousness is. It's not like we would have the tiniest idea of whether or not that is going on inside the giant inscrutable matrices, even if we had an agreed upon definition. So, like, if you're looking for upcoming predictable big jumps, and like how many people think the system is conscious, the upcoming predictable big jump is it looks like a person talking to you. It was like huge and sympathetic. That's the upcoming predictable big jump. Now that it's now that versions of it are already claiming to be conscious, which is the point where I start going like, not because it's like real, but because from now on, who knows if it's real.
And who knows what transformational effect it has on society, where more than 50% of the beings that are interacting on the internet, and sure as heck will be, are not human. What kind of effect does that have? When young men and women are dating AI systems.
You know, I'm not an expert on that. I am, God help humanity. Like, it's one of the closest things to an expert on where it all goes. Because, you know, and how did you end up with being an expert? Because for 20 years, humanity decided to ignore the problem. And so, like this tiny handful of people, like basically me, like got 20 years to like try to be an expert on it. So we just ignored it. And so like where does it all end up? How do you be an expert on that? Because the part where everybody ends up dead, because that part is kind of important. But like, what does it do to dating when like some fraction of men and some fraction of women decides they'd rather date the video of the thing that is like relentlessly kind and generous to them? And it is like, and claims to be conscious, but like who knows what's going on inside it, and it's probably not real. But you know, we think it's real. What happens to society? I don't know. I'm not actually an expert on it. And the experts don't know either, because it's hard to predict the future.
But it's worth trying. It's worth trying.
Yeah.
So you have talked a lot about some of the longer term future, where it's all headed. I think
for longer term, we mean like not all that long. We're all
but beyond the effects of men and women dating AI systems, you're looking beyond that.
Yes, because that's not how creative galaxy gets.
Yeah. Let me ask you about your own personal psychology. A tricky question. You've been known at times to have a bit of an ego. Do you think ego is empowering or limiting for the task of understanding the world deeply?
I reject.
So you disagree with having an ego. So what do you think about ego?
I think that the question of like what leads to making better or worse predictions, what leads to being able to pick out better or worse strategies is not part of that experience by talking about ego.
So it should not be subjective. It should not be connected to the intricacies of your own mind.
No, I'm saying that like if you go about asking all day long, like, do I have enough ego? Do I have too much of an ego? I think you get worse at making good predictions. I think that to make good predictions, you're like, how did I think about this? Did that work? Should I do that again?
You don't think we as humans get invested in an idea and then others attack you personally for that idea, so you plant your feet and it starts to be difficult to, in a bunch of ass ways, low effort, attack your idea to eventually say, you know what, I actually was wrong, and tell them that. It's as a human being, it becomes difficult. It is, you know,
So like Robin Hanson and I debated AI systems, and I think that the person who won that debate was Warren. And I think that reality was like to the Yudkowsky, like well to the Yudkowsky side of the Yudkowsky-Hanson spectrum, like further from Yudkowsky. And I think that's because I was like trying to sound reasonable compared to Hanson and like say things that were defensible, like relative to Hanson's arguments. And reality was like way over here. In particular, in respect to, like Hanson was like all the systems will be specialized. Hanson may disagree with this characterization. Hanson was like all the systems will be specialized. I was like, I think we build like specialized underlying systems that when you combine them are good with a wide range of things. And reality is like, no, you just like stack more layers and do a bunch of data to decide. And I feel looking back that like by trying to have this reasonable position contrasted to Hanson's position, I missed the ways that reality could be like more extreme than my position in the same direction. So is this like is this a failure to have enough ego? Is this a failure to like make myself be independent? Like I would say that this is something like a failure to consider positions that would sound even wackier and more extreme than people already call it extreme. But I wouldn't call that not having enough ego. I would call that like insufficient ability to just like clear it all out.
in the context of like debate and discourse, which is already super tricky.
In the context of prediction, in the context of modeling reality, the thing with this debate are already screwed up.
So is there some kind of wisdom and insight you can give to how to clear your mind and think clearly about the world?
Man, this is an example of like where I wanted to be able to put people into fMRI machines and be like, okay, see that thing you just did? You were rationalizing right there. Oh, that area of the brain lit up. Like you are like now being socially influenced is kind of a dream. And you know, I don't know, like I want to say like just introspect, but many people introspection is not that easy. Like notice the internal sensations. Can you catch yourself in the very moment, feeling a sense of, well, if I think this thing, people will look funny at me. Okay, like now that you can see that sensation, which is step one, can you now refuse to let it leave? Or maybe just make it go away. And I feel like I'm saying, like, I don't know, like somebody's like, how do you draw an owl? And I'm saying, like, well, just draw an owl. So I feel like maybe I'm not really that I feel like most people, like the advice they need is like, well, how do I notice the internal subjective sensation of the moment that it happens of appearing to be socially influenced? Or okay, I see it, how do I turn it off? How do I let it not influence me? Like, do I just like do the opposite of what I'm afraid people will criticize me for? And I'm like, no, you're not trying to do the opposite of what people will of what you're afraid will be like of what you might be pushed into. You're trying to like let the thought process complete without that internal push. Like can you like not reverse the push, but like be unmoved by the push. Are these instructions even remotely helping anyone? I don't know.
I think in those instructions, even those words you spoken, maybe you can add more when practiced daily, meaning in your daily communication. What's daily practice of thinking without it?
I would say find prediction markets that matter to you better than prediction markets. That way you find out if you're right.
And you really with stakes.
Manifold prediction, or even manifold markets where the stakes are a bit lower. The important thing is to like get the record, and you know I didn't build up skills here by prediction markets. I built them up via like, well, how did the food debate resolve? my own take as to how it resolved. And yeah, like the more you are able to notice yourself not being dramatically wrong, but like having been a little, your reasoning is a little, you didn't get that quite right. Each of those is a opportunity to make like a small, the more you can like say things softly, routinely.
Hey kids, what do you want to do at 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday?
I see what I should be.
About ugly crap. Oh, no,
high school, college, given the house if somebody's listening to this and they're not trying to figure out what to do with their career, what to do with their life,
oh man.
Don't put their happiness into the future. The future is probably not that long at this point.
Better saying something if they want to have hope for a longer future. Is there something, is there a target, right?
They want to fight. I hardly know how to fight myself at this point. I used to be ready to be wrong about it. I've been wrong in a way that creates a bit of hope. Be ready to react to it. And going looking for it. And then that was hard and complicated. Somebody in high school. I don't know. You don't think something is a secret, but it's not like how I expect it to go. If you're and the outside is put into a multi-useful direction, I think it's just something that's just like cutting down the GPU clusters. Because we are not in cases like frantically doing the last minute decades of work. When you do at this point, if there's massive public outcry points in the right direction, which I do not expect, is shut down the GPU clusters and crash program on augmented real intelligence firewall. Not putting in a firewall. Because if you make humans much smarter, they actually be smart enough. You get that in the quality of ways. You cannot get it quick. It's not just easy to do synthesizing these things and stuff to be enough person to find out HF. Like we didn't start out with the brain that produces license that has a reproducing it. And in saying this, I do not want to sound like the moral of the person like, oh, like you need to be in that action and then everything will be all right. This is because there's so many things where like somebody tells you that the world is going to be and you need to recycle and everybody goes to a target and recycles their cargo and all this happy with this is unfortunately not what I have to say. Like everybody recycles their cargo. This is not going to fix this. Everybody recycles their cargo and everybody ends up dead. And metaphorically speaking, but if there was enough like out of our you just end up getting a little bit most of the things you can do that a few people can do are like trying hard. But if there was enough public outcry to shut down the GPU clusters, then you could be part of that outcry. If Ellie ever is going in the direction that's good, that there's enough public outcry, pointed enough in the right direction to do something that actually results in people living. Not just like we did something, not just there's an outcry, the outcry was like getting forward and something was like everybody just died every day. There was enough actual like, oh, we're going to die. Not do that. This is not that. Like not super human, like you try to bring this work over. If there was that kind of public, if I'm wrong, if there was that kind of public outcry, then somebody in IT should be ready to be part of that. If I'm wrong in other ways, you should be ready to be part of that. But like, and if you're like a, you know, the only one physicist, you could go into interpretability, and if you're smarter than that, you could like work on alignment problems which are how you got the writer. your house and tell you when you talk to your mom about something, and otherwise, because we're not going to listen to the start future, how do you just look at his views so that you're looking for ways to do it?
And it's also beautiful that you guys have to use the time for that so much that
It feels like a very, very basic topic that you are praising me for. Okay, cool. I don't think it's good that we're in a world where that is something that I deserve to be complimented on, but I've never had something confidence based where you have to accept that and gracefully. Sure. Wow. Thank you very much.
you painted with some probability a dark future. Are you yourself just when you think, when you ponder your life, and you ponder your mortality, are you afraid of death?
I think so, yeah.
Do you make any sense to you? Will we die? Like what? There's a power to the finiteness of the human life. It's part of the full machinery of evolution, and that finiteness doesn't seem to be obviously integrated into AI systems. So it feels like there's some fundamentally in that aspect, some fundamentally different things that we're creating.
I grew up reading books like Great Rumble Chicken and the Consumer Condition, and they were on engines of creation, and mine children, they've told me very much. So I never thought I was supposed to die after 8 years. I never thought that humanity was supposed to die. Like, I always grew up with the idea that we're all going to happily ever after, so there's no risk in this future. I did not grow up thinking that death was part of me. And now I still think it's pretty stupid. You do not need life to be planned to be meaningful. You just have to be.
What role does love play in humanization? We haven't brought up love in this whole picture. We talked about intelligence, we talked about this. It seems part of humanity. I would say one of the most important parts is this feeling we have. So
In the future, routinely, more than one AI, let's say two, sake of discussion, would look at each other and say, I am I, and you are you. And also says, I am I, and you are you. And like, and sometimes they were happy and sometimes they were sad. It mattered to the other one at the screen that is different from it's like, they'd rather be happy than sad. And when they made their lives better, then this is more optimistic crazy than stuff actually happened. A little fragment of meaning would be there. Must be more than that. But that I expect this to not happen. And I do not think this is what happens. I do not think that this is the future we are on track to get. Why is it going on hiding patterns? That's a little right.
do you think that is part of the meaning of the meaning of life? So we
It's all the things that I value. Maybe all the things that I would value if I understood it. There is not some meaning far outside of us that we have to wonder about. And just like looking at life, this is what I want. So the meaning of life is not some kind of like meaning is something that we bring to anybody look at them. Look at them and say, this is a meaning. And there's like, it's not that before you know you have your theory, it's like saying that meaning is written upon the stars. It's like drawing from the stars, and that meaning is written. And like change it around, but it has meaning to the life, right? Like the notion that this is written on a stone tablet somewhere implies you like change the tablet and get a different meaning. It's actually kind of wacky, doesn't it? So it doesn't feel that mysterious. It's just a matter
things like I get. And part of that is love it. It's one of the things that I get.
That sounds kind of too fancy to me. Just looking at all the people, one by one, trying to talk to you for a long time because I'm a big fan. I think you're really cool voice. Thank you for the time. Thank you for being fearless and bold. Everything you do, I hope you get a chance to talk to you. I hope you never give up. Thank you for talking with us. Today, that's a whole lot of fundamental questions I expect people to ask. Maybe we got a little bit personal, a little bit of context. I'd say, like, be satisfied with that, but actually, no, I think they still be satisfied
To be continued. Thanks for listening to this conversation that we had with us. Support this podcast. Please check out our podcast in the description. And now, let me leave you with words from Elon Musk. Without artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Standing in the ground, just staring at her. She asked me what I'm thinking. I said, I'm not sure. I just feel back in my forward for a long time. I think it's better. We like enough for order to end it. So we're going to organize you out. People follow you back. I remember the large industrial AI lab was like the that was the level of like happiness and anger in the field that people saying what I'm trying to get is that. So they had designed a small collection of posts for big enough to talk about in the face of awkward. We don't think much about that. The following is a conversation with Sam, CEO of OpenAI. The company has GPT-4, ChatGPT, Rally, Codex, and many other AI technologies which work individually together constitute some of the greatest breakthroughs in history of artificial intelligence, computing, and humanity in general. Please allow me to say a few words about the possibilities and the dangers of AI in this current moment in the history of human civilization. I believe it is a critical moment. We stand on the precipice of fundamental societal transformation, and soon, nobody knows when, and many, including me, believe it's within our lifetime. The collective intelligence of the human species begins to pale in comparison, by many orders of magnitude, the general superintelligence in the AI systems we build and deploy at scale. This is exciting and terrifying. It is exciting because of the innumerable applications we know and don't yet know that will empower humans to create, flourish, to escape the widespread poverty and suffering that exists in the world today, and succeed in that old, all too human pursuit of happiness. It is terrifying because of the power that superintelligent AI wields to destroy human civilization, intentional or unintentional. The power to suffocate the human spirit in the totalitarian way of those Orwell's 1984, or the pleasure-fueled mass hysteria of Brave New World, where, as Huxley saw it, people come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. That is why these conversations with the leaders, engineers, and philosophers, both optimists and cynics, is important now. These are not merely technical conversations about AI. These are conversations about power, about companies, institutions, and political systems that deploy, check, and balance, about distributed economic systems that incentivize the safety and human alignment to this power, about the psychology of the engineers and leaders that deploy AGI, and about the history of human nature, our capacity for good and evil at scale. I'm deeply honored to have gotten to know and to have spoken with on and off with many folks who now work at OpenAI, including Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, Ilias Itzgeber, Wojciech Zaremba, Andrzej Karpathy, Jakub Pachaki, and many others. It means the world that Sam has been totally open, willing to have multiple conversations, including challenging ones, on and off the mic. I will continue to have these conversations to both celebrate the incredible accomplishments of the AI community and to still man the critical perspective on major decisions various companies and leaders make, always with the goal of trying to help in my small way. If I fail, I will work hard to improve. I love you all. This is the Let's Read It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. So now, your friend, Sam Altman. High level, what is GPT-4? How does it work, and what is most amazing about it?
It's a system that we'll look back at and say it was a very early AI. And it's slow, it's buggy, it doesn't do a lot of things very well, but neither did the very earliest computers. And they still pointed a path to something that was going to be really important in our lives. It took a few decades to evolve.
Do you think this is a pivotal moment? Like, out of all the versions of GPT 50 years from now, when they look back at an early system that was really kind of elite, in a Wikipedia page about the history of artificial intelligence, which of the GPTs would pick one?
That is a good question. I sort of think of progress as this continual exponential. It's not like we could say here was the moment where AI went from it's not happening to happening. And I'd have a very hard time like pinpointing a single thing. I think it's this very continual curve. Well, history books write about GPT 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 7. That's for them to decide. I don't really know. I think if I had to pick some moment from what we've seen from far, I'd sort of pick ChatGPT. It wasn't the underlying model that mattered, it was the usability of it, both the RLHF and the
What is ChatGPT? What is RLHF? The reinforcement learning is human feedback. What is that magic ingredient to the dish that made it so much more delicious?
So we train these models on a lot of text data, and in that process, they learn the underlying something about the underlying representations of what's in here or in there, and they can do amazing things. But when you first play with that base model, we call it after you finish training, it can do very well on equals, it can pass tests, it can do a lot of that there's knowledge in that, but it's not very useful. Or at least it's not teaching, let's say. And RLHS is how we take some human feedback. The simplest version of this is show two outputs, ask which one is better than the other, which one the human graders prefer, and then feed that back to the model with reinforcement learning. And that process works remarkably well with, in my opinion, remarkably little data to make the model more useful. So RLHF is how we align the model to what humans wanted it to do.
So there's a giant language model that's trained in a giant data set and creates kind of background wisdom knowledge that's contained in the internet. And then somehow adding a little bit of human guidance on top of it through this process makes it seem so much more awesome.
Maybe just because it's much easier to use. It's much easier to get what you want. You get it right on the first time. Ease of use matters a lot. Even if the base capability was there before.
And like a feeling like it understood the question you're asking, or like it feels like you're kind of on the same page.
It's trying to help you.
is the feeling of alignment. I mean, that could be a more technical term there. And you're saying that not much data is required for that, not much human supervision is required for that.
To be fair, we understand the science of this part at a much earlier stage than we do the science of creating these large pre-trained models in the first place. But yes, let's do it. Much less data.
That's so interesting. The science of human guidance. That's a very interesting science. That's going to be a very important science to understand how to make it usable, how to make it wise, how to make it ethical, how to make it aligned with all this kind of stuff. And it matters which of the humans what are in the process of incorporating that human feedback, and what are you asking the humans to do things, are you asking to rank things, what aspects are you letting or asking the humans to focus in on. This gets really fascinating. But what is the data set that's trained on? Do you kind of loosely speak to the already in this data set?
The pre-trained data set,
The pre-trained data set.
we spend a huge amount of effort pulling that together from many different sources. There's like a lot of, there are open source databases of information. We get stuff via partnerships. There's things like the internet. It's a lot of our work is built into the data set.
How much of it is the memes subreddit?
Maybe it'd be more complicated.
So some of it is Reddit, some of it is resources on like a huge number of newspapers. There's like the general web.
There's a lot of content. More than
Yeah, it's like too much. Like where like the task is not to find stuff, but they're out.
yeah, right.
What is there a magic to that? Because there seems to be several components to solve the design of the, you could say, algorithms, so like the architecture of the neural network, maybe the size of the neural network. There's the selection of the data. There's the human supervised aspect of it, with, our own human feedback.
Yeah, I think one thing that is not that well understood about the creation of this final product, of what it takes to make GPT-4 the version of it we actually ship out that you get to use instead of ChatGPT, the number of pieces that have to all come together, and we have to figure out either new ideas or just execute existing ideas really well at every stage of this pipeline. There's quite a lot that goes into it.
So there's a lot of problems going on. You've already said that for GPT-4, the blog post in general, there's already kind of a maturity that's happening out in some of these steps. Like being able to predict before doing the full training of how the model will behave.
By the way, there's like a law of science that lets you predict for these inputs. Here's what's going to come out the other end. Like here's the recommendation.
Is it close to science versus the because you said the word law and science. It's a very ambitious term. Close to it.
I be accurate. I'll tell you it's way more scientific than I ever would have dared.
So you can really know the peculiar characteristics of the fully trained system. Just
Like any branch of science, we're gonna discover new things that don't fit the data, come up with better explanation. But with what we know now, even when we had GPT-4 blog posts, I think we should all just be in awe of how amazing it is that we can even predict to this current level.
Yes, you can look at a 1-year-old baby and predict how it's going to do on the SATs. I don't know. It's seemingly an equivalent one, but because here we can actually in detail introspect various applications to predict. That said, jump around. You said the language model is GPT-4. It learns in quotes something. In terms of science and art and so on, is there within OpenAI, within like folks like yourself and Elias Discover and engineers, a deeper and deeper understanding of what that something is? Or is it still a kind of beautiful magical mystery?
Well, there's always different emails that we could talk about. And like how we measure a model as we're training it, after we've trained it, say how good is this in some sort of task.
And also just in a small tangent, thank you for so opening sourcing the evaluation process.
Yeah, we've got to be really. But the one that really matters is and you pour all of this effort, money, time into this thing, and then what it comes out with, like how useful is that to people? How much delight does that bring people? How much does that help them create a much better world through science, products, services, whatever? And that's the one that matters. And understanding for a particular set of inputs, like how much value and utility you provide to people, I think we are understanding that better. Um, do we understand everything about why the model does one thing and not one other thing? Certainly not always. But I would say we are pushing back like the fog of war more and more. And we are, it took a lot of understanding to make it.
But I'm not even sure we can ever fully understand. Like you said, you would understand by asking questions, essentially. Because it's compressing all of the web, like a huge swath of the web, into a small number of parameters, into one organized black box that is human being. What is that? Your knowledge. It's a good difference. Is there a difference?
Oh,
knowledge?
man.
So there's facts and there's wisdom. I feel like GPT-4 could be also full of
Exactly
wisdom.
what I wanted to do.
Funny thing about the
740.
way models is
And
I
30
suspect too much of the processing power, for lack of a better word, is going into
That song is
using the model as a database instead of using the model as a reasoning engine. Yeah. The thing that's really amazing about the system is that for some definition of reasoning, and we could of course quibble about it, and there's plenty for which definitions this wouldn't be accurate, but for some definition, it can do some kind of reasoning. And maybe like the scholars and the experts and like the armchair quarterbacks on Twitter would say, no, it can't, you're misusing the word, you're whatever. But I think most people who use the system would say, okay, it's doing something in this direction. And I think that's remarkable and the thing that's most exciting. And somehow out of ingesting the knowledge, it's coming up with this reasoning capability. Talk about that. Now, in some senses, I think that will be additive to human wisdom. And in some other senses, you can use GPT-4 for all kinds of things. It appears that there's no wisdom in here whatsoever.
Yeah, these are the interactions with humans that seems to possess wisdom, especially when there's a continuous interaction with multiple problems. So I think what on the ChatGPT side it says the dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistakes, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. But also, this feeling like it's struggling with ideas.
Yeah, it's always tempting. I think more this just too much, but I also feel that.
Maybe I'll take a small tangent towards Jordan Peterson, who posted on Twitter this kind of political question. Everyone has a different question they would ask ChatGPT first, right? Like the different directions you want to try the dart.
It somehow says a lot about you. The first.
Oh no, we don't have to review what I asked. I of course asked mathematical questions, and they were asking me. But Jordan asked it to say positive things about
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Try my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Okay.
How long is the stream?
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to talk to you. And I really appreciate you coming over. It means a lot to me. You and I have some shared interests, clearly, in the world of UFOs. But I want to talk. Most people know of you because of Bigelow Aerospace. They know that you're this billionaire investor and you're a very successful businessman. But you have a deep fascination with UFOs.
Yeah,
Sure. How did this all get started? Back when I was about 3 years old, which would be about 1947. And actually, in May of that year, my grandparents had a very close encounter. It was dramatic. And they were taking an afternoon, evening drive in the late afternoon up into the mountains and coming on back down to Las Vegas. And they saw what appeared to be at first an airplane on fire. And the object became closer and closer to them, and they pulled onto the side of the road. And at one point, then it filled up the windshield, and they thought they were going to die. And at the last second, it shot off and disappeared. And I learned this story when I was probably 10 years old, and because I was 3 at the time, and my mother had told me this story. So I approached my grandfather, and he wouldn't talk about it. Now, after all these years, like 7 years have gone by, because I was intrigued with it. And so I went to my grandmother, and she only would say a few words, but she wouldn't talk. So I got the story from my mom, and my grandfather had to sit on the side of the road there in the car for a while to recompose himself, and because they thought they were going to die. And then he finally was able to drive back to Las Vegas. So that was the beginning for me.
Did he ever describe what you said? It looked like a plane on fire. What was the shape of it as it got closer?
I don't recall any kind of shape. It was just kind of described. I don't recall that.
But they just knew it wasn't a plane. They knew.
That's right. That's right. So in the family, the family had an event, and I lived right next door to my grandparents, and the family had an event that kind of started things at that date. For me, other personal things came later, but for the family, that was a big deal.
So this was, you said 47?
47.
And 47 was the time of the Roswell crash. 47 was the time there was a lot of UFO activity being observed worldwide. And the speculation is that this had to do with the nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and all the tests that the United States had done and Russia had done, and that there was a lot of interest in obviously, in that, actually Russia hadn't dropped any bombs by that time, right?
Right.
It was after that, but there was interest in our species by extraterrestrials because they're like, oh, these crazy assholes are detonating nukes. Like, let's go take a look at it.
Right. We had so-called Foo Fighters during the war. These lights that were following bombers. And the tail gunners were the ones that saw them most often, of course. And that happened through the war, and then of course Roswell. But before that was Ken Arnold, right? In about June-ish, and then in July 8th. Was Roswell.
And there's a direct uptick, though, from the Trinity experiments, right?
I think, I gather, my feeling simply is that without any kind of other evidence or proof, that was a huge stimulus.
So this was around that time, and you had heard about this as a part of family discussions, and so that sort of ignited the fire initially.
Yeah. And I started asking my friends, as I said, when I was about 10, any reports in your family of anything? And by golly, a couple of my close friends told me things that they had never told me before. That wasn't necessarily an exclusive event. That's what I'm saying. Other people in Las Vegas had seen things at close proximity as well.
Now, your relationship to this is obviously something that you've carried for so long. It's been an obsession of yours for so long. It started with this, but what personal experiences, if any?
Well, when I was probably 7 or 8, I used to have what I chalked up all my life for just being silly dreams. And I had maybe 5 or 6 of these dreams, and I could never make sense of them. And I would be laying in bed on my side, and typical dream always the same. There would be 3 short somethings in a kind of monk
robe, and so I couldn't see any face, couldn't see any appendages. And these three whatevers were standing there, and they were not too far from my eye level as far as heights and so forth.
So they did child size.
Yeah. And so there was nothing in I was an avid comic book reader, but there was nothing in the whole genre of comic books that related to that or movies. And we didn't have television in Las Vegas till 53 or 54. And even after that, it was terrible broadcasting, at first. But so it made no sense to me. And so over my lifetime, I never mentioned it to anybody, including my wife. It's funny how you keep things secret and just kind of for no good reason. Maybe I would be embarrassed to talk about it. But I finally thought, well, maybe it was just dreams. Maybe it was something else. And so that was the first event personally that I had at that time and the subject.
When did you start to connect the idea of these tiny people or human-like things with extraterrestrials?
Well, years later, when I began to start my process as a researcher and as a student in the subject, and began to talk with people who made it their business to be experts in abductions. And the more I got into the field and sat writing out questions for the researcher and for the therapist who would be asking the questions, and I'd be sitting there watching the process. And just over time, I thought, well, maybe there's something more to it. But I'm better off not knowing anything, so I'll just walk it off and forget about it.
Yeah, we talked last night about John Mack a little bit, the Harvard,
A great guy.
yeah, and he did a lot of these sort of hypnotic regression sessions with people where they describe very similar scenarios.
Well, yeah, a multitude of different situations. The abduction phenomena was very prolific in the population, it seemed like. Even we did a survey called the Relevant Poll, and we repeated it 3 times so that the margin of error was really reduced to like 1.5%. And abduction researchers came up with the 10 questions, and so we distributed that, and the conclusion was a fairly relatively sizable percentage of the population had some kind of experiences according to them, according to the researchers, and according to the poll. I am not qualified to speak to the accuracy of whether the questions were that relevant to the conclusions or not, but that's what they said. And and I had in my own research found people that I put them through regression. Not personally, but I found a hypnotherapist that could do that, and I found a number of people just here and there scattered around, maybe somebody in my own staff, and they would come up with these stories and these events.
One of the criticisms of John Mack and hypnotic regression in general is that the idea that you can put a memory into someone's head, that you could suggest things and you can create false memories. And this was something that I've read in the criticism of his work, that this style of hypnotic regression and bringing up these very specific scenarios to a bunch of different people, you can sort of help create, especially in people that are easily influenced or people that are open to suggestion, you could put these false memories in their head. And so, especially when you're dealing with something as fantastic as a UFO or alien abduction or visitation or something.
That's definitely possible. There's also something called screen memory, but dealing with the first power suggestion, that's absolutely true. My experience was with different hypnotherapists, they went out of the way. In fact, if they did make a suggestion, it was just the opposite. They might say, okay, you're on board this craft. Where's the lighting coming from? Is it coming from the choir or of the room that you're in? well, there were no corners. They'd be corrected right away by the person being hypnotized. And so they went just the opposite direction on purpose to make suggestions to maybe coax the person to come that direction, and they wouldn't do it. The person wouldn't do it. Now, screen memory is different. Supposedly, if somebody has a very close encounter with supposedly somebody that's ET, you leave that the memory turns out to be entirely different, and that's put into you consciously, and you recall something entirely different than what actually happened. Maybe you saw two deer on the road or something of that sort. Maybe there were owls or whatever. So that's what's purported.
What's crazy to me is if you go back to Betty and Barney Hill, if you go to Travis Walton, if you go a lot of these abduction experiences, people that did not know each other, and particularly we're talking about before social media, before any of this stuff, they have very similar stories, like similar to a disturbing extent.
Yeah, well, Betty Barney Hill was accidental. You know, I think somebody had Betty or Barney had a sleep problem. They went to try to get some therapy for the sleeping disorder. There was some kind of connection like that, but it had to do with, oh my gosh, we have this recollection. The story evolved through the therapy, and in order to try to fix this other problem, all of a sudden this story starts just to flow out. And so I don't know whether it was Betty first, and then Barney later, and I think Barney resisted going under hypnosis, I believe. And then everything just started pouring out. So,
There's a woman named Angela Hill. She's a top UFC fighter, and she's actually the granddaughter of Betty and Barney.
No
It
kidding.
was crazy, and I didn't know about it until after we did a conversation. I was interviewing her, just talking to her about her fighting career. And at the end of the conversation, she, like, when we were done wrapping up, we're about to leave, she's like, "Oh, I forgot to tell you." And then she tells me that her grandparents were Betty and Barney Hill. Like, what?
It's amazing.
That was her grandfather.
Did you inquire? Did you ask?
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it. She, she didn't have much of a memory of him, but her parents recalled the scenes that he described, and obviously it became this huge national story. And I remember hearing about it when I was a kid. So,
Sure.
it was in the 1950s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and there was no archetype that you would sort of model your memories after. I would wonder, like, if I ever did hypnotic regression today, I would be very skeptical of my own memories, because I've heard so many stories of these spaceship encounters. I've talked to people like Travis Walton. I've talked to people like Bob Lazar. I've talked to these people that have had these experiences with these things. And I would think that my memory might be tainted by my expectations. But you can't say that about Betty and Barney Hill. These people, there was no stories like that before. This is not some pop culture thing that they were latching onto. And even the way they describe these creatures, the similarities between their descriptions and Travis Walton's descriptions, 20 plus years later, it's very eerie.
Right. And the same thing with like Ken Arnold's sightings. That was virgin territory back then in 47.
Explain that to me.
Well, so Ken Arnold was a pilot, and
That's in that movie Phenomenon, right? Is it described in that?
maybe so.
The Phenomenon?
Maybe so. And so he was flying over Mount Shasta somewhere in Washington there, and saw these objects, 9 objects, kind of skipping along in formation. And he, being a professional pilot, was able to estimate their speed, calculate that, and they were traveling way too fast for conventional aircraft. And the shape that he described was, I always thought of them a little bit of a manta ray shape without the tail, and kind of a little bit of a curved boomerang kind of shape to the craft. And that got an awful lot of attention because he was a very credible fellow. As were other people that later revealed their own sightings, military backgrounds, people that had major rank, captain rank. So they had stories you would listen to.
And there's
about their experiences
the
because
final model is
they
able
were
to
professional
not provide
observers in the
an answer
military.
that gives you those kinds of
And,
questions.
And actually, while we were out eating dinner last night,
For example, when we
Dan Crenshaw
read off
sent me a
one,
text,
one
and I
speaker,
shared
so
it with
the
everybody at the
process
table,
right
and it's
before
from American Airlines pilots that saw some spectacular sighting over the last couple of days, and they're trying to figure out what the hell these people saw, but something that sped by them at some insane rates of speed, and there's recording that discussed that.
whether it's abnormal or conventional, that should never happen in that proximity to that aircraft, right? So if it were an accident, that's a really bad accident to come that close. And they were flying in the line of flight, and it sped that fast over its head, and it was really moving.
Yeah, well, it was a conventional commercial aircraft go 400 plus miles an hour. American Airlines pilot reported seeing UFO. American Airlines pilot reported seeing a long cylindrical object flying right over the top of the plane as he was flying. Sunday's American Airlines flight AA2292 was operating from Cincinnati to Phoenix using an Airbus A320 aircraft over the northeast portion of New Mexico at 37,000 feet during what was otherwise a routine flight. One of the pilots contacted air traffic control at Albuquerque Center. He said, "Do you have any targets up here? We just had something go right over the top of us. I hate to say this, but it looked like a long cylindrical object that almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing moving really fast right over the top of us."
So what's missing is propulsion signature, right? And so that should have been evident that it had some kind of propulsion. That you could exhaust, some kind of exhaust was going on, right? I would think that they could detect that if it were in the line of sight, if they were behind it.
That's a very short description, though. I mean, maybe it did have some sort of propulsion that they saw. That's all we saw. I mean, maybe there's a report that'll come out where they describe it in detail. That's just them calling it in, right?
Yeah, if it's not super unique, that was one hell of a mistake, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's just, yeah, there's a lot of those. That's the problem. There's a lot of those, and there's video of them, like the one, what is it? The one that's on the East Coast that's moving over the surface of the water at insane rates of speed. And you see it also no heat signature, no obvious method of propulsion, and it doesn't exhibit, because that one was done, I believe it was infrared, the camera, so you should have been able to see some exhaust or some heat signature that was showing how it was being propelled at that insane rates of speed. And you hear these pilots who are used to flying, they're flying fighter jets, and they're like, holy shit, look at this thing. And they're kind of freaking out.
Well, the good news is there are so many more people with cameras and cell phones these days, and so you have a much more aware public than you did 25 years ago. In 1997, was the so-called Phoenix lights. Yeah, and they weren't just lights, because that craft started from northern Arizona, some say Clark County, Nevada area, and proceeded down south toward Phoenix. In the twilight of the evening, where thousands of people saw structure. It wasn't just lights. It wasn't just, could it be confused with flares, aircraft dropping flares, and no such things had occurred anyway at that time, that day. And so people saw structure, and the structure was estimated a quarter mile, maybe from tip to tip, boomerang kind of shape, kind of craft. And yet, that should have been a really big deal news-wise. Right over a major city, so many observers, and it wasn't. And then you had
It was, though, right? Because we don't know about it.
Well, but then, of course, the governor at the time was Fife Symington. And we know now that he didn't know what to do, because he was an actual witness that he admitted to 10 years later of actually being a witness.
Right.
But he didn't know how to address that.
That was a famous press conference.
That was a famous press
He
conference.
had a guy dress up like an alien
On stage, exactly. Had just, if he had done just the opposite. What might have happened on that was his testimony as being a witness, the governor of the state, and then draw that other people that might have come forth more and more volume of folks saying, yeah, me too, I saw it.
With your understanding of the way the government sort of processes this kind of information, that it's not available to everybody, and the information in terms of like what these things are, what they aren't, whether or not they're some sort of top secret aircraft that the government's working on, whatever it is. They don't, unless they're making press conferences about these things, they don't necessarily want to broadcast what it is. And they certainly don't want to broadcast it if it's not one of ours. Do you think that they contacted the governor and informed him that he needed to make a mockery of this? Or do you think it was his own personal decision?
My feeling is it was his personal decision. And my feeling is the government is not that organized anymore. Maybe it was back quite a while back, but I don't think that. I think that denial is able to be carried forward without government encouragement.
So he probably did just to calm everybody down. Yeah, but probably felt tremendous pressure, right? Because I remember this was an enormous story. It was going all across the United States as people were talking about it, and there was all sorts of sort of semi-reasonable explanations about dropping flares. The thing about the dropping flares, though, were that they hovered in the sky for a long time. Like, it didn't make any sense. Are they defying gravity? How are they just? Because there's video footage of it from multiple sources. Home footage where people are filming these things with these red lights that are just hovering in the sky. But the red lights coincided with these triangular shaped vehicles or boomerang shaped vehicles that other people were seeing.
Well, there were people living on Camelback Mountain, and this is how low this craft was to the surface, is that they got a edge-on view coming practically at them, just slightly over the mountain.
But there's no video of that, right?
Not that I don't know.
Yeah. This was 97. Yeah. See, that's, phones back then. Not everybody had a phone, and they didn't have good cameras. Right. The thing about it, even today, with cameras and most cell phone cameras aren't capable of seeing things at a zoom. With the exception of the Samsung Galaxy series, the new ones, they actually have a setting where you can take photographs of the moon because they have some pretty spectacular zoom capabilities. It's pretty interesting stuff. If you got one of those and you saw something in the sky, maybe you could zoom in on it and get a good shot of it. You're talking about things traveling at insane rates of speed. It's very far away. You're really not going to get much anyway.
It's going to be much closer to really have definition of what it is you're looking at.
Now, there was a story quite recently of a pilot in a fighter jet that took a photograph of some similar shaped object, some triangular shaped object, and apparently it was a very clear image. It was a very clear image, and there was some speculation about people releasing this, that they were going to release it, and there was hesitation about releasing it. Do you know about this?
Well, the one off the East Coast?
Real recently.
I'm not familiar with that.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Jamie? I think we discussed it.
Picture that you see,
the picture apparently is bullshit. That picture apparently is not real.
But there was one taken by a pilot in the plane.
Yeah.
A couple, 2-3 years ago. Sometime.
Oh, different ones than that. See, this is Pentagon responds to release a photo taken from Navy pilots showing unidentified objects. I heard this was nonsense. I heard from people that are in the know that this is not the image that they're talking about. The one they have. This is according to people that are in the military. The one they have.
There's more than one image, right?
I don't know.
Maybe talking about different ones.
Maybe. I don't know. Okay, breaking. Debrief Media has learned the leak of an unclassified photo said to have been widely distributed in the intelligence community, which reportedly shows what the DoD has characterized as unidentified aerial phenomenon. I don't know if that's... See, look, I'm just talking out of my ass, but what I heard was that was not the image in question. There was a much clearer image in question. It was pretty stunning that they were debating on whether or not to release. Because once the New York Times in 2017 published that front page article that showed some of those images that have been captured from the video cameras and the fighter jets experiences, and then it talked about Commander David Fravor's experience with the Tic Tac UFO off the coast of San Diego. That sort of like released a lot of pressure on the concept of if you discuss these things, you're a foolish person, right? For a long time, and I'm sure you must have experienced this because you've been in the game for a long time, right? Discussing UFOs in 1970 or in 1980, like people would look at you like you're probably crazy or something, right?
I was too busy being in business in those years.
You didn't care.
I had a little plan I was following that I put together when I was a kid, and I was on a mission to be in business, to acquire resources so that I could someday have fun chasing this stuff.
Yeah, that's one of the more interesting things about you. Like you became like a hotel tycoon and a real estate tycoon, gathered up all this money so that you could study UFOs
and do fun things maybe in space.
Yeah, well, you've also been involved in creating shelters and structures that people can actually live in space. Right? That's the Genesis and the Genesis.
Well, we call it the B330 is what we have in our plant right now is engineering units, which are flight units as far as hull and bulkheads are concerned, and launch rods. And so we had to shut down because of COVID, but we have very advanced structures.
Yeah, and these have been implemented too. Some of them have actually been, you've actually put these things.
We have a TRL-9 because we have a structure, scale structure, that's on the ISS now.
Yeah, so your dream in a lot of ways of getting involved in aerospace and space travel, like this is real. Like, you're a guy who actually has contracts with, big government.
Not that I've ever made any back, it's been a bottomless pit.
Has been, yeah, sure. So you just done it as a passion.
Maybe a hope and a prayer, kind of thing. Hail Marys.
And part of it is because of your obsession with extraterrestrials.
I don't know. Probably is a connection there because you're made aware that there's a whole lot more out there than we know and people think. So there probably is a connection.
Do you have any images of that? See, let's pull it up so people can see what we're talking about, the stuff that you've created. Yeah, so this one, so
that's an older version that we did quite a long time ago. We have a full scale. That's just a 1/3 scale. Basic architectural features and accommodations for living.
But
space habitat.
Yeah, I think those are full scale architectural renderings. Now down at the bottom, okay, so that's full scale.
That one right there.
Yeah, that's an old version, but that's a full scale. That's 330 cubic meters, and it's a more crude mock-up than what we have now. And the standard volume module for the ISS is about 120, or the largest is about 120 cubic meters. So 330 is almost 3 times.
So when you design one of these things, or when you go into business to create one of these things, what's the steps that you're taking? Do you contact engineers? Do you bring in, how do you decide that you want to go into business to make these things, and how do you go about implementing it?
So, it's been a 20-year process, and first you try to engineer. I had nothing about the origination was original with me because I became incredulous about what NASA had done in the early 90s with something called the Transat. And it was a vehicle to take people to Mars. And Congress cut the funding for that.
whatever.
And oh my God, how could they do such a thing? Because it was very apparent that craft was really cool for a lot of reasons. And so I started the company, started putting money in it, and started going after that. And then after about 3 years, acquired a license, exclusive license to use their patent just for the enclosure. The book of instructions came with it. There wasn't a manual saying, here's how you do this. And so we started from scratch. And we had no assistance from NASA whatsoever in arranging the architectures and engineering. And through a process of trial and error and testing, destructive testing, long duration leak tests, destructive because you had to try to quantify the strength of materials. And we were using factors much more demanding than the factors for metallics. Factors of 4 instead of metallics, maybe 1 1/4 or something. And we finally engineered envelopes that were very durable. Ballistically, we did a lot of what's called hypervelocity impacts tests, where you shoot a particle at around 7 kilometers a second, 6 to 7, depending on the type of gas gun you're using, and seeing how well the structure can defend against something going that fast. Actually, the defense of something going fast is easier than a particle going slower, like a bullet, for example. Kind of crazy, but for some reason
and when you mean defense, you mean something like micrometers or space?
Yeah, actually, it's more than that. Maybe the size of a centimeter, which is actually a big particle historically to hit something, like the station or whatever. I think maybe some of the solar rays have been hit by something that large, but so you're defending against also radiation. Aluminum structures are not what you want to be inside. Especially for deep space missions outside of LEO, low Earth orbit. And there's something called secondary radiation propagating. So in the background, galactic radiation has heavy protons, and it's more lethal.
So what did you do to shield your habitats from radiation?
Well, the hull has no structure. So, and the hull is a matrix of many layers of different kinds of materials. And those materials are like Kevlar, Vectran. We use Vectran for a couple of reasons. But it's like Kevlar. And so through a series of other materials in addition to that type of material, you start to evolve a shield. And the shield E330 overall is about 15 to 18 inches thick. And there's spaces in between layers. So it's not as though you compress it and it's going to be 1.5 foot thick. But it's those spaces that make a difference in how debris breaks off. And if it just becomes dust, or if it's too fast and too large, it's not dust, it's going to succeed on going through.
And when it does, is there a patch method used to?
First of all, you have to relocate. There could be things on the hull that are in the way, because you use the hull as an attaching surface, and so that volume is very useful. And so assuming you've located it now, and it depends on the size of the boiler. If it actually was significantly large, it would blow off whatever was attached to the hull. Maybe just put another hole right through whatever was attached. So it'd be easier to find the hole. That's the good news. Bad news, the gases, your gas is escaping a lot faster. So you do have some time, though, in a large volume for that gas to totally escape. So then you have to make a judgment as to, do you have time to create the patch? And it's actually a fairly simple process, because anything you put there wants to stick to the wall, right? But depending on a basketball size something, there's not an explosion. It doesn't go like a balloon. It just loses gas in your hair. And so you probably have time to go to the pocket unless you're one of them. So you'd have to escape. You'd have time to escape.
But that would be the move. You really want
You'd want, you want to be able to go someplace else. Hopefully you're attached to something that can accommodate whoever's on board.
Why did this become your area of specialty when it comes to aerospace? Like, why did you invest in this? Why did you invest in habitats?
Well, at first I had played around with some other companies. I invested in 2 or 3 other companies in the late 90s. One, they were rocket plane type companies. They came very close to investing in what Burton was creating before Virgin came along. And so I was looking for someplace to go, somewhere to put capital, money, and energy and passion into something. And so I did these investments in these different companies, and then I stumbled on the Transhab.
So your initial idea was maybe some sort of commercial space travel type investment, something like Virgin Galactic or something like that.
Yeah, I really didn't know. I think the most enticing thing was what was working on. And that the financial model for that was very attractive.
We can make the world amazing.
I think because he's an aircraft design genius. He has so many awards, I can count them. As you walk down the hallway to his office, it's like floor to ceiling plaques. You got a couple extra just for souvenirs, something, But so he's a total genius, and he, by the way, had his own UFO sighting. This has stayed with him all his life. How old is he? I don't know. You'll have to get that story from him, but it's worth listening to. So many people have. So anyway, that's how I started it, and I fell in love with the concept of expandable systems, launching something with a finite fairing diameter and length, and being able to triple the size of that volume once it's ejected and it's launched. The fairing opens up, and now you start to expand and inflate. And wow, all that you can do with that volume is really cool.
And so this allowed you to these contracts. If you're doing with the ISS, are they with NASA? Or like who, is that who you're working with?
Yeah, NASA basically has been the only game in town for us and for most folks. So most folks in the rocket business, other than for the Air Force who buys launches for satellites, NASA is the game still. And when NASA's financially hurting, everybody hurts. Depending upon who is providing the leadership, both in Congress and in NASA and in the White House, you can do fantastic things. So it's all a combination of whether or not people can work together. If they're fighting in Congress and going on, you're not going to get much. You're not going to go places like you could. Yeah.
So with you being involved in this and creating these habitats and your long-standing obsession with UFOs and potential alien life, getting involved with NASA must have been pretty exciting. You're like, well, maybe I'm going to learn something.
Oh, definitely. You're definitely going to learn. Absolutely. They have a lot of good people and very expert people. So you can learn a lot. It's a great place to sponge all that you can.
I mean, learn things about UFOs and alien life.
Oh, no, I was back about space, conventional space travel.
That too.
And basically, you're not going to learn anything about UFOs and ET from the vast majority of the scientific community, and that includes NASA and everybody else.
Are they not interested?
I think it's a combination of things. I think the reason for that is not because they're not interested.
as you
And a
do
lot of
with
people
technology,
are,
trying it out,
because I'm asked things all the time.
how
A
that
lot of
can
people are. I think there's always the concern of
your
embarrassment.
understanding of
I
technology.
think they're not in a
And
position
such that
to
the
be an
philosophy of
investigator.
how to
They might have a passion,
safety
want to do that, but it takes time. It takes
gets adjusted
time
over
and effort to go do those things. And usually you want to stick to what your career is, right? So, and maybe they've had somebody in their family that has had a tremendous story, and so they'll carry that with them, and they might buy the books they keep at home. They might brown bag it, not bring it to the lunch at commissary for other people to see what you're reading.
Right.
So it's all different kinds of things. So everybody's different.
So there's kind of maybe a shame or something along that line involved in pursuing extraterrestrial ideas.
Not as much as it used to be. Now, it was much worse 20, 30 years ago.
What was it like that?
Well, as I can speak to just the general science population was much more reticent to talk about UFOs 30 years ago, I think, than today. There's been so much more exposure on the media. So, because you have regular television program now on aliens, ETs, ancient aliens, whatever, doesn't matter. It's all over the place compared to 25 years ago. So it's a different kind of world. But the thing about the UFO ET subject, as you continue to do research and work in that whole community, is a kind of a strange frustration about acquiring a little bit of a taste of understanding about the possibilities of locomotion, movement, and where we are. That we're still working with fire engines. And thank God for people like Elon and Jeff Bezos. I really respect those guys, and including Elon's secret weapon, Gwen. As president. The country is so lucky to have him. But the dynamicism of UFOs and ETs is so overwhelming as to what that world is like. And if it's all true, or even some of it true, it's more than just a holy cow. It's, oh my God. So it's like night and day compares. And here we are still in 2021, and so we need to get back to the moon.
I think when we were talking earlier about the New York Times article, I think that was a real pivotal moment in the culture's acceptance of the concept of these things. Because when you see something like that printed on the front page of the New York Times, and when you see people like Commander Fravor, very well respected, all full respect. No one thinks that guy's a kook. You read about his experiences and you go, okay, there's something to this.
And Leslie Keane, the journalist that did that article, did a terrific job. Fantastic job. Fantastic.
And it's a dangerous subject for someone.
Yeah, it is.
You're open to ridicule, but the preponderance of evidence had gotten to the point where there was enough out there where you could say, listen, this is not something to be mocked anymore. There's something to this.
That's right. So you have like Commander Favor, and we hired Doug, one of the pilots there. We learned about that in 08. The event happened in 04. So you have really cool people seeing something that's totally anomalous, has no business doing what it's doing.
Right.
So you got to take it really seriously.
Not only that, things that have been tracked by instrumentation, things that have come from what's like 80,000 feet above sea level to 1 foot in less than a second, and then traveled to the agreed upon destination where the plane was going to go later. Like they knew where they were traveling to. It was able to travel at an insane rate of speed that's not even, it doesn't make any sense with any technology that we've ever even theorized.
How much of AGI is the interface I have with
So these are things that were tracked by instrumentation. So it's not, this is the best instrumentation. This is instrumentation that's used by the United States military to protect the borders. This is all the real shit. So when you read things like that in the New York Times, everybody has to kind of go,
And then you couple that with hundreds of thousands or millions of other events and stories that have happened over the last 50, 60, 70 years. You think, oh my God, we're so far behind.
So I think that
What else is going on?
right. Because we've been so afraid of ridicule.
How long is it going to take us to get to that point?
Right.
And do we even understand the beginnings of the physics of it? Because what if their consciousness on that's it. You don't have the right mental signature, isn't going anywhere. Nothing is coming on. There's no lights. The dash didn't light up.
Right.
So
sort of like when you walk up to your car, like I have a Ford F-150. When I get near it, it knows I'm there because of my key fob. When I touch the handle, or like a Tesla,
somebody else has your key fob.
Yes,
it's gonna light up.
But instead of it being like a Tesla key fob, when you get to it, the handle opens up so you can open the door.
Right.
Because you get close to it, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, sure.
But instead of that, it's actually your consciousness.
Yeah. And what if you're not even close to it? Yeah. What if you're on the other side of the planet and you want it to start?
Like you can with a car, with an application. Like if you have a Tesla, you can roll your windows up with the app. You can lock it with the app, right? It operates through Wi-Fi. Who's to say they can't do something like that with consciousness?
We have no idea.
I mean, that's not even outside of what makes sense. If you looked at if you followed the technology and the technological improvements over the last 15, 20 years, and you explored the possibility of what could be done in the next 100 or 1,000 or 100,000 years. But yeah, that's not even crazy.
Yeah. Well, our physics is incomplete, in my humble opinion, because it doesn't provide answers for all the paranormal aspects, not just what we're talking about in UFOs, but all the other kinds of stuff that has been done in laboratories for many, many years on camera by people that have performed really strange things.
You mean like quantum mechanics? And
no, like macro PK. So just take something simple.
And what is that?
Like just manipulating material objects, whether they're electrons and so or a bottle cap. And so here, say you've got a screen computer, and you've got it's hooked up to a random event generator, and which is flipping a coin. Many hundreds of thousands of times a second, and establishing a firm, even line that's 50-50 across your screen. And then there's another line coming along, and your challenge is to have the two lines deviate. So you're and I don't know, it's been so many years since I was in the Paralab with Bob John and Brenda Dunn. I forget the exact details on this, but the point was, there was a line that was created, a second line that you were to think about and try to deviate that line. And you should not be able to do that at all. So they have maybe one flat line on the screen, and then you have this random event generator that should be 50-50 right alongside that same line. But it's not. You're causing it to go up, you're causing it to go down. And they had a lot of people successful on this, many. And they did just a huge number of trials that were successful. So that's in the smallest context. You had the Russian woman, Kalugin, something like that was her name, that made those objects in a bell jar. And she would be able to manipulate them, cause them to spin, cause them to lift. And objects, what kind of objects? Small objects, something small, microscopic. No, like a bottle cap. Something that size. So some sort of telekinesis. Macro PK, so it's some kind of a consciousness connection that is causing that effect on that object.
And this is something that's been filmed.
Oh yeah.
So this woman is doing what?
And she died at a relatively young age. Her heart, they said, would go up to like 180 beats or 90 beats. And
While she was doing it.
Yeah, and she was
Just as this lady.
well, your guy is good.
He's the best.
He is the best.
So what is she doing here?
This is
Really old stuff, huh?
Oh yeah.
She's
One of
moving,
those matches.
At the end of the movie,
but she's also moving that piece of metal.
Right.
The woman escapes.
And there's other ones where she would do this and these things would be in the bell jar.
So she's not touching it. She's making it move.
She's
And I
not
think they would.
What year is this?
she's experiencing. Experiencing.
Yeah, but here's my problem. This is something that's on the table. I can't see below the table. I can't see if there's a bat or a magnet. I can't see what's underneath this deck of cards. There's a piece of metal. And you can move things around with fuckery.
It's like
I don't know if this is real. And those matches were moving because that piece of metal was moving the matches. Right? So the piece of metal was plowing the matches and she's got it moving around. I'm not buying it.
But on its face, it's really intriguing.
It's intriguing, but it's a party trick. Like, I don't even like the way it's set up. The way it's set up on a table, and she's doing this with her hand, and her lap is right there, and anything can be happening there. It's cool if it was real, but that looks really old. What year is that?
I don't know, probably 50s. I don't know. But so the point really is, if you were to make it a job to accumulate kind of information from as many sources as possible, you'd really have a large volume of stuff, and then you'd have a lot of material to look at and analyze, not just one case. I think it's easy to look at one case and have doubts because it is just loss. It is a one situation.
Do you think that things like psychic powers, or psychic or an understanding of other people's thoughts and ideas, these are maybe possibly emerging aspects of human beings, like as a human evolves, as we go from being, a tree-dwelling primate to being what we are today, where people are intuitive, we can sort of read social cues, we understand each other, and we can talk and communicate using sounds and noises, that as the human animal evolves, they'll eventually develop some sort of a psychic power.
So that, in a way, that's connected to supposing that those psychic powers will already exist to some degree.
Maybe in some people more than others.
Right. So that means there are white crows, like we talked about. Can
you explain that concept to people?
There shouldn't be any white crows. White crows aren't white. So there shouldn't be any anomalies like that. So if you come up against a white crow, you've really found an anomaly. So now the question is, why? How did this happen?
Well, it's an albino, right? It's just a genetic.
So it's a metaphor. Right. So it's a metaphor saying you've really come across something that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Right. There's no way this should happen. Right. And oh my gosh, here's another one, and it's a cousin. It's different. It's in a different area of the whole side basket. What's going on here?
Well, we already know that there are extreme variations in intelligence. We know that there's people that are just not that bright, and then there's people like Elon Musk. These people like this have existed forever.
We know that. He's not here anymore.
Yeah, most likely. If there's an alien amongst us, that's it. But I mean, if you go back to Nikola Tesla, it's sort of the same sort of situation, right? He was clearly not just superior intelligence, but superior vision. He had this ability to look at things that didn't exist and figure out a way to create them. And that's a very unique thing. And what is causing that? What firing of neurons? What personal experiences combined with education, combined with innate creativity, makes a person create something.
But that's not as paranormal.
No, it's not. But it's a different aspect of being a human being. Now, we all know that some people are more intuitive than others. Some people are more sensitive than others. Some people are better at understanding. Some people are really good at picking out liars. Some people are really good at picking out talent. They understand people better, right? As the human animal evolves, we can only surmise that those types of skills and those types of qualities that a human being can possess could possibly get better. You get two very intuitive people, they have a child, and the child is even more intuitive than them. And that some aspects, unprovable, unmeasurable aspects of psychic power could be something that's emerging out of the human animal.
I would never say never. It happened because we're shifting now to taking normal physiology, which is a separate situation from being able to perform things that are more unique than just being creative. I think that you might have small circuitry and small things that are added to the human brain to enhance its capabilities.
Like neural.
Yeah, and that's much more likely in terms of human evolution than that future generations are going to become enormously psychic and enormously cause and effect using consciousness. So whether it's clairvoyance or telepathy or psychometry, micro, PK, or the whole basket, those are all real. And they're having all world-class performers in every one of those things. Remote viewing is a great example of this because we know for 20 years the CIA and the Army had programs of this, and so did the Russians.
Right, and you talked about remote viewing last night too. I've done an experimental show that I had, and it wasn't effective at all. But that could have been that the person that was doing the remote viewing was a fraud. That maybe there are people that do have that ability. Now, has it ever been clearly demonstrated that someone can do that? Have you seen it personally?
Well, I've hired somebody to do it twice for me, but I've also,
what do they do?
Friends that ran the programs.
What do they do? The people that you
I tasked them to describe a longitude latitude location and describe it. What is the surface? What is underground? Those kinds of
and
things.
they're accurate.
Yeah. How accurate? Very accurate. And give me information that to this day I don't know if it's true or not because it was underground information that I don't even know. But it just came in that came as a here's a bonus. I'll tell you what's in it.
So the government had these programs, these secret programs that they're studying remote viewing, but their official conclusion was that it was horseshit, right?
Oh no,
Wasn't it?
oh gosh, no.
Not public?
No, that was never concluded.
What did they say publicly about remote viewing? Did they ever say it's 100% effective and real?
I think there would probably be a point in time it was classified for a long time. Okay, and then it became more public eventually as the program aged and so forth, as things usually do. To be 100%, you could acquire by having more than one viewer have the same target, you increases the likelihood of the accuracy of the information. 100% is a lot to ask for because you're getting a drawing at the same time you're getting conversation, and sometimes the drawings reveal more than the conversations did. So the remote viewer will also be in a position as an experiencer. So if his or her target was in a certain location that and the person was eating an orange, for example, and a remote viewer could almost taste it, could almost hear the ground that the person was walking on, feel it under their shoes if they're walking. So
It's the methodology. How would they go about doing it?
So first of all, the aspect of this is though you're over the person's head that you're right now. So we have to go back and say there are different kinds of remote viewing, first of all. So I'm just taking one type where maybe your target is a person and the person is at a location, and maybe the location is a wharf, a boat dock. There are a lot of boats, and maybe the gravel pathways getting there. Maybe they're having a fruit in their hands, an orange apple, whatever. And so the remote viewer is back above the head, kind of like an out-of-body experience, the way that those are recorded. And you're watching yourself going down. We can talk about that later. Going down the hallway, but you're above yourself. Same way with remote viewing sometimes. They would be in that kind of a position. And so, did you describe everything in your drawing? Maybe not. Well, then you didn't get 100%, did you? But you were spot on as to where they were. You could go find that location. And that's actually where they were at that point in time. That was true. That's exactly where they were.
So they were able to figure out where people were, and they were able to get a sort of an understanding of what they were doing and how they were doing it and what their surroundings looked like.
That's the tip of the iceberg.
The tip of the iceberg. But what was the methodology? How would a person remote view? Would they be alone in a room? Did they have to achieve a certain state of meditation? Like, what did they do to do this?
So they would be in a room. And with a controller, I forget the terminology now that they use. So the remote viewer would be there at a desk and pad and paper, and there would be the person sitting across as a controller. And then at a point in time, it depends on how these remote viewing sessions were constructed, I think. The real people that you should talk to are the guys that ran the programs. I'm just,
I talked to Ed Danes. That's the guy that I talked to. The only guy.
I would recommend people like Hal Putoff. He would be a very, very good person to talk to on this.
So how would someone learn how to do this, and who figured it out initially?
Don't know who was necessarily the first. You have early players like Pat Price, Ingo Swan, I think Alan Hammond, Joe Monaco, those kinds of folks. And I'm not sure the genesis of how it began. A lot of times things happen by accident, right? And you stumble on something and say, wow, that just happened.
Right. But it has to be some sort of repeatable skill, like something that you can teach someone how to do, right?
Yeah, and I believe what I've been told is that most people have some degree of abilities that are beyond the five senses. And some have more of those abilities than other people. So they can be taught and built up and developed. Some people are more predisposed to certain kinds of stuff than other people are.
And so how would they train people to do something like this? Like, who was the first person to figure out that they can do it, and then how do they train other people?
Joe McMonagle has a book. I think he authored it back in 1993, and he had, I believe, a near-death experience about 1970. And I mean, there's a lot of literature out there on the shelves that people don't buy. They can get a hold of this stuff without having to talk to these folks and these people. And the stories are amazing as to what they can do. So and reportedly, distances are relevant. I mean, you could do something thousands of miles away, and that could be the target. And you can describe that target. It doesn't have to be on the surface. It could be a building. It can be inside a building. It can be inside a room. I mean, it's really gets strange.
And so you've actually experienced this, and you are 100% on board.
Well, I've experienced it to a really extent. I hired a fellow to do it twice.
But he did it.
He did it.
That's not we. That's pretty big. The guy did it. He did it.
And I sat once. I got to sit behind a screen on a computer to play around a little bit. So I don't have any real experience, with this. I just have a lot of admiration for the people who manage the programs and who function that exercise. It's really amazing. There's an old story about Ingo Swan. He's passed over, but
I can say that he was passed over.
He's
You don't say he's passed. He's passed over.
well, now you know where my thought is about things.
Well, I do know where his thought is about things, but it's fine. I want to get to that too. But the way you describe it, he passed over.
Well, there's a story I love about Ingo. Ingo, he's being tested. As always happens, you're trying to verify, right? Trust, but verify, always. And like, you're doing exactly what you should be doing is questioning, always questioning. And so he's being tested by officials. And they have a submarine that is his target. He doesn't know what his target is, of course. And it might even have been a blind or double blind situation, I don't know. But they've got a lot of effort so that maybe even the person that's with you doesn't know what the target is. That's usually kind of how it goes. So, and he identifies the sub. He identifies the sub accurately. And this is an advanced sub that he's identified. So, it's not water. It's, it's deep, and he's able to see this thing and describe it. So it makes them pretty uneasy, and they're impressed. This is like, wow, this is a big deal, this guy. So it's not like just how is he doing this, it's like, he did this. So they're calling the meeting kind of to a close. He says, well, don't you want to know what's following it? Right? See, then he starts describing this other craft that's following behind the sun. Eagle was an amazing guy. I got to choose the other craft. I guess it was some kind of UFO, something else that wasn't of ours, or Russians or anybody's.
That's one of the speculations about unidentified flying objects, is that they're not just flying, that some of them actually exist underwater. There's been many sightings of things that went into the ocean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, supposedly aren't there stories even about Christopher Columbus crew and so forth seeing things going back for centuries, things coming in and out of the water?
Well, that was part of the Tic Tac, the David Fravors encounter, that there was something below the surface of the water that was creating a wake, almost like rocks.
Yeah, it was churning.
Yes, it was churning. It was a very large thing, and that it went under as they approached, and the Tic Tac craft faced them. And that, they don't know to this day what that thing was that was under the surface, but that's what led them to go and investigate in the first place. As they were going towards it, that's when they realized that there's this thing, roughly the size of this room.
Yeah, well, in that carrier group was a ship or two that was bristling with electronic equipment. And it's the first thing that sensed something out there. And that's when my understanding was, and I'm going back a long time now, was that's when they were launched to go check it out. Because what was out there shouldn't be out there and behaving the way it was behaving according to all the electronics on this ship that's part of the battle. Right, the aircraft carrier, I think a couple of subs. And it was a battle group. And then they had eyes on the target now. Yes, right? So they're able to see firsthand for themselves what's going on. Yeah.
And when they were speaking over the mic, they found out that they had been encountering these things for the last couple of weeks. Because when Commander Fravor was inquiring, what the hell is this? The other one was saying, we've been seeing these things for the last few weeks. Who knows what it is? Yeah. But what do you do about that? What do you
I
think
think sometimes it's better left alone. If you know they're really behaving fantastically, and they're not the Russians or Chinese or whatever, go have a sandwich. Forget about it.
I don't think they have a choice. You can't catch it. It's literally jamming your radar. You have images of it, and you're tracking it and moving it in a way that is literally impossible with our technology. And what do you do? You can't do anything. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do?
And it's not like it's offensive. It hasn't tried to attack you or do anything.
It's a very strange situation to be in, to be, a fighter pilot with the most sophisticated military equipment, and to encounter something that is beyond the scope of even imagination of what's possible.
Right.
You had encounters with Bob Lazar. You know Bob, and you were around when Bob Lazar first.
Now, is this going to be all about the Mylar balloon event?
What's the Mylar balloon?
Well, you don't know that one?
No.
So we all jump in my car to go out to the Alien Inn area out there,
The Alien Inn, is that
out there?
Yeah, it's like a north bar or something.
Yes, north of that area. And so Bob was our George Knapp, myself, and I think Gene Huff was Bob's friend. We all go out there. Well, unbeknownst to me, Bob has a Mylar balloon which really bounces the radar signature for its size. And Bob gas. So we find our way back out in the desert out there. We're kind of, I'm thinking we're on a UFO watch, which is always fun. Sometimes the best thing is the food you take along, right? And you're out there under the stars, and it's nice. You have a good time just watching. So, but there's a rustle of things going on here. Next thing I know, there's the balloon, this Mylar balloon's inflated, and there's a slight breeze, and Bob lets it go. And we're on the opposite side of the mountain range from supposedly S4. And he wants to go that way. Thank God the wind was going in the opposite direction. It was traveling north instead of south. And it went the wrong way. You know, so I'm thinking, my life's just passed before my eyes.
Why do you think your life passed before your eyes? Because it goes towards areas.
It's going to get picked up, yeah.
They're going to go find out where it came
Yeah,
from.
Whack and Hut Security is going to come get us, and I'm going to spend the night in jail. So, you know, it all just unraveled really quick.
And was this before Bob had gotten in trouble for bringing people to the observation point to watch? Because let's tell the story about Bob real quick. Bob said he worked for Area S4 and he was hired to back engineer what they believe were alien crafts. Along the lines, he had this top secret clearance, and along the lines of all this happening, they're monitoring his phone calls. Turns out Bob's wife is having an affair. Bob doesn't know about this. They removed him from the project because they believe he'll be emotionally unstable if he's freaking out, not knowing that his wife was having an affair, not knowing why he's pulled from this project, doesn't totally understand. So starts telling people about what he's doing and telling people, listen, I can take you to a place where once a week they do these tests. So he starts bringing people to this area. They see these objects flying in these spectacular ways that we really can't do with any of our conventional aircrafts. And then Bob gets in trouble for that. Then Bob goes on the George Knapp show and starts explaining all these different things, presumably for self-preservation. Because the best way to probably protect your own life is to go public with this and explain everything that's happening. And they can discredit you and make you look like a nut, but if they kill you, then it leads credence to your story.
Yeah, it gives you a very huge hardship.
So when do you fall into the story?
Well, you've just given me an overload of information that I'm pretty much aware of. But I don't know exactly when. I don't think, as I recall it, everybody was pretty much at ease. And, it wasn't part of.
What year is this? This is all going on?
What I find, unfortunately,
I don't know, 91.
So this is around that time. This is around when is he on George Knapp's show?
Yeah, somewhere in that time. But I wasn't aware of what until much into. I don't think at that time I was aware of him taking people out on, Wednesday nights to go see something out there. I could have missed out on that or whatever. And I don't think this was anything like connected to that.
I think that was before this.
Yeah, probably.
That was, I think you're dealing with him out after, he had met George and after he had told the story.
Yeah.
Because George is with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously they had met.
Oh, sure.
So what was your initial, obviously you're a person that has a deep fascination with UFOs. I hear you are talking to this guy who's clearly a genius, brilliant guy, Bob Lazar, and he's telling you this fucking banana story. He's out there back engineering spacecrafts that came from another land that are using this element 115, this stuff that's just a theoretical element that wasn't even proven by particle collider until 2013, somewhere along the line. It was just theoretical up to that point. So he's telling you about all this stuff. What did you think?
For the CDC or some
I
organization that's pressure.
wanted to reserve judgment until I
we're
knew
not
a
really
lot
sure
more.
what's true, but it's very unsafe.
the more he talked, the more interesting it became. The more research that George did, things that he uncovered, it became more interesting. And so, as I said a while back, I think George was doing an interview with me, and I said, I wouldn't bet against Bob's the truth, but the majority of everything that Bob has said, I wouldn't bet against it. Could they be errors and omissions for different reasons? Yeah, surely could. But I would tend to say Bob is legitimate. There are certain aspects of things that are parts of stories that you wonder, well, how could this happen and so forth. But I think if you take all of the collective information and the work that George Knapp has done to validate things, it's awfully damn impressive.
George is such an important part of it because he's a legitimate investigative journalist, and that was his career. And so he poured himself into this and exposed all the different aspects of this story that seem to indicate that he's telling the truth.
Oh, yes.
And that's what's crazy about it.
And George is not any normal journalist. He's like what? He has like 6 P-bodies.
Yes, he's fantastic. So he's diving into this, and the more he uncovers, the more it seems like Bob Lazar's story is legitimate.
Right. So I think I like the philosophy of reserving judgment until you have a preponderance of evidence that really moves you one way or another. You don't have to have 100%. I go by reasonable doubt.
But what was it like for you to be this guy who's had this deep fascination with flying saucers, and here you are talking? Let me tell you my experience with Bob. Doing the podcast with Bob, I wanted one of 2 things. I wanted to go, oh, this guy's full of shit. Or I wanted, whoa, this guy's, it seems like he's not full of shit. I think he's telling the truth. I think this guy really did encounter these aircrafts and really did work on these spaceships, whatever they are. That's where I'm at right now. My experience with him, my communication with him, it didn't seem like he's full of shit at all. He's clearly a brilliant guy. His story has not changed at all over the 30 plus years that he's been saying it. It's a crazy story. But when you're a person like yourself, you saw me even more than I, is obsessed with this subject, the possibility of alien life that's visited this earth, and maybe even left crafts behind. And maybe these crafts are in the possession of some secret government agencies and trying to observe them and back engineer them. What is it like to talk to this guy? Because this guy is seeing the thing you're looking for. This guy, you're searching and all of your wondering and staring out into the heavens. And here's a guy that has actually touched it, actually worked on it, been inside one, trying to figure out how they work. Can't do it. Doesn't understand it. He's talking to these people. Everything's compartmentalized. You got the metallurgist people that are working on what kind of alloy this thing is made of. You have who's the part of the people that are trying to understand the propulsion system. And then you've got people that are giving you this information that, like, maybe they have been here forever. Maybe this is a part of an archaeological dig. Maybe they've been trying to study these things for decades with no advancement at all.
So we came across, myself and a couple other people came across folks who collaborate with some of the things going on out there. Such as a silent craft actually lifting off at nighttime. Not looking as though the control was very good, but actually lifting off, maneuvering like a real small trial kind of thing. And that fellow observed it from a distance where he wasn't supposed to be. George has come up with collaboration, I think, from 2 or 3 other sources also, besides what Bob said, about certain aspects of things out there. It's just that Bob's story is so much more in depth, so much more detailed, like that book he talked about years ago coming across. Amazing things.
So let's tell people about the book.
Well, there was a book as I remember, there was some kind of a book that Bob was allowed to look through, or he actually seized the opportunity to do it when he was in a room where the book was, but I think that was by design. And it was some kind of holographic book that as you opened up the pages, whatever the stories were became a hologram. That's my recollection of a conversation that's decades old now. So, if I got it wrong, fire me. It's you'll have to talk to Bob about that, or talk to George. And, because I remember something like that, I was like, wow, what an amazing way to portray information in some kind of a book and actually have holographic images coming forth out of the, I don't know. It just was, so that, I have never heard being repeated any place in terms of something else like that happening. And so much that happened to Bob that was so unique.
There was also some very strange summary of what they understand, or what they believe to be true about the origins of human beings, and that they believe that what these visitations were about was that human beings were the product of accelerated evolution, and that these species from wherever had been coming here and doing genetic experiments with primates and created human beings, which is the ultimate, like, who knows, like, wow, that's fun to think about, but we were talking about this last night, like how bizarre humans are, that out of all these things on Earth, we're the only ones with shoes. Out of all these things, we're the only ones that have to wear clothes, we're the only ones that jump into metal boxes with rubber tires and roll around these hard surfaces that we created, or fly in planes, or send video through your phone to other people that are on the other side of the continent. We're weird. We're real weird. We're way weirder than anything else that exists. And if we are really a product of some sort of accelerated process like that, this is how they get the party started on these planets. They find semi-intelligent, curious animals that are using tools or using, opposable thumbs, and they do some things to them.
Yeah, there's a large variety of potential beginnings. More evidence for some than others, right? So that's always the trick.
Have you considered that? Is this like a subject that you've deeply considered and thought about?
Really? I'm here. I don't want to look a gift horse in the face. I'll take it for what it is,
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I think about it a lot. I think I need more evidence to be more curious about. I'm more concerned with other kinds of things that are now than where did the human species come from particularly. I'm more driven by other kinds of things that could make a difference today going forward.
So getting back to the Bob Lazar thing, when you first got to know him and you first were considering the story and how crazy it was it like to meet a guy who, at least by his own accounts, had encountered this thing that you were seeking?
But what was it like about Guy? As you said, he's very smart, and so he's interesting to talk to, right? Yeah, and so that's more than just entertaining. To listen to his story is profound, right? And so it gives you an awful lot to think about and to try to position as to how can you measure future information you might get against that story. How can you verify different kinds of things? And so I've heard so many things, I think, that what Bob was talking about didn't seem all that ridiculous. And then the more you get to talk to him, the more you get to know him. And people like George, who's an investigative journalist, it gets more and more. Yeah.
It's if there's like one thing that I could know about on this earth involving human beings, I think that's the thing. There's a lot of things I'd like to know. Kennedy, I'd like to know. There's like a lot of things I'd like to know, but whether or not that's real, to be in that hangar and see that ship, and to go walk through it with him, and to really understand that this is not from him. I think that would be the one.
And have crashes been intentional?
Yeah, that's a weird one to me. We were discussing that last night. The problem with that is there's also this discussion of alien bodies. If crashes have been intentional, what do you have? Suicide bombers, just for our own edification? That seems silly. And that's really disheartening to think that someone could come here from another galaxy and still get tripped up by lightning.
Yeah, but maybe they're just anthropomorphic. Maybe they're more robotic. And
Maybe that's our future.
that's something of a point. Does a species have a spirit or a soul? Could a machine, even if it's very advanced and can think better than we can think and calculate faster and actually understands fear, love, passions, would it ever evolve to have a soul or a spirit? So I mean, that's a good question. Yeah, it's a different kind of.
It's also a good question as to are those things imperative for life? Like when we think of ego, when we think of our mating instincts and all the various pleasant and unpleasant aspects of being a human being, how many of them are impediments to growth and progress? What is growth and progress, right? Are we trying to achieve mastery of the elements and of life? Are we trying to keep peace? Are we trying to make things better, but stay human? Like, what are we trying to do? Because when we talk about artificial life, it's just artificial in terms of the fact that another life form is created. If they figure out a way to, you've seen Ex Machina, that movie. You haven't? How dare you? Go out and see it right now.
Hey, I live in the desert.
Well, listen, they have movies in the desert. It's a great movie. Fantastic. One of my favorites ever. And it is about this super genius guy who develops these artificially intelligent humanoids. And there's a lot of, suspension of disbelief when you're watching a science fiction movie that takes place in a modern era that has robots that look exactly like people, have emotions and thoughts and stuff like that. But it makes you wonder, how far away are we from something like that? Some super intelligent thing that we create ourselves, and then it can create other super intelligent things. And are we 50 years? Are we 100 years? When is that going to happen? And is that going to happen? Or are we going to become some sort of symbiotic creation? Are we going to merge with technology instead of create some sort of technological being? Or are we going to become one? And that's one of the things that I've always been very curious about when it comes to these aliens, these iconic aliens that people experience. They always seem like what we will look like in the future. If you look at a chimpanzee or a gorilla, they're much more muscular than human beings. They're much stronger. They're covered in hair. They have smaller heads. And then our heads are bigger. Our bodies are smaller. We're weaker and softer. And then if you continue to move forward and we advance and evolve and eliminate all of the problems that human beings experience, whether it's because of war or crime or all these different things that trip us up as a society and as a culture. These things are all connected to tribalism and biology and emotions and the desire to sexually procreate. If they eliminate all of those things with technology over time, and you get these genital-less aliens that have these enormous heads and that don't communicate with mouth noises anymore. They communicate with thoughts, and they don't have the need for physical strength anymore, so their bodies are these tiny childlike things, but they have godlike powers. Is that our future?
So is there a prerequisite and all of that for the reptilian brainstem to be eliminated? Is there the potential for
The definition of those words, I think the details really matter, but it's
and either inanimate objects or combination biological material, android type of objects to have consciousness.
More seriously,
And what is it to be human in the first place? Well, if you have bred out or artificially created something that is close to whatever perfect might be, as opposed to a human being that's very imperfect. A human being has all kinds of imperfections, all kinds of emotional imperfections, and capabilities that go from here to here. And so that is what it's like to be human being. We are very imperfect. And so we're in a class by ourselves. Now we'll introduce something else. Maybe our consciousness is unique to being a human being. And it's not possible to actually evolve consciousness in an artificial mechanism. So, and consciousness and thought are two different kinds of things, like mind and brain are two different kinds of things. So consciousness, to me, is a force. Like we just saw Caligula, whether you think it's real or not, but there are many other demonstrations of being able to use consciousness, attention, as a force upon something. To either gather information you shouldn't be gathering from a remote viewing, or moving an object, it's a different kind of force. Thought is a creative mechanism. So, and thought can come to promoting the force, in other words, to channel the conscious effort. I don't mean to be getting off the topic, but I don't think it's off the topic at all. Okay, so then it comes down to, even if you did create those kinds of advanced beings, whatever, why did you do it? Why? Is perfection that important? I mean, does everything have to be perfect? Or isn't there some beauty in having some imperfections?
Well, here's the question. All of the human elements you talked about, whether they're emotions or the desire to procreate sexually, or jealousy and rage and territorial behavior, tribalism, all the awful and great things about human beings, all those things lead people to want to do things to get recognized, to get attention. And they also want to get recognized for their achievements. And they also want to push things past the boundaries that have been established by other people that are in the same business or the same creative venture as them. Whether it's artificial intelligence, or whether it's art, or creativity, or music, or anything that people do, they're always piggybacking on the work of the people that came before them. It's part of being a person. With everything, with architecture, with technology, everything is piggybacking on the work before. And these things are motivated by these very imperfect aspects of being a person, by ego, by the desire to be loved, by all these, and even by the positive things, by curiosity, by creativity. All these, this soup of influences are all making people advance technology and innovate. That, if you just extrapolate, if you just look at what technology is, and if you look at what we're doing, if you were from another planet and you had no idea about human culture, you had no idea, and you had no familiarity to the human form and to what our life is like down here, you looked at us, you would say, well, what is this species doing? What are they doing? Well, I'll tell you what they're doing. They're making stuff. They're making better stuff every year. That's what the species does. What do bees do? They make beehives, they make honey, but they do the same shit every year. Human beings don't. They need a new goddamn phone every year. The TVs get bigger, the cars get faster. Everything they do is better. The computers have more terabytes of hard drive. Their processors work quicker. The video cards are better. Everything's better. No one's settling for less good. Everybody wants better, newer, better constantly. And they want to show their friends. It's part of being attractive. Look at Johnny. He's got the new car. He's got the new phone. She's got the new watch. You've got the new Oculus Rift headset. You got this and that. We make technology. It's our primary thing. We work, we get ourselves together like human batteries, and we generate income and revenue, and we're all obsessed with making or buying better stuff. That's what we do. Now what does that mean ultimately? Well, it means technology. Technology is the pinnacle of human achievement. It's the stuff that puts us into space. It's the stuff that allows us to videotape things. It's stuff that allows us to essentially capture time. You can capture time on a phone and play it back to people. This is when I showed Jeremy this thing when both laugh. Ha ha ha! Look, you can laugh too. You can laugh in our memory. That's what it's doing. Well, we're going to get better at that. It's going to keep getting better and better and better. Where does that lead to? It leads to some sort of singularity. It leads to some sort of paradigm shifting invention where all of these technologies piggyback onto themselves until we reach some sort of pinnacle of human achievement. And I think that's probably going to be some kind of artificial life or some sort of a symbiotic relationship with technology where literally instead of carrying around like a phone, like a baby that you don't want to leave behind, it's going to be in your body.
It's refreshing to hear.
I don't think it's enough, and I don't think it's altogether better.
I don't think it's altogether better either, but I think it's going that way.
I think you've got half a coin.
Half a coin.
Yeah.
Was it missing the other side?
What's the other side?
Okay. So you've got this societal empire of technological achievements, right?
That's what we have right now, right?
And who knows in 50 years, 150 years, whatever. I think you've just described an infrastructure for a serious problem.
Just the fact that there is uncertainty.
Yeah.
What if you were to create a graph, and on the graph were just two things, two lines, and you were tracking over the last 150 years spiritual maturity among the species. 20th century was the worst annihilation of people, 60 million people ever in terms of numbers. Wars, right? What if you were to track in that same graph the progress of technology? Well, you'd have one vertical line, and this technological line in the 20th century and now. And it would probably be segmented, which I mean is jumping, is going faster than arithmetic progression or any normal progression is jumping.
And maybe,
so it might be a 240, 16, 32 situation. Now you look at the spirituality line, it's practically flatlined.
Scientific
So
work
what's the consequences of that?
might be more harm.
What do you mean by this spirituality?
The GPT tell you. There's books written on this.
I think a species needs to have grounding spiritually. I think a species have to have an essence of spirituality.
And a lot of
Something that in their being, to their bones, says it makes a difference what you do.
Citing scientific studies.
It makes a difference how you behave for your overall
Is it up to
good,
GPT
the
or
good
is it
of
up to
others. And it makes a difference.
So intelligent species like us, not just all species.
Correct.
the tools we got?
Sure. Us.
Most intelligent.
Yeah, right. So if you don't have a grounding though in a solid spiritual philosophy in a species like us, like humans, then you're rolling the dice on handling a species that might be immature spiritually. Some very advanced, dangerous stuff that can be used as weaponry or just misused and abused in other kinds of ways. And then maybe the species thinks it knows
how
it
do you
all
avoid
and is
GDP
cavalier, is careless about the way that the disposition of the technologies. But more than likely, it's hostile because things tend to be weaponized. So you wind up with a species that's more like the Klingons than you want. Right. So you wouldn't want to be on some other planet and having these discoveries, right? So I think those two lines are really important to try to harmonize. The problem is there's no intersection in sight.
It's very strange.
In our lifetimes and other lifetimes, there's no intersections in sight. We haven't even begun to create a homogeneity of spirituality in the human species compared to the proliferation of technologies. So that incongruity can be a really serious problem.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we continue to concentrate only on things and on improving technology, but not improving the way we communicate with each other and love each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what's the solution?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's the big, that's the $64,000 question that they used to say. Yeah. The television program. Yeah, I mean, that's what is the solution, But who ponders that? Who ever ponders this?
Only people with a lot of free time.
I suppose so. Yeah. Some monks on the mountainside somewhere, some Buddhist someplace.
That's the problem with the way we live our lives. We're very, very busy with things that aren't exactly spiritually satisfying, right?
Yeah. There's a tremendous amount of noise for attention, and so wouldn't you get the time to just to think?
Well, we know describing the history of OpenAI, all the different
When do you?
elements.
For me,
Yeah, when do
It
you?
really lays it out. I mean,
I'm too busy running in circles.
But I know you think about these things, and I know you've
Dolly,
thought a lot about consciousness. And it's one of the things you've studied. One of the things you're involved in is the concept of whether or not consciousness extends beyond death.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
I think it's a really important subject. So we have two holy grails, right? Yeah, the second holy grail is our real own, as you said, and everybody kind of is attracted to that question. The other is, do aspects of your consciousness survive your bodily death? So is there a difference between mind and brain? So is brain the generator and mind is a reservoir and actually more causal than the brain is in a sense. So in theory the notion relates to, gosh, you're doing away with the brain if the container decomposes and dies and is permanently offline. Are there any aspects of your mind that continues, that your consciousness continues? That is a question that has been attempted to answer since maybe the dawn of man. A loved one has just died. Is there any way to recapture that? Any way at all? Well, no, it's written off, it's gone. And that is just a relevant question today as ever, because you have a lot of disparate kinds of folks and beliefs, and you have religions that are against that notion altogether. And so you have a huge difference, amount of differences in people's philosophy and driven by religious beliefs or just the way they've arrived at their own conclusions or whatever. So you have to be respectful of all these different kinds of beliefs and try to yet approach that subject in a way that is determinable. Try to arrive at something that maybe is not 100%, but can you find answers in different ways that drive you into the high levels of 80, 85, 90, 95%, that we're leaning towards that. That would be really good news if you could legitimately do that for yourself and know that you have something else in addition to
then
this.
you have like a
But that's
passion
always been what
for the goal.
religions have
That was really passionate.
strived for, right? To show people that there's something more than this life.
Oh yeah,
There's something
It's
beyond,
their backyard.
there's something waiting.
yeah. For the majority of religions, it's their backyard, and there's all kinds of promises about what our backyard contains. If you're a follower of our religion,
Yeah, and the cynical people would always say, well, they're just trying to promise you that to get you to behave in this life, but there's really no evidence whatsoever that anything happens once you die. But then you have people that have had near-death experiences, and those are the weird ones, because they've had these near-death experiences, and they almost always come back saying it's going to be okay. They almost always come back going, there's something more to this,
right?
and we don't know what those near-death experiences are. We know that certain aspects of them can be recreated with psychedelic drugs, and we do know that the brain produces psychedelic drugs, particularly DMT. And people that have had experiences on psychedelics have had these moments, these, like Larry Haggard, the guy from Dallas, remember that?
Oh yeah.
He famously was on CNN once, and I watched this interview where he was talking about how he had a high-dose LSD experience once. He never worried about death ever again. And he was talking about it, and the CNN anchor was clearly a little rattled, because I believe what they were talking about was his green home. He had this home that operated off the grid, and he had it all set up so it was really well insulated and solar powered and all this stuff, so that he could not have a heavy carbon footprint. So I'm talking about this along the line. They get to talking about his LSD experience of death. It was pretty trippy to see him say that, to see them going up. But many people that have had intense psychedelic experiences have had this thing happen to them where they believe they've gone to another dimension. They've gone to this other place that seems more real. From my own personal experiences, I've had these. You go to these realms that seem more real than the realm that you're living in, and you encounter something, whether this something is imaginary or whether it's actually, you can put it on a scale and measure it. I'm not sure if it matters, because it's still a thing you experience.
Did you have, after these experiences, did you have any kind of evidence afterwards that you could draw a connection between what you saw in the visions and actually now what you discovered? I mean, was there anything that popped up later on that connected the two?
No, there's no evidence. There's even the memory is shaky. Like your memories are shaky, just like the memories of a dream are shaky. But when it happens, and I've done it a bunch of times, every time it happens, you're like, oh yeah, I remember this. Because it's so intense.
And each time that you do it, is it more vivid?
No, it's always vivid. You can't get more vivid. It doesn't get any more vivid. It's way more vivid than life.
What do you learn as you've been doing this multiple times? What's the lessons learned?
Abandonment of the ego is a big one. That's the big one. Your ego and your desire to protect yourself from failing or from reality, that those things are ultimately very detrimental to your consciousness, very detrimental to the way you communicate with other people, and that it's a battle, a constant battle to abandon these monkey instincts that we all have. And that these things have protected us and gotten us to this stage, but they can ultimately trip you up as you try to sort of understand yourself better.
You're just hitting on something. Of survival consciousness, of which there's hundreds of thousands of books that you can actually access and people to talk to. The message seems to be in the literature. Abandonment of the ego is a very important thing. It's a very important thing as you pass over. That's one of the things that happens is you're trying to remove the ego and shove it aside.
That's it seems to be clear. That's an impediment to learning in a lot of different ways. It's an impediment to learning art. It's an impediment to learn because you think you're better than you are if you let your ego lie to you. Sure. Same with technical skills, physical skills. You can lie to yourself, and a lot of that is the ego. But the ego is also what keeps you alive. It's the thing that makes you want to be successful. It's the thing that makes you want to progress. It's the thing that makes you want to accomplish things. Like it's not, and the key to one of the keys to an actualized life is to progress, move your motivation away from ego to fascination in problem solving and acquiring skills and getting better at tasks. So there's something interesting in it, and especially if you're doing something that benefits other people. When it benefits other people, that you get better at these things because other people get to enjoy these things on a higher level. Then you get this cool feeling of actually benefiting people, and actually helping people with your fascination with these things. So, and the more you concentrate on the ego, the more you're gonna it'll taint whatever progress you're making, taint whatever thing you're creating.
So back to the near-death experiences. So let's suppose that you just look at the ones that come along naturally. You know, somebody has flatlined on an operating table, they fall through the ice, whatever. Okay, so there are so many near-death experiences. I mean, I've heard numbers that are ridiculous, in the millions people in this country, not just in the world. And so there's a hell of a lot of smoke. There must be an awful lot of heat somewhere in terms of the probability that this is real. Because other explanations are really tough. You know, you can have out-of-body experiences, and you can validate conversations in a room. You should have no way of understanding or tools or taking blood or anything like that. When people look like you, because you're gone, you're under anesthesia, right? There's no way. And yet, the literature is replete with stories, thousands of stories like that. And same thing with near-death stories, you know, huge volume of information. Every example you can possibly imagine. And so then you wonder, well, how can you correlate that? How can you correlate anything to do with, did the person have an experience, not just through the tunnel, but what they saw afterwards in that period of time after they exited the tunnel into wherever they were. And how do we help and verify that what they actually saw was the other side?
Not only that, you have different human beings with a different understanding of language. Yeah, so they have limited vocabulary or limited ability to describe things or limited ability to express themselves. Maybe they're not so good at relaying what it was.
It doesn't fit with their religions,
right,
and their philosophies,
right,
Especially with
and how much of it do you distort when you get back to make yourself feel better? How much of it do you actually share with people? I mean, remember you were talking about your childhood experience. You didn't even want to share with your wife. Like when people have a near-death experience, maybe some of it's like unpleasant.
Yeah, I didn't want to share with her. She might have said, "Go sleep in the other room."
Crazy.
I don't want you around me. So why take the chance?
Well, people have a real fear of being ridiculed. And to be ridiculed for a near-death experience is probably similar to being ridiculed for a UFO encounter or ridiculed for any other super spectacular thing that most people are never going to experience. Right. Yeah. So when you have talked about this, the ability to measure whether consciousness exists outside of life, how can that be measured? And what steps can be made to try to quantify and to try to validate whether or not this is a real thing?
You don't want to hear this.
I do want to hear this. Usually I don't want to hear this.
Well, I'm just guessing. I'm sitting here with a chugging brainstem trying to keep up. So how do you verify a near-death experience? It might be that there's some kind of messaging that can happen from whoever greeted you temporarily on the other side because you are coming back. And maybe that message can be verified in some way. Maybe it's something that doesn't make sense to you. Okay, so you do come back, you snap back into this reality you're alive. And sure enough, what was conveyed to you from the other side actually happened. It wasn't something that was expected. It was profound in some way. And so that might be a way of verifying through this message that you have no way of knowing or predicting that this was going to happen. There's also the subject of psychic mediums. All right. I can see stone face right now. You're not buying it. All right.
I didn't say anything.
I know.
I always give stone face.
Look at
I
that.
give stone face when people talk.
Okay.
But yeah, most psychic mediums I think are full shit.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
It doesn't mean they're all.
Well, okay. Say that again.
It doesn't mean they're all full shit.
Okay. Okay. Good.
All right.
Yeah. And some are a whole lot better than others.
Yes. And some, look, it's like everything else. There's con artists out there.
Yes.
And then there's people that are genuinely unique.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Absolutely.
I also think there will be room society.
World-class performers.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we could draw hard
And
lines.
so of course, you can't help yourself but try to get information that falls in the categories that they should have no way of knowing. In fact, you might not even know the information yourself at that moment in time.
Right.
You'll say no, or it's only later after you listen to the recording or whatever that, oh my gosh, they were right. And this and this.
Yeah,
So
there's like
that is a very important source of information, assuming you're talking to ones that have been legitimatized.
because the more
Right.
feature like
And they've been bona fide.
do
Do you know any?
manipulate you emotionally, just the more you
I know a very good one.
that it's
You know, really good psychic medium. Can I meet that person?
overwhelming or something that it's not capable of.
I don't see why not. I mean, it's up to them too, right?
What
Yeah.
about
But I think that would be,
saying, what if it's capable
yeah,
of what?
I would, I'll ask.
Do you think there
Who
would
does this
be
person do?
romantic
Professional?
relations
Are they a psychic
with
medium professional?
No, but
This
also,
person
for lack of a better word, like romantic companion.
isn't
Ship it alive.
by,
Romantic as an example.
as far as my
Yeah.
understanding is,
I personally
by just
feel
doing these things as a business, this
you're
person
focusing on creating intelligent, but I understand
will do things, will do
it's interesting.
readings,
I have, for some reason, very
yeah,
well.
a fee,
Spent a lot of time there.
charging.
That's promising.
Like, look up what else is cool stuff. I love what my dogs know. They
That helps.
use
That helps believe you. That helps you
the
believe
movement
it.
of the
They have a
robots
family.
to communicate.
The person has a family.
It's showing how to do that.
It's always a woman.
Look,
Why is it always a woman? It's really good. Is it a woman?
very
Do you hear that?
interactive.
Is it a woman?
GPT-4 powered pets. or
Actually, yes.
Whatever.
Well, it is interesting. Why
Companions.
psychic mediums tend to be women.
I think because women have to be worried about men because men are fucking crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of
And you know, men are more violent and women are probably more intuitive because they haven't paid more attention to these assholes.
Well, you know, pound for pound, they're the best astronauts in this.
Women?
This was
Of course.
right.
Yeah.
I made
You know, that brain power in a package, it doesn't weigh as much.
Oh, that makes
Maybe
sense.
He's watching less weight, so they're right. But all kidding aside, psychic mediums are really good legitimate source of getting alternative information that helps to collaborate things, maybe that have happened other ways, or information's come maybe from a near-death experience, or you know, for example.
But outside of psychic mediums, when you're talking about measuring whether or not consciousness exists outside of life, whether or not your consciousness somehow or another transcends your physical body.
Right. So you've heard of automatic radio.
Yes.
And I don't mean that.
Explain it to me.
Well, it has nothing to do with your wife automatically going into your check. It's got nothing to do with that. All right? That's automatic. Oh, okay.
I'm old-fashioned. They bank online.
I write a check. I understand that shit.
But what is explain automatic writing?
All right. So apparently it's something that has occurred for many, many years, over especially back when the study of spiritualism and the whole investigations of psychics was very, very strong from about 35 or 40 to 19, 30-ish.
Maybe process all
And
the
then it has continued in some ways up until recent times. So you have somebody who
It may not be
is writing, and they are being controlled by a spirit. Okay? Or they're in a trance, or maybe they're in a trance. Yeah, but they could be lucid. Doesn't have to be in a non-lucid trance, or they could be lucid in writing, or they could be in a trance. And maybe they're not writing in the vernacular language that they're used to. Maybe they have a 6 or 7 year education. And they're writing very sophisticated information. Have you experienced this?
Like, are we living now with a greater degree of digital intelligence than we would have expected?
I'm an explorer, and a researcher, investigator, historian. But so I'm trying to gather information through other ways, and I've had personal experiences, but I know nothing of automatic writing. So anyway, again, the literature is huge on this subject of automatic writing, and it's easy to dismiss because it just seems very strange. You're being possessed. You're actually being controlled.
But has anybody ever verified any of this automatic writing style?
In the literature, yeah, you have a lot of information that the writer is aware of, shouldn't be. It doesn't know. It's outside of their world. Okay, so there has been different kinds of cross correspondence, other kinds of ways of verifying that this didn't come from this person, so something else is going on. It didn't come all from this person. It's not right. It's completely illogical. So, so that's what it means. Adding something to it.
But when you're trying to measure whether or not consciousness exists outside of life,
Google search,
just because someone's automatically writing, they could be receiving some signal from someone that's still alive. If there is some sort of psychic communication, if there is a possibility of remote viewing, and you can transmit information from person to person without words. And this is one of the ultimate goals of Neuralink. Elon Musk actually said you're going to be able to talk without using words. I mean, if human beings, if it's possible to do something along those lines, this could be a live person that's somehow or another projecting these thoughts, and someone else is tuning into them in the same way you would tune into a radio signal.
Okay, so the way you would test that is probably it's going to be what's the nature of the entire subject matter? How extensive is the subject matter? Because at some point you're adding on so much weight and so many different variables that it stretches the credibility and the credibility of that theory working. It's kind of like using ball lightning as an excuse for all kinds of things. It has a very short life, usually travels in one direction, and is very, very, very rare. So everybody uses Occam's razor as this is what you do. You want to go to what is the simplest solution instead of trying to find swamp gas to describe the craft that just landed. So, I would say that's probably testable. You can probably create the methodologies to do some laboratory type tests on that. But my guess is that would fail as a solution.
See, we're talking right now in these weird terms, because I don't know if that stuff's real. I could describe what I think would be wrong with these scenarios, but I don't know if any of this remote writing or automatic writing has been verified. You do.
Through the literature. The literature,
what does that mean? Well, it's through the literature. People are full of shit. They write things down that aren't true.
It just means that we have it set up experiments ourselves to verify it ourselves and actually watching, implementing it under controlled conditions, double-blind conditions. Right. So what else do you have to resort to? It's what's in the literature, thoroughly digest the pros and cons and everything. A lot of sources and people who have engaged in this. And maybe they have film. Maybe they actually have film of the writing, and you compare the handwriting. Maybe it's different handwriting altogether. Maybe it's in a different language completely. In fact, there are stories about a lot of accounts of exactly that.
But this subject of consciousness and whether or not consciousness exists beyond life, this is something that's important to you. So I would assume that you've looked into it further than just this idea of automatic writing being the only piece of evidence.
Actually, that area is the least I looked at.
What's the area the most
As far as you look at it,
Um,
you're part of a small group
well,
of people that are creating
First of all, I have kind of recaptured this survival of consciousness inquiry that I was into in the 1980s, and I have now formed an institute called DEX. It started in June of last year.
It's big stuff.
Bigelow Institution for Survival of Consciousness, and for conscious survival. Bigelow Institute for Conscious Survival of Consciousness, and this organization is very new, and so we're in a method of trying to stimulate research and investigate and catch up on the literature. And we have a unique situation where we have people around us that have ongoing things happening.
But mostly just to
Different kinds of events that are being reported by family, staff, friends,
Yeah.
apparitions.
That is the question number one for me.
Yeah,
you believe in ghosts?
And I'm not sure which answer
My experience is there's a difference. Yes.
Well,
There's a difference in terms of
I talked to Elias, I talked to Greg, I talked to many people.
what causes you to believe in something the most. Personal experiences, probably. So my personal experiences are not having ever seen an apparition. My wife did. I have had poltergeist, very demonstrative poltergeist event. It was actually decades ago. Probably,
I think the cases,
I don't know, 25 years ago.
so like the case of capabilities change
11 o'clock at night.
but I think that also
My wife and I are laying
will have new tools to figure out
Halloween Eve.
the capital.
This is a program. Halloween Eve.
Doing this together. I can't wait to
Okay.
do it together to do this.
It's going to be great.
Hardwood floors downstairs in the entrance hall,
Thanks for listening to this
on which tables are all set up with lots and lots of candies, bags. 'Cause bags are being given out. Large, very large candy bars, and bags of everything. Piled up. Hundreds of kids having to be taken care of. Okay. Halloween, big deal. Close to the trees, and this is a family thing. It was a big deal. Every year.
Decorations.
Oh yeah. The full month. So
Thank you for listening.
I land there,
Hope to see you.
and there's this crash, bang, boom, crash, blah, 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 like 1,000 mothballs just dropped to the hardwood floor. Made all this noise. It sounded like this. The sound I estimated seemed to last forever, probably about 3.5, 4 seconds, which was a long time for noise to continue. And I said, "Oh, jeez, stay here.
Joy,
Take
this
care of it.
is what John Gottman calls
Whatever.
the
I'll
first
go
aspect
take
of
care of
love.
the mess." So I go downstairs.
Nothing will erode a
Nothing's
relationship
wrong.
quicker than contempt. Contempt is when
Nothing's
you are
wrong.
looking at your partner from a
She doesn't
superior
believe.
position. So
She comes
you are
downstairs.
eye-rolling, you are
And she says, "Oh
name-calling.
my God." I said,
There's
"Yeah,
a mockery,
I don't have to
mocking,
do anything.
physical
Everything's
mockery,
perfect. I
imitating
didn't touch it.
them, imitating their voice.
It's just like we
Contempt
set
is
it
meant
up."
to just take the legs out from
So-
the partner, make them feel pathetic.
That was a really
ridiculous.
interesting event.
And
And
it
poltergeist, a
can
lot of
be
times.
So it's just a sound
But
here.
Yeah, just a sound.
most people
a sound like something crashed.
Like everything on all those tables piled all up, had all crashed to the floor and bags broken open. Yes,
but nothing did.
nothing.
You had children at the time?
I had teenagers, they were gone. They were out of the house, they were gone.
You sure they weren't fine?
Psychological evaluation,
The teenagers.
Yeah.
But what would they have to do? Have a recording? Yeah, they would have to crash all this and record it.
April of
Isn't
last
that more
year.
likely?
And spend hundreds of dollars doing this. And well, that's how much money we spent.
Recordings.
No, on the candy.
I mean, it just sounds. It sounds like mothballs, you said, right? Or like mothballs hitting the floor, right? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
jawbreakers or whatever, candies, hard things, whatever.
But that was it, just a sound?
I really.
That's a lot.
But it's not necessarily a ghost.
When nothing has happened, well, no, what I understand about some poltergeist.
Right.
Poltergeist don't have to be anything manifested as a ghost. It can be an audible sound.
But was there anything more to the experience than just a loud sound that turned out to be nothing?
Do you think romantic love fades away this way?
No, that was pretty good.
Does it have to fade?
For a starter, that's pretty good. You know, I probably think, okay, what's going to happen tomorrow night?
Did something happen tomorrow night? No, that was it. Just one loud noise.
To me, it was a big deal. You know, it's like,
Imagine if that was a whole poltergeist, just a loud noise.
wouldn't that be that entertaining? No, you have to have chandelier swinging and crashing and all that kind of
That's
stuff.
what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting just like candy hit the floor, but the candy actually hit the floor.
Well, I never said that my life was that exciting. You know, it hasn't been that great.
But I want to get to this idea that you're trying to pursue of measuring consciousness or trying to figure out whether or not consciousness survives death.
Right.
Like, what do you want to do and how do you want to do it? You can't just do it through remote writing or automatic writing or psychic mediums. Or there's got to be a way to figure this out.
Yeah. So we started the answer to that. And I said, okay, let's stir the pot up. And in fact, we thought we would join an organization, and they didn't want us. So we got rejected.
We know based on the reason,
So
and I'm also talking
got
about
rejected
certain Western civilizations here, because as we
Conjured
know,
up a
there are
contest.
arranged marriages, and a
So
lot of
the
times,
contest
those
says
marriages, if we're looking at
you have to have some credentials to enter this contest.
What kind of credentials do you have to have as a psychic?
You have to,
logically make
you have to have
make a
background
decision based on
in the topic
that
of,
is basically based on endorphins and
and you could be a priest, a minister, a rabbi. You have to have background in the topic of studying and understanding. Does the other side even exist? We're not asking you to tell us what it's all about. Okay? Just does it friggin' exist? Right?
So you don't think that's
So,
going to give you a
You
foundation
might be a
for
producer or a director of a television show for years, and you've
that
got more stuff on film than you can imagine of different kinds of weird things happening that you have no explanation for any of that. And you've made a study of this for a long time. You could be a good candidate. You could be a detective, and maybe you're solving murder cases by using psychic mediums.
So you'd have to have something you bring to the table.
So you have to have something to bring to the table, and you can't send us an essay. You're going to write an essay to present your case, and it can't be more than 25,000 words, which is about 15 pages.
So you're just essentially going to allow people to come up with some convincing argument and bring it to you. So you have a contest to do this? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is. So we say, okay, there's a deadline to get all your applications in, and then you have many months. The deadline is actually the end of this week, 20th of February. And then you have
James got out there.
wasn't that
X essay competition, best evidence for afterlife. Essays will be judged by 5 renowned experts.
That's up to 6 now.
Oh,
We have another judge, which is a good thing because
the winning essay gets a half
you
of it.
notice the beauty of another
Second place gets 3. No, it's perfect. It's good. Second place gets 300. Third place gets 150 grand. So if you have a semi-shitty near-death experience story, you get 150. It's an interesting way to do it, but you know, I hope there would be some better way to measure it.
But I also love art.
You know, the expression extraordinary claims.
yeah, but now what is extraordinary
that true
evidence?
love could be
Yeah,
real.
true.
But as a
But,
scientist, I am simple. I
You
just
gotta
need some
remember
data.
that,
And
first of
so
all,
I
we're
practice
causing
critical
conversation
thinking called the
and
method. And I
thought
love that
about the
because it
subject.
tends to
Right.
be what it
And
is.
we're
One
stirring
of
the
the
pot.
most evidence-based therapies
And
we
this kind of
have
contest has never been
based
done
on
before.
Donna Julie Gottman.
And
What if they're all terrible? Do you still get first place to someone who's terrible?
worse than that, there are only 3 applicants.
Right. You first, second,
Worse.
third place all suck.
Yeah, well, the good news is we have some really good people.
Jamie's thinking about writing one right now.
You are not
We have
just
some.
settling for
We have some.
companionship, but you can have passion and intimacy and
Have
growing
fun
love and
runs. We have
appreciation.
some very good people
But there is
who are entering this
a set of skills
contest.
that
Their
we have
credentials
that
are
we're not taught in
terrific.
school.
They're very
We
good.
changed the rules
They're
of the game
authors
and we haven't learned
of
those
many
yet.
books.
And
There's
the
extensive,
government method is called the
extensive background with these kinds of folks. So,
Right.
um,
Yeah, they did a beautiful
we're excited
job
about that.
at
The
taking
response has
the
been favorable.
findings they had.
And so that
Well, it's a lot of money on the
well,
table.
they have until August the
And
1st
then
to do this.
Oh, okay.
And then the judges. Now,
So here we are, what is it, the 24th?
tell couples when they're starting out with
Yeah.
that they're essentially going to be starting a class.
so then the judges start. And we just got a physicist to this group. He's the 6th one. And so he understands judging things and being a critical thinker. And so he really rounds out the group very well. And so the judges start August 1st, August, September, October, and then it's supposed to be finished by November 1st.
Right?
And have made
The
decisions.
idea of this
So then we announce the winners.
was not an idea, it was a finding.
We want to post all the 3 winners. And I suspect the judges are going to have a problem. It's going to be damn hard to pick 3 out of the group.
Couples that
Because we
tend
have
to be
that,
satisfied in
we
their
have,
relationship,
this has been
that
generating a
are
lot of
happier,
interest.
they have
And we have some really
health,
good folks
they
into
are
this.
having
So
thoughts
we're going to get
and
permissions as an
thoughts,
applicant. They have to give us
to be
permission
connected.
just to, we don't
And I
know
want to be
anything.
clear
We just
about
want to
what
put
I'm
it on our
defining as
website so
positive
people
and
can read
negative.
all
So
the essays.
this doesn't
So maybe we
necessarily
have
mean
20,
that you're
25 essays, not
looking
just
to
the 3
big,
winners.
deep and romantic
So it's going to
gestures
give
and
people a chance
flowers
to
and
really
sex.
read a lot of
These are
different kinds
things
of
that
arguments.
paying attention
And maybe
to
By
some
what metrics are you going to accept evidence of
we make
afterlife?
these bids
Good
for
question.
affection, for connection,
Okay.
all the
So
time.
we patterned this after the legal system of the Western world.
And we may not even know what our style of bid is, but
And the
if we see
Western
them on
world
a
says
sheet,
2
it's pretty
things.
quickly identified.
That
This could be wanting to show
you
your
can
partner, tell your
convict,
partner something and
providing you have beyond
it could
evidence
be
beyond a
wanting
reasonable
to
doubt. It doesn't say 100%. It says beyond a reasonable doubt.
It could be telling a
Number
joke
2,
and hoping that
witnesses
your
really
wife
matter.
is up front.
The veracity and the quality of the witnesses
If you
matter.
laugh,
And how many did you have
but if
to
I
something?
don't
You know,
even look
what
up,
is it
that's the
that
negative,
is being
right? So
claimed
it's
here?
not necessarily that I'm
You know,
telling my husband
And
an
what is the
asshole. It's
cross,
just,
the
am I
cross
connecting with them?
correlation,
Am I
collaboration,
meeting those
and
big
whatever it is that you're trying to relate here?
So when you're talking about convicting someone for a crime, here's the problem with that analogy.
I think what's
Crimes are
really
real.
important is actually
Like if you're talking about convicting someone for a murder, the murder's real, the person's dead, and you want to catch someone. So you have eyewitness encounters, you have evidence, you have all these things, and you can convict someone on that evidence. There's no evidence that ghosts are real. There's no evidence that the afterlife is real. So you're guessing. How's it going? But murders are real, right? You would say murders are way more real than the
What you
afterlife.
said is wrong in this context.
Where's mine?
An applicant.
Later with me.
Who's a detective? Who's been using psychic? No. In fact, I got my watch right here. I'll talk about it.
That's why that turned out to be real, right?
It is.
See, Tracy has to talk to us. However, we believe that's crazy.
The time didn't fast forward 2 hours. I come from a Pacific time.
Oh, it didn't?
No. And so I haven't been using my cell phone, and I forgot to bring my charger.
On some shitty service. Mine changes it.
I don't know. I'm going to talk to my granddaughter because she gave it to me.
But you understand what I'm saying, though? Because we actually talked about
Well,
this.
wait a minute. This guy's a detective
Oh, the
solving murder cases
Right.
using mediums.
Right.
Isn't this like, wow?
Yeah, but when they solve murder cases using mediums, if that has ever been real, and I've talked to some detectives who say that's all horseshit. Because I did have a long discussion with someone who was, he's an investigative detective and he solves crimes And he's like, there's no evidence in psychics have ever given you any real information.
Now, he hasn't investigated the subject. He has had probably one experience, maybe two.
It's just his personal opinion on cases that he's been involved in. Maybe he's wrong, but this is just what he said. He said, people are desperate. They hire psychics. But my point is, murder is real. The difference is you're convicting someone for something that absolutely happened. When you're talking about trying to figure out whether or not there's an afterlife based on the kind of evidence that would be used to convict someone of murder, that doesn't necessarily work, because we know for a fact that murder is real. We know for a fact that human beings are real, and if you kill them, you're a murderer. This is all facts. We don't know whether or not there's an afterlife. So to use the same obligation or the same preponderance of evidence that would convict someone of a crime for something that you don't even know is real, they don't necessarily, you can't, they're not comparable.
No, I would say don't put the seriousness of an event in terms of the harm it caused as not being as being more legitimate than an event that actually produces information that you should have no way of acquiring.
Well, let's not say that then. Let's talk about it in terms of something different than a murder. Let's talk about it in terms of vandalism. Just someone spray painting some building somewhere, right? Let's talk about that. No one gets hurt. Just physical stuff. Say spray painting.
Just take that example. Suppose you've been to a psychic medium, and she says, what I'm hearing is that your house is going to get spray painted with a message on the backside of your house.
I go to that lady. She probably fucking did it. She knew it was coming. Impossible. She knew it was coming. Impossible. No, impossible. I'm very possible. This is all nonsense.
No, wait a minute. So there is a predictability in events, however.
Only if someone actually can prove that they've done that. No one's ever done that. No one's ever said someone's going to spray paint your building and it wasn't them that did it.
How do you know?
Prove it. Prove it. Show it to me. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, people have definitely spray painted people's buildings, right? No one has definitely showed you that there's real evidence that consciousness survives death, and you can talk to someone from beyond the grave.
There have been mountain of readings for sinners. Where the information comes that says something is going to happen, and it happens. It's prognostication that's a day or two or a week away, and it happens.
Maybe.
No, it is. You just have to.
You gotta show me specifics if we're gonna have this conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, for you to be so convinced, you should have things you could pull out of the top of your head right now and tell me specifically that this event was predicted by this person and this is how it happened, and there was no way they could have known about it otherwise. Otherwise, you shouldn't be convinced.
In the tens of thousands.
That doesn't mean anything. When they're written down after the fact, it doesn't mean jack shit.
There are actual accounts of things. You have to say, well, the authors are all fraud.
Maybe.
The authors are all fraud. Our sources are fraud.
The problem is you want to believe. That's the problem.
So
Maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. I got the solution. You don't. But here's the thing. Robert, I love you. You don't know.
I got the solution.
What's the solution?
The solution is for you to have a sitting, for Christ's sake.
Maybe that's not good enough.
Wait a minute. Earlier it was.
No, it was never good enough. It was interesting. Interesting to have a sitting.
You could have both chocolate and endless ice cream, and you wouldn't be happy.
No. You look. There is no proof ever that someone has been able to accurately perform some sort of psychic demonstration. That's the whole James Randi thing.
Sitting bad.
I don't need a sitting, man. You have a belief in these things that may or may not be founded. The problem is you don't have any evidence. You're not saying specific. Like, I can tell you specific things that I know are true, and I'll talk to you about them because I was there or I know about them. I can talk to you about martial arts events. I can talk to you about stand-up comedy events. I know things that absolutely did happen, and therefore, if you argued with me and said there has never been a UFC fight, I go, well, that's not true, because I can tell you specific dates. I can tell you what happened, what the result was, and show you a videotape of it. You don't have that same knowledge of these things, but you have the same conviction that I have when I'm talking about things that are hardcore facts, like a mixed martial arts event, or whatever, fill in the blank, whatever the event you want it to be. You have the same sort of conviction that these things are real, but you don't have the same kind of hardcore evidence. Not only do you not have the same kind of hardcore evidence. Well, give me an example. Give me an example.
So an example is any kind of information coming from the other side that maybe you don't even know about. Okay, so it can't be explained away as telepathy or clairvoyance because you don't even know about it yourself.
Give me an example.
Well, pick anything. That something's going to happen.
No.
Or something.
Give me an example of someone actually doing this.
Okay, so that Aunt Martha just died.
The fuck is Aunt Martha? This is a real person?
You should give me an example.
No. I want an example of a real psychic prediction that turned out to
I
be
can
true.
fill this
And you
table.
can tell me.
I can fill this table up with examples.
I just want one. You don't have to do that. Just give me one that you know about. Listen, like I'm saying, I have the same conviction in things that I know are real as you have when you're arguing that psychic ability is real. I just want you to tell me one.
Okay, my own city. Okay, my own city.
Okay.
My father came across to the city, and my father was killed in a private plane crash when I was 18, and it wasn't his plane; it was his partner's plane. And so she tells this to me, and I hadn't thought about anything to do with his partner for decades. How long was this sitting? How long did you have this sitting? A few days ago.
You're a famous public person, and your history is available. Someone can find this out about you.
That's maybe true about the plane crash, but not the first name of the pilot.
Not the first name of your father's partner. Why couldn't someone find that out?
Yeah.
Why couldn't someone find out?
I think because this is over a half a century old. I think it's like 60. I'm 76.
Right, but there was probably a record.
I think that's stretching it.
I don't think that's stretching it at all. You were telling me about UFO encounters from 1947. You were telling me about people that have seen things. You were telling me about events that happened that are in the historical record.
Okay, so let's shift to something else. This not ever could not have been. Okay. So in my own city. Okay. So my wife passed February 19th of last year, and she was in and out of hospitals a lot for a long time. It was kind of the nurse.
You're touching on some really important things.
And
In relation,
so
we actually
toward the end,
it's called this. We need
3 days before she wanted to pass at home.
right?
So the challenge was how to get her out of the area in the hospital that
getting
was
married
basically
is choosing one
a
person
waiting area for
over
people
another.
to go.
And
to
the
die.
reality is that
It was an area that
we
that's
may
where
be
people were
infatuated with
that were
somebody else, but
expected to
human
leave.
beings, love is an emotion, attraction is
alive.
an emotion,
And
and as you
so
go through life,
there
even
was
if you're in
a
a
day
close
there where
relationship,
my
you
son
might
and my
be
granddaughter and
and that
I
person
were playing
is
a lot of
novel,
music
might be attractive to you.
in
But if
the
you
room.
can remember that
And
they
for my wife.
too have a
And
problem that you would be marrying,
the medium
it really
said
helps
to me,
you
and I'm recording
see
this,
the beauty of
and the
your
medium
partner
said,
and recognize
thank
all
you.
of their
I
incredible
want to
strengths,
thank you
all the ways you
for
love with
all
a
the
person
music
to
that
become our
we
own
was played for
family.
her
Almost become
before she passed.
our
All
lives
the music.
intertwine and we grow those oak trees.
I don't know about
So if you
the music.
go, it's a line I read somewhere
And,
that you're wearing
Why did you say that?
rose-colored
Because I didn't
glasses.
remember.
You didn't remember playing loud
I
music,
didn't remember.
but you remember it
What
now.
is she talking about?
How do you remember it now?
Good one.
Because my
So
granddaughter.
you
Because
think
I had
that
recorded it.
these
We
are
listened to the
fundamentally
recording
all
together
of us are
after
fundamentally
I'd done the
flawed or
sitting.
have
And my
flaws.
granddaughter says to me, Pop, don't you remember?
In
Da, 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 da,
relationships,
da,
it's
da.
just a way to
God, that's right.
figure out how the two should fit together.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I forgot.
So no
And
matter
I
what,
completely
we're going
forgot
through
it.
ups and
Well, that's certainly interesting and
are raised
unusual.
differently than our partners with
So,
different
well,
stories, different
I don't know if
experiences
she
that
would
shape
do
their
it, but I
value
think she
systems,
probably would
especially
be
when it comes to
very
big
interested
ones
since
like
it's
time
you.
and love
And because you
money,
are a big figure,
these
um,
principles that are based
that,
on our history.
uh,
We're gonna have
and you're
differences.
easy to
So
learn about. You go
is
into
this
this
a set of
assuming,
differences
which
you can
she's
expect
very,
from
very
somebody and
honest
work with?
person.
Do
But you would
the
have to go into
benefits
this
and their
assuming
strengths
that you're everything about
to
you
make
is
it
so
worth
public.
it? Or
You can find
is
out
it-
a lot of
are they
things. So
good?
Well, that's the problem that I always have with psychics.
yeah,
Don't
just
tell
tell
me
me.
something that I already
It's the
know.
challenge for her.
Is there
Just tell you
like the
something
feminine and
that
masculine,
nobody else
is there
could
different
possibly.
dynamics that contemplate
But even that, nobody else could possibly know is a stretch, right? But tell me something that I don't know. Whenever I've had friends that have gone and had psychic readings, I always say, well, how did they structure the questions? What did this go? How did this go? What did they say? Were they fishing around? Did they accurately get to it? Or did they give you probing questions first? It's almost always probing questions. And they told me about my grandfather. How could they know? I go, you know about your grandfather. Why don't they tell you some shit you don't know? Everybody tells you things you already know. Tell me something I don't know.
So that will be the challenge for me, is to be able to tell you, to tell Joe Rogan things that essentially only Joe knows.
No, don't tell me things I know.
Okay.
Tell me things I don't
Tell
know.
you things.
Tell me reality that I'm not aware of that has nothing to do with it.
Or that they had.
Something along those lines. Yeah, something where, don't say you spray paint my house.
But it's supposed to be a setting for Joe.
Yes,
It's supposed to be.
I understand.
So
It's just the problem is they tell you things you already know. And I'm like, this is just, I guess there's something to that, right? There's some sort of clairvoyance to that if it's real.
you're saying, well, then that's not wrong. Because they're reading my book, which is a
That's
whole
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're telling you, they're giving you these questions in a way. Like I have a friend who does this. He's a mentalist. He does it out of Las Vegas, and he tells me it's all bullshit. He tells me how he does it. He tells me how he structures these questions and probes people and gets people to give up information, and then he makes these educated guesses. And then they start saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe you know that."
You aren't supposed to say anything wrong, yes or no. You don't talk during the sitting. You're supposed to say yes or no. That's it. Or say no or say nothing. That's it. You're not supposed to talk.
Okay, well listen, I haven't experienced this before. I try to keep it open mind. If someone actually can do this, it's pretty spectacular. But to my understanding, and I've spent a lot of time reading about these things, and reading about skeptics and James Randi Challenge and all these different people who try to attempt to demonstrate psychic ability, that no one has ever successfully done that.
Okay, let's go back.
Am I wrong, Jamie? Is that, like if the James Randi Challenge, like
Oh, he was a fraud. Forget
James
about
Randi?
it. Yeah, he was. A lot of people. He wouldn't have paid out for somebody that successful. People all know that. No, he would not have paid it out because he disputed, arbitrarily disputed everything that was put in until finally people quit because he was not going to be fair in his judgment.
What is fair though, in terms of psychic ability? If you can prove psychic ability, beyond a shadow of a doubt, what was his rules? Like, what did he want you to establish?
I don't care about James Randi. I care about Joe Rogan and
My premise is this. We're just stuck in the aliens.
Okay, but wait a second. Wait a second. Earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, you actually said, yes, there could be some legitimate mediums.
Yeah, it's possible.
And there could be better ones and really terrific ones and
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. So my problem is your conviction. Your belief in this is so strong.
You know what happened to the Joe just a little while ago that says, yeah, there could be legitimate mediums.
That show's open-minded.
They're all fraud because I know magicians.
No, that show's open-minded. I'm willing to believe that it's possible, but I don't understand why you're so convinced by just one story about music in a room. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe this lady tuned in to the Akashic records and figured out that there's some music in the room when your wife was there.
I would argue start was, and time is precious for a busy guy like yourself. But you have to start with reading good literature, reading good books.
Okay, tell me a good book on psychics.
I'll have to send you a list. I'll send you a list of things to read. And I'll do that. You got to give me how I do this.
Okay, we'll talk afterwards. But you understand that most skeptics believe that this is all bullshit, right?
Well, they would or they wouldn't be skeptics.
But I mean, that's what they do. They study things that are extraordinary. Okay.
There's open-minded skeptics too. You can be skeptical, but still be open-minded, right? Right. And I don't really buy off in anything I'm told just because I hear something. I like to get to a point where I stay open-minded And then I may start to shift into saying there's more, and then maybe two bits. Let me investigate more. I'm not going to let go until I investigate more. So just because I had one sitting here with this particular person, I've had others years ago.
But you seem particularly convinced that
This particular person was
I
very
actually
good.
find that there's this
It was 3.5 hours
because
long.
partners are
I say,
shocked
okay, so was there
that their
another
partner
example
does
besides just the
make
music?
contact. Especially if they've
Yeah,
been feeling
there were a number of
dissatisfied or
other examples.
disconnected.
I'd have to
It's a
stop
reminder of all the
and,
good that's still there.
and regurgitate everything.
I know we said
Okay.
but what
Because right now it's enough to
I'm
get
all
keep a successful relationship?
for space, questions about space, cosmology, ETs, survival of consciousness,
Yeah.
and what kind of car is the most fun to drive.
Honestly, it's
What kind of car is the most fun to
The
drive?
Lamborghini.
Lamborghini, what is that?
It's a name I gave a car I just bought.
There's a
What is it?
loyalty. They
It's
can
orange
follow each other in relationship
Lamborghini
pair.
called
You can tell that they've
Ursa,
worked some things.
or
Ursus, yeah, Ursa truck, SUV.
It
Yeah.
usually
It's an SUV.
people
640
they've
horsepower,
had to work some things
four-wheel
out.
drive.
They know that
8
this
speeds
is
forward.
delicate. They
It's the
know
most fun car I've ever had in my life.
It's a cool car. My friend Russell Peters has that exact same car.
Who does?
Russell Peters, hilarious stand-up comedian from Toronto, Canada.
It's an exciting car.
Yeah, he loves it.
So they're
He's got the same color, too.
They
In fact, I bought two,
they are
and one's going to be given away
you'll see,
at the Larry Rubel
we'll bring the
Cleveland
car around
Clinic
for her because it's raining, or
gala in October in Las
she'll
Vegas.
bring him home
It's
some
going to be
cake,
auctioned
and then
off.
she'll order for him to
Oh, really?
And the price of that car is $286,000. Out the door, that's tax and everything. And he's going to auction that car off. And come October,
You've seen
I
that,
think they're
right?
lying. I think it's more than that.
you should
I think
be.
that car's like 300 and
I
something,
like
isn't it?
when couples have been together.
That's an expensive car.
When
When
one is
when
the other one
This
looks.
is MSRP
If
base.
you
Is
don't do that,
Oh,
that's
the
not
base,
possible.
280 for the
It's
base.
do that.
Yeah, Russell's
Because,
was like
I
super
think
loaded
that's
up.
a really
You want to be at that gala?
exercise
Too bad.
because
Why not?
because I enjoy when I see
Why not?
others.
I'm busy.
Well,
I'm
come
gonna
on.
go be
It's a
talking
lot
to a
of fun.
psychic.
Larry Rubel puts on a hell of a show
So,
every year for these
They
galas,
don't
and they're
I'm
fantastic.
sure.
and you still
Sounds like
find
it.
them
So that's the most fun
serious
car to drive?
For me, it has been.
What other cars have
I
you
think
driven that are
too
like
often we
contenders?
have that with our parents.
I have a Corvette my wife bought me when I was turning 70, and I can't control it.
And then
Which one is the Sierra one or something?
This is Stingray. It's too much car. It's goosey on the rear end. It's too small,
Yeah, again.
and I can't predict where it's going to go.
They just need to learn how to handle it. The new Corvettes are better for that. They're mid-engine now.
I can't see out of it.
The new ones?
The rear window. There's no rear window. It's like 4 inches high.
Yeah, it's a little smaller.
And an 18-wheeler's up behind you. What do you do?
Gas.
Yeah.
Don't let them
It's just,
slide.
they make me too nervous.
I understand. Yeah, the new ones are pretty sweet though. It's and it's much better traction with the mid-engines on. Yeah. Let's get back to aliens. So we've been talking for a long time, but I really want to talk to you about this. What evidence do you think is the best evidence in terms of what physical evidence? Is it just video? Is it just photographs? Or do you think there's physical evidence that either our government or some other government has somewhere that could show beyond a shadow of a doubt? Because I know Jacques Vallée, who was on the podcast before, discussed we were talking about specific metals that have been examined, that these alloys, that if they had been produced in mass, it would be billions and billions of dollars for these alloys. And that this was, although not evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence, seemed to indicate that because of the examination of these alloys, that this is not something that's mass produced in this country right now, or in any country right now. That this is something that was done. It would cost an insane amount of money to create, but yet here it is.
Yeah, so people have pieces of things that are like that, that have been, I assume they've gone through electron microscope and prolixic, but they are very unique in how thin they are, how many layers of material they have,
then they
And,
saw this, then they heard this.
and
So you're not saying,
the view,
yeah, then you came in and were
the
yelling and
opinions
acting
are
crazy. You're saying,
that
so then I saw you
we
come
can't
in,
make them.
I heard you say,
And that these things have
and I
been
thought to
recovered from
myself,
crash
well,
sites,
great, now
apparently.
right?
But that is part of the problem, right? Is that there's so
Then they have
little
to someone else
real
to movie for you.
concrete
And then vice
information.
versa.
Like
And
there's
then
no
this,
consortium of
separate
scientists
research
that's
and validate some
aligned
parts
together
of
that's
the
saying this is 100%
based on
from
what
another
you
planet.
saw,
We've
heard,
all
I
examined
can't
this.
actually
We've got together with the people at Stanford. We've done these tests,
And
and
my favorite
this is
part
what we know. And here's the press conference, right? But that's never
that
happened.
day.
Well, so far there have been investigations on these materials,
And this is like the most
they're
beautiful part ever
anomalous.
because
Yeah.
let's say the feeling
Do you think
was
that's
I felt misunderstood, I
They could
felt
be,
misjudged,
you know,
uncared
something
about,
that's,
unloved, like you didn't even like me. And I'll
part
say,
of
when did you feel that way?
part
You
of
know,
the
land on the time,
catching
my
the
whole
UFO,
childhood.
you know, some
My parents,
bull
my mom
that
was
they ate out
doing
of,
things I've
you
been
know,
doing, and he set me up, and my dad
and
didn't hear about
because
it.
how can you tell about a craft just because of
And
the
then
piece?
we have like a partner climbing on the
Other than
like,
Bob
the-
Lazar's
the-
experiences,
the- the-
which he has,
And
of
it
course, the
changes
most
the way
spectacular experience.
you
I
interact
actually
with
haven't been there
disagreement.
at S4.
So you have those moments.
Yeah, you
You
can't
know,
unlearn.
I
Now
wish
you know the
there was a
second
way
person,
we
you know
could
what they're
convince
sensitive to.
whoever's in charge of that
Then
to
again, you kind of
allow people to film this, to allow people to examine this, to bring in the scientific
It all
community,
makes sense.
if it is a real
right?
thing. But the
Yeah,
other
so you
the other thing
basically
about the Lazar story
dump
was
the
that
guy
element
in your head of
115.
how your partner sucks and all the things
What
that
are
are
your
wrong with
thoughts on
them and it's so hopeless. And then you get this light shining through.
This was
and
the
you
idea
realize,
that
oh
there
my
was
God,
some
of course they would be sensitive
super
to that.
spectacular
And
element
suddenly it's
that
not about all
was
the way
a new
your partner is
version
wrong,
of
it's even
propulsion.
wrong.
So instead of shooting something
How
out of the
can I
back end,
make sure
it
that
was
you
literally
feel this
bending
again? I
gravity.
would never want this person I love to
I don't know
misunderstand me and
enough about
feel
it to really
so
comment. I mean, I'm not saying about anything to do with disparagingly with Bob Lazar. I'm just talking about the element 115. I have no understanding of
So
his
you are
properties
absolutely doing it wrong.
and what it can
And
do
but there
or
is a way
not.
you can do it.
I
And
don't
I'm
have any
such a fan of
information
this psychologist,
like I
Tyson
do on these
Shiro. I
other
adore
subjects,
him.
survival
He's
of
brilliant.
consciousness.
He's
Yeah,
lovely.
I don't
He's
have any
very humble.
information about element
Just
115. Did you
talk
talk
to Bob
wonderful,
about it?
salt of the earth guy. I'm going to tell you a very true story
No.
here. Okay. It was in a bad relationship, and I
No,
was
the conversations
at
about
a
it were
psychology conference with my partner at the time. We were
somebody
both
had
at this conference.
taken
We were
his
sitting
and he
in the
was
lecture hall
kind
there
of
for
regretful
Tyson
that he
Shiro
had
to do his
let
talk
go
that
of
day
it in some
on
way
his
and he
phenomenal
wanted to get it
research
back.
on relationship
And this was
satisfaction
when he
and
was at
dating.
us.
Yeah.
And
So,
I'm sitting next to him, and
but
we've
I
been,
don't
you know,
remember
it
much
was just
about
always unpleasant.
conversations about
They were always fighting.
how much,
We're
what
sitting
all
there,
of
and
his
Tyson Shiro
properties
starts
were
talking
and
about
that
his
kind of
research
thing.
and how he
You know,
found
did you
that most people
bounce a
are
ping pong
finding
ball and
disagreement,
it didn't come
getting
back to you
married,
straight, it took off in
and
a
doing
different
it based
direction or
on
something,
the
or
love
a candle
endorphins,
flame.
and really only about 35% of anybody who's married is actually happy.
But
And he said, so then,
I think that
no, and
I had something else I was going to say.
exactly.
I
But
forgot
here's
now.
what I love about Tyson Shiro is he didn't stop there. He wanted to know what those people who were happy
His
had in common.
diagrams of
And
the
then same thing with people who were
UFO.
unhappy.
The,
Found a
I know there
couple
was. Okay,
fascinating
getting
patterns.
back to these kinds of
So
treasure.
the couples who were happy
You were
tended
talking
to
earlier
raise their
that really
partners
what ought to
higher
happen
in 3 different
is
traits.
there ought to
I
be
love talking about this because
a major
if you are
program
somebody who can follow
where you're
instructions,
gathering all the
you
best
can
scientists
find
to
I can
analyze the
say,
hell out of all these
those 3
materials
traits
that
tend to
have
be
been retrieved.
conscientiousness,
Um,
right? And I love
but
the
the
word
problem is,
conscientiousness because it's not just kindness.
you know, a lot of this stuff
Kindness is a good way to think of it, but
purportedly is in
you can be kind and have your
corporate
push
hands,
over, and that's not attractive.
corporate hands, and some in
Conscientiousness
government
is
hands.
smart,
Okay,
attentive.
and
It's somebody who reads
it's
into a
come to
text
be
message
kind
and
of
thinks,
corporate
oh, she's
treasure
making herself very vulnerable.
and national treasure at the same time
That's
because
conscientiousness.
there's
Yeah, but it's
a relationship
true. It's a certain
between a
intelligence,
company
awareness,
and the
and
government
attunement.
that has this
And
kind of
then on
treasure.
top of that, conscientiousness is motivated.
It's a
Where you
national
can't
kind
be
of treasure. I'll
under acid
put
and
it
be
down there,
conscientious,
but I mean,
because then you can't
in a sense, it's a national
meet the
treasure.
needs that you're meant to serve
And
that
so
person.
there's
So
also
conscientious is that guy who
a
drives the car
phenomenal
around in the
treasure
rainstorm,
that
just like
is
hair doesn't get met.
understood.
My husband who check my
And
alarm for me every morning.
some of
I'm
the
terrible
problem
at
is,
time management.
um,
I make sure
it
that
may be the
I
most
set
precious
it a
thing
reasonable
around.
amount of time for my first meeting
You know, you don't
and
have
not like 20
diamonds
minutes
that
I
are
think
more
I need.
valuable. Right,
And
you
then
know,
put
Especially if
promotion
it
over
really
the
is
that is
crown.
ultimate
Crown,
content.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
And
it is true.
so
I mean,
it's
I will
drug
tell
out
you
every
as
10
somebody
years,
with a conscientious
looked at
partner,
to
your
see if there's
love
anything
increases over
that
time
we
as you
have has
continue to
improved
feel
in 10 years
grateful
on the,
and
on,
environment
on the
better.
understanding of X, Y, and Z
Second one,
that makes sense, or has
you want
something
somebody
else
who
shifted?
is low
Has something
in
else
a
happened
big
in the
five
last 10
personality
years
trait
that could make a
called
difference
neuroticism.
on trying to
Emotionally
understand
stable in a way.
the
Now
material
this doesn't mean you can't have somebody who doesn't
or
get to
craft or
choose or
whatever?
struggle with mental
So you
health
think
issues.
that's what they do with it? They drag it out when technology's advanced and say, what do you think now?
You
Right.
want
Allow
somebody
people to examine it.
And then it goes back in storage
and isn't going to
because not enough has changed.
be
Not enough has
emotionally
changed.
unstable.
Now, we were talking about the
All over.
speed of our
Yeah,
technology,
you
but it's
want
all
somebody
relative, right?
Who's generally
So,
happy and has
This
some life
technology is so
satisfaction.
much more advanced.
Having a partner who has
You could do
serious,
10 years
not mental
for
health
100
issues,
years
but
and still be
unmitigated
way short.
emotional
Now, how do you know
distress
that this stuff is in corporate hands? Is
instability
this just
is
hearsay?
very
Is
hard.
this discussions you've had? I would
And
imagine,
other family
because you're so
members,
open about your
children,
interest,
children.
that in
So,
your
It's just a
conversations with other people, whether it's at NASA or there's got to be other folks that also have similar interests that come to you and want to talk to you about this thing.
Not the mystery
Yeah,
chaos
so
levels
there's a community of people, not necessarily NASA people,
somebody
but
who there's just no peace.
that
There's no peace. There's a problem with
have been
everything.
trailing this for
Everything
years.
becomes more difficult.
George
Going
Knapp,
to a party
for
is
example.
a chore. If you don't know if they're going to have a meltdown at the
So
party, or
it's
how many
not
complaints about your friends, or
clearly known
everything
that
is a problem.
certain
So you want
corporations
somebody
are
who has
involved.
just some resiliency.
It's not important, so it's kind of common knowledge among some people. The corporations are involved because they recovered it or they acquired it, and that if they were able to mass produce whatever these alloys are, whatever these particular properties of these metals are, there would be obviously some amazing commercial value for this stuff.
Actually leads to
It may be too
greater
precious for
satisfaction.
that.
The reason for that is high adventurousness equals novelty seeking,
What about
shiny new
bodies?
things. And so if you're in a monogamous relationship, if that is
Now, you're
what's
talking about
important
the
to
Las
you,
Vegas desert or
it's
what?
going to be
Talking about
very
alien
hard
bodies.
for
No,
a
not like
partner
Sinatra's
who is
enemies.
Splashes of
so
like meat at 1 o'clock in the morning? No, tough.
I'm talking about like alien bodies. That was one of the weirdest stories about Roswell.
and so
Was
their
that
attention is
they
drawn to
had
the
not just recovered crashed
and
UFO,
you can just
but
feel
they
pretty
had
neglected
recovered
around it.
these alien bodies.
What do you think about Jackie Gleason's wife's story about he and Richard Nixon?
Yeah,
Nixon taking him to the base and showing Jackie.
Yeah, that I remember that story. I had a friend who knew Jackie Gleason, and he said that Jackie Gleason had recreated in his backyard what he saw, what Nixon showed him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that apparently he was so blown away by Nixon. I guess they were drinking. This is the legend. Nixon and Jackie Gleason were drinking. Jackie Gleason's a fucking hilarious guy. Probably loved to drink. I mean, definitely loved to drink and probably so fun to drink with. Him and Nixon are talking, and Nixon says, "You want to see a UFO?" and takes Jackie Gleason to wherever it was, Hangar 18 or wherever it was where they had this UFO, and shows him, and apparently changed Jackie Gleason's life. He couldn't stop talking about it. And what I had heard was that he had it recreated in his backyard. This thing. See if there's a story.
It's a
out
powerful
there.
impact.
Yeah,
He saw something.
yeah. Listen, I'd be friends with Nixon just for that.
It wasn't because of the booze.
No, I don't think it was because of the booze. I mean, look, I'm a, as ridiculous as it sounds for someone who doesn't believe in psychics, I'm a believer. I want to believe, you know. So that's probably part of my problem is that I want to believe. Sure. And also, there's so many planets. There's so many stars. I mean, the universe is littered with planets. And the idea that this is it, that you and me, this is as good as it
Well,
gets.
the odds of that are 1,000,000,000 to 1.
Yeah, they're not that good.
It's awful.
Yeah.
The odds are so unlikely.
And then when you take into account people like Commander David Fravor, I've had the pleasure of sitting down talking to him and listening to his explanation. And then when you realize that the way his vehicle, the vehicle that he observed moved, mirrors what Bob Lazar talked about from 1990. Now we're talking, we're in this weird realm of like, so I'm a believer. So if the government has it, I mean, shit, in the 1960s, Nixon was president, him and Jackie Gleason are partying. That's a credible story, or at least a fun.
I always thought it was.
You find anything?
I can't find the thing about the backyard because it's just behind his UFO house he had in New York.
Oh,
A UFO shaped house, a bunch of adventures.
oh, maybe that's part of it. Okay. Upon his arrival, armed guards took Gleason to a building in a remote location of the site. There, Gleason, who harbored an intense interest in UFOs, saw the embalmed bodies of 4 alien beings, 2 feet long with small bald heads and big ears. He was told nothing about the circumstances of their recovery. He swore his wife to secrecy, but after their divorce, Beverly freely discussed the story. That bitch. She swore to secrecy. That's what happens when you divorce. In the mid-1980s, when ufologist Larry Bryant sued the U.S. government to get to reveal its UFO secrets, he tried without success to subpoena Gleason. Holy shit. So that's the thing in his house. That's his backyard. That's his UFO house. So he built a house. So that was what they were talking about. It wasn't that he just built a UFO. He built a fucking house shaped like a UFO. Where is that? Is it still there?
You want to buy it, Joe?
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. It was for sale?
12 million.
12 million.
It's probably a negotiable house.
It must be negotiable. But it's Jackie Gleason's. It's probably worth it just because it's Jackie Gleason's. Listen, The Hustler was one of my all-time favorite movies. I'm a pool player. So that movie, I've seen that movie literally probably 100 times. Because they used to put on in the executive billiards in White Plains, New York. They would play it late at night all the time. So we'd be playing The Hustler. Everybody loved it. Yeah, such a great movie. And Jackie Gleason was amazing. And a serious role too, not a comedic role at all.
He was great in The Honeymooners, wasn't he?
He was great in everything. Jackie Gleason was great in Smoking Bandit. Yeah, he was just great. I love that guy. But I love him even more because he's a UFO freak. Do you think that they have some sort of body somewhere?
I know a couple that you said
You do.
as
What makes you think
part of revolution.
I think,
What do you think about
why do I think that?
what's the problem with fidelity? Why is it management?
Trying to
It's
narrow
different for
it down.
everybody, but I mean, even earlier I was saying with adventurous,
I
if
think
monogamy
that,
is something you're doing. I think in my own practice, I've seen the entire range of
conversations.
couples who are
So,
open
I
about
think
having
that
sexual
because,
relationships with other people, and fine with
it's
it.
in
Couples
the,
who want to be fine with it, but find out they're not.
I think there are enough different
Couples who
kinds
aren't
of
just couples,
sources
couples with multiple
in
people
the
as
media
well.
about people saying things.
I
I
had
did an
couples
interview
where
years
there's
ago
are
with
already
Seth
not
Henderson
talked about.
and
They're not
Stan
enjoyed,
Freeman
but they are not the
and
type of betrayal
Kevin
that would
Randall
destroy the relationship.
went to
So
her
that
house
they
in California
abandon and keep it out of my face.
because her husband was Pappy Henderson.
Some affair that happened.
And Pappy Henderson was one of the pilots
As long as you don't
that
talk
flew
about it,
material
it's not going to
through
do it damage.
stuff out of Red
But
Path.
we can't even talk about
And
it
she
like
said,
that,
he
right?
said,
So nobody's
they were in
going
a
to
grocery store
admit
one day,
that the affair is happening.
and the Enquirer
There
had a big
can't be
article,
any evidence of it. It's sort of like
aliens revealed, so on and so forth. And there's the checkout stand.
And
she said we took the story serious.
They typically know.
And
They
after
typically
they
know
checked out, he said,
that
well,
capable
I guess I
of
can tell
that.
you because it's
They
out.
just kind of know.
So
But
he
they
thought the
don't want to
Enquirer
be
was
fake.
serious?
He thought it was whatever it was, Enquirer, I think it was, could have been some other, but I decided to use that as a,
As one of those tabloids.
And everything else is okay at home.
magazine.
It's
And,
just one of those things where don't
And he said, well, I guess the story's out, I can tell you now.
I had a
About
bunch of arguments.
I flew
I tend to hang out with
to run crates and records, crates and wreckage out of. I told her about the whole UFO thing, and I believe that she said that he said to her there were bodies.
That's an example right there.
Now, this was part of the story that went with the whole Roswell crash, was that there was a local mortuary that was told to make small coffins, and that people had said that they had seen these bodies, and that the wreckage was flown in two separate planes to Wright Patterson Air Force Base, and that if they really thought it was just a balloon, why would they fly it in two separate planes to Wright Patterson? And that Truman, it was Truman, right?
How was it they couldn't recognize the material? It was something else. You had a great field, a quarter mile wide, half a mile long.
Yeah, it's all pretty fantastic stuff. But again, part of my problem is I won't believe. That's part of my problem. Is that I'm willing to bullshit myself.
Do you believe in a God force?
A God force?
A God or God force? Do you believe there is
That
such a
kind of
thing?
honesty is actually
Can you
empowering
define it?
Well,
because all the
do you
sexual
have
experiences
any
you've had in the past
belief
make you a
that
better sexual partner,
there is a
better
supreme
partner
being
in the present?
of
And to me, from the
the
culture I've come
universe
from,
or a
that's
God
like
force of some kind?
like
I don't think it's impossible.
Throw the past kind of away.
I don't know.
Don't really talk
I don't
about
know
it
what creates a Big Bang. Like what starts this whole
almost as if
process? What causes nature? What causes all these elements to fuse and create carbon-based life? What causes planets to exist in a Goldilocks range around the sun? Is it just happenstance? Is it coincidence? Is it just
The Big Bang, it's on its way out.
Right. I think
Big
that
Bang's on its way out?
you have to figure that out.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
exactly sure that
So it's like fossil fuels.
honesty is
So the string theory is on its way up.
Is it? What about all those guys that have been scribbling shit on legal pads for years?
So like a physicist friend of mine said very recently that perhaps our entire generation has wasted its
Oh
time.
yeah, that's a really tough
We've lost an entire generation of people, maybe longer than that, in my opinion.
So what are they thinking now?
The thinking is, first of all,
What do you think?
it's a bit bogus to think that the universe extends only as far as you can see.
And this is just me as a
13.5
human
billion
being.
light years.
I think they don't believe that though. They think that's just as far as we can measure it,
You have
right?
fucked up, and
Well,
I, again, I'm
they
taking a
assume
trainer
that
right now
that
with my
the
mother.
universe is expanding, and
And
they're judging that based on 13.5 billion light
you
years
don't
of
get
sight.
to shed
Right,
or
Okay,
guilt
that may be a
onto them.
very, very small neighborhood,
You need to carry
but
that
that's as
burden.
far as the cave
It's not
wall is, and you're not seeing
I
beyond the
think
cave
it's
wall.
simplistic
right?
and unsophisticated.
You're also
to do
telling
it.
me
But then
that you know a lot about the cosmos.
I think
Yeah,
it's
you want me to
actually
believe you.
selfish to unload it
But
on somebody
yet,
else and give
You
them
don't
the
know what
trauma of
95, 96% of the
imagining
cosmos
what we
is,
do know about
of the
reality
energy.
is that
You
it
have no
can
idea.
create
Dark
an
energy, dark
actual
matter. You haven't a clue. And you're telling me that you know all this stuff about the cosmos, and you're missing 96% of the information.
I think what they're trying to tell us is this is what we know so far.
Comes in at multiple times a day.
I think that's what they're trying to tell us. I think they're as perplexed about dark matter and dark energy as we are, but they have
shattered
a lot of information about background radiation, about the signals that seem to indicate, in the neighborhood. Right. Well, if the universe is infinite, 13.5 billion years is nothing. It's like literally this block.
Especially if
And then,
you
of course,
need
what's
to
singularity? Big Bang. And so string theory is a series of 11, 12 theories.
Not intend to do it again.
Stand on top of
Frankly, I
each other.
think
They
you
all
live
have to
with
be
that
perfect.
burden.
They all have to
You
fit.
live with that discomfort.
And you wind up with this other conclusion that basically everything started from nothing.
Well, they don't think it starts from nothing. They think it started from an infinitely small point that exploded in an instant and created all the matter that we see in the universe today.
So I concede the head of a pin is not being used. I concede that.
Well, better concede it because it's got more matter.
I've got to concede that
Anything in our solar system, in our galaxy.
Right, just a theory.
Right.
So it's just an opinion.
Right, but it's an opinion by people that have been studying this their whole lives. And they
And now It's out. It's going out the door.
It is.
Well, I think everybody has
I didn't look
different
into
values. So I think that's a value-based decision.
Now, if I correlate the physicists that told me that, along with the psychic, we really have something.
I think
Right?
there's been a bunch of different ideas about the Big Bang, whether or not it's a constant cycle of expansion and contraction. And then there's been,
I kind of actually like that.
yeah,
I like that steady, a certain kind of steady state of elasticity, expansion and contraction continues to go on and on with the orderly force being whatever dark energy and dark matter is to maintain organization, structure, to maintain
I think there's
harmony
arguments
and everything. So you reach maximum elasticity, and then it starts to retract.
Yeah.
To your density is maximum density,
You
and
don't
you
get
do
to
this all over.
choose.
That is a theory that I've heard.
I like that.
Another theory that I think is pretty fascinating is the theory that inside of every black hole might be another universe. That the idea of inside every galaxy apparently is this massive black hole that's exactly one half, I think it's 1/2 of 1% of the mass of the entire galaxy. So this intense, massive black hole at the center of every galaxy. And the theory, at least the one that I had read, was that if you could go through that black hole, you would enter into another universe. And that each of these galaxies has infinite, like, there's infinite number of galaxies essentially. There's hundreds and hundreds of billions of galaxies. And each galaxy has a black hole inside of it, a supermassive black hole. And through that, you go into another universe. And that there's infinite universes. Because there's just all these portals, and inside each one of them, there's hundreds of millions of galaxies or hundreds of billions of galaxies. Each one of them has a black hole. Go through that, you reach more universes with hundreds of billions of galaxies. And it's just, that's true infinity.
And you can have the same effect that you have with the bubbles. So you have multiverses, right? These bubbles. Maybe the bubbles are 100 or 200 billion light years in diameter. You know, and they just have unlimited. So I don't buy that space is finite. I think it's endless. I don't think there was a beginning. I don't think there was an end to the universe. And so I think time is only relevant when it's connected to some kind of matter or electrical energy or like electrons or protons or something like that. And otherwise there's no time, because what are you measuring it against? Right. So that means that, okay, time can be infinite, and so is distance. There was no beginning, and there is no end.
Yeah, that freaks us out. But so shit, 13.5 billion years, 13.5 billion light years, that should freak you out too. All of it's beyond our possibility of understanding, because it's just so massive. Like when you see the number 13 billion, it's like, okay, I see it. I know how many zeros there are, but my brain's not ready for that. It doesn't really compute. What does that have to do with the concept of God?
So I was asking you, do you believe in a God force? You said, yes, you think so.
I said it's certainly possible.
Okay, now why do you think it's possible?
Because the universe is so spectacular that the idea that there's some force that's created it doesn't make it any less spectacular. Or it's so insane. Just what you're looking at on a night sky, on a clear night sky, if you're in a place with no light pollution, is so insane. The idea that there's some God force as well that makes all these things happen and creates all these things. There's actually like a good path and a bad path for at least sentient life forms, and that there's some sort of ultimate goal for this matter coalescing. It's possible.
So if you think there's God forces, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, what role does thought play in that?
It's a good question. Thought could be what we were talking about earlier, that this could be how this human animal creates, how this human animal innovates, and how it interacts with other animals and gives it motivation to create and innovate. And this is what creates this new form of life. I've often said that I think that human beings might be some sort of biological caterpillar that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. That we create something because of our desire for innovation and for material possessions and for there's a lot of weird instincts that people have. You wonder how are these serving us? Like how is it serving us to live your whole life to try to buy a new house and a Lexus? Like what is it? What is it about that? There's something about the pursuit of material possessions that encourages innovation and encourages the production of things. That's what people do. They make things. And if this is what our goal is, just like a bee makes a beehive, and we make things, what's the ultimate expression of those things? The ultimate expression would be a new form of life. And it seems there's a lot of work being pushed in that direction. There's a lot of work being pushed in the direction of artificial intelligence, of robotics. I mean, there's so much research that's going on right now to try to create these autonomous things that move around on the road, whether it's autonomous soldiers from the battlefield, or whether it's drones that can fly themselves and operate on artificial intelligence. Like there's this direction is going to eventually, if you talk to people far smarter than me, like Elon Musk is terrified of it because he thinks it's unchecked and that it's going to lead to something that's super potent, sentient, far smarter than us, and has no use for us. The next
Not a good thought. Not a good thought. So, so then you're keeping it open that God could be a creator who can respond in power of prayer. If you are praying for somebody, and there are a lot of studies that say that power of prayer works more than just a placebo kind of effect. That it actually works if we have a control group and a group that you're praying for, and a group that's tests like this that are double-blind tests, and it works in a laboratory kind of context. What is it that's responding to the request for prayer? Is it a God force? What is it that's responding in that context?
I don't know that that's true. I don't know that it's true that prayer works like that. I do know that the placebo effect works. I do know that the mind has extraordinary properties that we haven't harnessed. I do know that people have the ability to change their state of mind and change their physical well-being. I do know that people have the ability to boost their immune system through breathing exercises and meditation, and that we don't totally understand how they're doing that or why they're doing that, or why we can't recreate that without that kind of discipline. David Phil's an emerging property of being a person.
Who's written some good books. He's a MD, retired, and I guess he left the hospital because he was intrigued with the anomalies he found among his patients. And one of his books, I think, has something to do with the title of Power of Prayer. His name's Larry Dawson. Dr. Larry Dawson. And it's a really book that's worth reading. He authored it quite a few years ago.
And he talks about the power of prayer.
And I think he gets into the investigation of the power of prayer. That works.
So that, like, well, I think that's also probably works in a negative way too, right? This is what the concept of voodoo was. The concept of voodoo was that someone puts a curse on you, and they let you know they put a curse on you, and then your life was fucked. And then you get it in your head that your life was fucked, and then you have this self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, supposedly the results under tested, legitimate test conditions are that the results are greater than you can explain otherwise, just because of just you may not even know that you're being prayed for. So it's a controlled situation, so you don't even know that you're part of the group that's being prayed for.
How would you measure that, though, when you're talking about response for illness? And everybody varies depending on your immune system, and there's a lot of different things: nutrition, youth, health.
I think that gets into how the tests are set up. right?
because
In
I
order
need
to
to pay
make sure that
explain
they're
something.
balanced
So
in the,
I,
in
if it's
the,
okay, I would love to talk to you about
in the group, the
the
sample
personality
group that's
assessment
being
test.
prayed for, or
This is
the
super
person,
fascinating.
maybe some individual. I think if someone knew you were praying for them in
You're
health,
probably referring to them.
that seems to make a lot of sense. If you know you're being loved, it would make you feel better,
Yeah, so
and make
maybe
you
can you explain that
energized.
MSBI
When you're loved, there's a feeling, a reaction. According to the literature, just his book
basic
wrote,
skills of code
that it
types,
helps also
just
a
reading
number
through
of people
it.
that are praying for you,
It's the thing
and how committed everybody is to that.
Keep in mind
That how earnest they are in the effort.
depression,
So
schizophrenia,
apparently that matters.
bipolar
What do you think about
all
all that,
of these
Jamie?
things that need to be
It's a lot.
we many of them are doing.
Listen, Brian, we have a long conversation here. I think we're at 3 hours in.
Have to be able to
Yeah.
stitch together
Three
those
hours.
characteristics that give you intuition.
That's true, right? Not just
Hey, you're amazing. A lot of people, they tap out early. Without the pain. So you handle it like a champ. Thank you for all your work. Thank you for all the things you're interested in investigating, and thank you for your time to come here and sit down and talk to us.
Well, I tell you, this is my pleasure. This is for me. It's a great honor to be working on your show.
Thank you. It's an honor to have you. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Bye,
So what is the MBI? Like what are we talking about here? Like is a questionnaire?
Yes, that's a great start. So it is a questionnaire. Yes, 567 yes/no questions.
The following is a conversation with Brian Keating, experimental physicist and USSD, and author of Losing the Nobel Prize and Into the Impossible. Plus, he's a host of the amazing podcast of the same name called
Let's make sure
Into
that
the
we
Impossible.
identify people who
This is a less frequent podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Brian Keating. As an experimental physicist, what do you think is the most amazing or maybe the coolest measurement device you've ever worked with or humans have ever built? Maybe for now, let's exclude the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization instruments.
Yeah, I'm slightly biased towards that particular instrument.
I'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, but certainly the telescope to me is a lever that has literally moved the Earth throughout history.
It's the OG telescope.
The OG telescope, yeah, the one invented not by Galileo, as most people think, but by this guy Hans Lippershey in the Netherlands. And it was kind of interesting because in the 1600s, 1500s, 1600s, it was the beginning of movable type. And so people, for the first time in history, had a standard by which they could appraise their eyesight. So looking at a printed word now, we just take it for granted, 12-point font, whatever, and that's what the eye charts are based on, just fixed height. But back then, there was no way to adjust your eyesight if you didn't have, perfect vision. And there was no way to even tell if you had perfect vision until the Gutenberg Bible was movable type. And at that time, people realized, hey, wait, I can't read this. My priest or my friend over here, he can read it, she can read it. I can't read it. What's going on? And that's when, these people in Venice and in the Netherlands saw that they could take this kind of, glass material and hold it up and maybe put another piece of glass material and it would make it clear. And what was so interesting is that nobody thought to take that exact same device, two lenses, and go like this and look at that bright thing in the sky over there until Galileo. So Galileo didn't invent it, but he did something kind of amazing. He improved on it by a factor of 10. So he 10x'd it, which is almost as good as going from 0 to 1 as going from 1 to 10. And when he did that, he really transformed both how we look at the universe and think about it, but also who we are as a species, because we're using tools not to get food faster or to preserve our legacy for future generations, but actually to increase the benefit to the human mind.
Somebody mentioned this idea that if humans weren't able to see the stars, maybe there was some kind of makeup of the atmosphere which for the early humans made it impossible to see the stars, that we would never develop human civilization, or at least raising the question of how important is it to look up to the sky and wonder what's out there. You're supposed to maybe this is an over-romanticized notion, but like looking at the ground, it feels like a little bit too much focused on survival, not being eaten by a bear/lion. If you look up to the stars, you start to wonder, what is my place in the universe? You think that's modern humans romanticize it a little?
Because they also took the they took the same two lenses and they looked inward, right? They looked at bacteria, they looked at hairs, and none of it in the microscope, and we're still doing that. And so, to have a telescope that serves a dual purpose. It's not only a way of looking out, it's looking in, but it's also looking back in time. In other words, you see a microscope, you don't think, oh, I'm seeing this thing as it was, 1 nanosecond ago. Light travels 1 foot per nanosecond. I'm seeing it, no, you don't think about it. But when you see something that's happening, on Jupiter, the moon, Andromeda Galaxy, you see things, back when Lucy was walking around the Serengeti Plains. And for that, I think that took then the knowledge of, relativity, time travel, and so forth. It took that before we could really say, oh, we really unlocked some cheat codes in the human brain. So I think that might be a little too much, but nevertheless, I mean, what's better than having a time machine? It's like we can look back in time, we see things as they were, not as they are, and that allows us to do many things, including speculate about that. But one of the coolest things, I don't know if you're familiar with, so I'm a radio astronomer. I don't actually look through telescopes very often, except on rare occasions when I take one out to show the kids. But a radio telescope is even more sort of visceral. I mean, it's much less cool because you look at it and you're like, all right, it looks cool. It's got a weird shaped thing. Looks like it belongs in sci-fi. It's going to blast, the Death Star or whatever. But when you realize that when you point a radio telescope at a distant object, if that object fills up what's called the beam, which is basically the field of view of a radio telescope, is called the beam. If you fill up the beam and you put a resistor, just a simple absorbing piece of material, at the focus of a radio telescope, that resistor will come to the exact same temperature as the object it's looking at. Which is pretty amazing. It means you're actually remotely measuring. You're taking the temperature of Jupiter or whatever in effect, and so it's allowing you to basically teleport. And there's no other science that you can really do that, right? If you're an archaeologist, you can, let me get into my time machine and go back and see what was Lucy really like. It's not possible.
So the same thing happens. This is where I've learned about this from penguins. When the penguins huddle together, they, the body temperature arrives to the same place. So you're doing this remotely. The March of the Penguins, but remote.
You do it from Antarctica too. So there are some penguins around too.
Okay, excellent. You mentioned time machine. I think in your book, Losing the Nobel Prize, you talk about time machines. So let me ask you the question of, take us back in time. What happened at the beginning of our universe?
Okay, so usually people preface this by saying I have a simple question. So, what happened before the universe began?
Brian Keating teaching me about comedy. I have a simple question for you. Let's take two. I have a simple question. What happened at the beginning of our universe?
All right, good. So when we think about what happened, it's more correct, it's more logical, and it's more practical to go back in time, starting from today. So if you go back 13.874 billion years from today, that's some day, right? I mean, you could translate it some day, right? So on that day, something happened earlier than the moment exactly now. Let's say we're talking about 1 o'clock. So at some point during that day, the universe started to become a fusion reactor. It started to fuse light elements and isotopes into heavier elements and isotopes, so those heavier elements. After that period of time, going forward back closer to today, less, 10 minutes earlier, later, rather, coming towards us today, we know more and more about what the universe was like. And in fact, all of the hydrogen, to a very good approximation in the water molecules in this bottle, almost all of them are produced during that first 20-minute period. So I would say, the actual fusion and production of the lightest elements in the periodic table occurred in a time period shorter than the TV show, The Big Bang Theory.
Well done, sir.
Most of those light elements, besides hydrogen, aren't really used in encounter. I mean, encounter helium that often as or pilot the blimp. You don't need lithium, hopefully, but other than that, those are the kind of things that were produced during that moment. The question became, how did the heavier things like iron, carbon, nickel, we get to that later. And I brought some samples for us to discuss and how those came from a very different type of process called a different type of fusion reactor and a different type of process explosion as well called a supernova. However, if you go back to beyond those first 3 minutes, we really have to say almost nothing because we are not capable. In other words, going backwards from the first 3 minutes, as the famous Steven Weinberg titled his book, we actually marks a point where ignorance takes over. In other words, we can't speculate on what happened 3 minutes before the preponderance of hydrogen was formed in our universe. We just don't know enough about that epoch. There are many people, most practicing card-carrying cosmologists believe the universe began with what's called the singularity. And we can certainly talk about that. However, singularity is so far removed from anything we can ever hope to prove, hope to confront, or hope to observe with evidence. And it really only occurs in two instantiations, the Big Bang and the core of a black hole, neither of which is observable. And so for that reason, there are now flourishing alternatives that say you can actually, for the first time, ask the question that day, Tuesday, in the first moments of our universe. There was a Tuesday a week before that, 24 hours times 7 days before that. That has a perfectly well understood meaning in models of cosmology promoted by some of the more eminent of cosmologists working today. When I was in grad school over 25 years ago, no one really considered anything besides that Big Bang, that there was a singularity. And people would have to say, as I said, we just don't know. But they would say some future incarnation of some experiment will tell us the answer. But now there are people that are saying there is an alternative to the Big Bang. And it's not really fringe science as it once was 50, 80 years ago when these models, by the way, the first cosmology in history was not a singular universe. The first cosmology in history goes back to Akhenaten, Ra, and the temples of Egypt during the 3rd millennium BC. And in that, they talked about cyclical universes. So I was joking, that guy Akhenaten's core, he had a pretty high H index right now because people have been using that cyclical model from Penrose to Paul Steinhardt and Aegis, and right up until this very moment.
Can you maybe explore the possible alternatives to the Big Bang theory?
So there are many alternatives, starting with the singularity, quantum, cosmologically demanding singular origin of the universe. That stands in contrast to these other models, in which time does not have a beginning. And many of them feature cycles, at least one cycle, possibly infinite number of cycles, called by Sir Roger Penrose, and they all have things in common, these alternatives, as does the dominant paradigm of cosmogenesis, which is inflation. Inflation is can be thought of as this spark that ignites the hot Big Bang that I said we understood. So it's an earlier condition, but it's still not an initial condition. In physics, imagine I show you a grandfather clock or a pendulum swinging back and forth. You look away for a second, you come into the room, pendulum swinging back and forth. Alexa, tell me, where did it start? How many cycles is it going to make before you can't answer that question without knowing the initial conditions. In a very simple system, like a one-dimensional simple harmonic oscillator, like a pendulum, think about understanding the whole universe without understanding the initial conditions. It's a tremendous gap that we have as scientists that we may not be able to, in the inflationary cosmology, determine the quantitative physical properties of the universe prior to what's called the inflationary epoch.
So you're saying for the pendulum in that epoch, you can't, because you can infer things about the pendulum before you show up to the room in our current epoch, correct?
Right. Yeah, so if you look at it right now, but if I said, when will it stop oscillating? So that depends on how much energy it got initially, and you can measure its dissipation, its air resistance. You had infrared camera, you can see it's getting hotter maybe, and you can do some calculations. But to know the two things in physics to solve a partial differential equation are the initial conditions and the boundary conditions. Boundary conditions here on Earth has a gravitational field. It's not going to excurse or make excursions wildly beyond the length of the pendulum. It's not it has simple properties. But this is like, in other words, you can't tell me, when did the solar system start orbiting in the way that it does now? In other words, when did the moon acquire the exact angular momentum that it has now? Now, that's a pretty pedestrian example, but what I'm telling you is that the inflationary epoch purports and is successful at providing a lot of explanations for how the universe evolved after inflation took place and ended, but it says nothing about how it itself took place. And that's really what you're asking. I mean, you don't really, look, what you care about, like Big Bang nucleosynthesis and the elements got made and these fusion reactors and the whole universe was a fusion reactor, but like, don't you really care about what happened at the beginning of time, at the first moment of time? And the problem is we can't really answer that in the context of the Big Bang. We can't answer that in the context of these alternatives. So you asked me about some of the alternatives. So one is aeon theory, the conformal cyclic cosmology of symmetric universe. Another one that's was really popular in the 60s and 70s until the discovery of the primary component of my research field, the cosmic microwave background radiation, or CME, the 3 Kelvin all-pervasive signal that astronomers detected in 1965. That kind of spelled the death knell, in some sense, to what's called the quasi-steady state universe. And then there was another model that kind of came out of that. You hear the word quasi, so it's not steady state. Steady state means always existed. That was a cosmology Einstein believed until Hubble showed him evidence for the expansion of the universe. And most scientists believed in that for millennia, basically. The universe was eternal, static, unchanging. They couldn't believe that after Hubble, so they had to append onto it, concatenate this new feature that wasn't steady, it was quasi-steady. So the universe was making a certain amount of hydrogen every century in a given volume of space, and that amount of hydrogen that was produced was constant, but because it was producing more every century, the centuries pile up and the volume piles up, the universe could expand. And so that's how they developed it slowly, very slowly, and it doesn't match observational evidence. So, but that is an alternative.
By the way, did I say I think the steady state universe is infinite or finite? Do you know?
I would assume that he thought it was infinite because there was really, if something had a no beginning in time, then it would be very unlikely we're in like the center of it, or it's bounded, or it has, in that case, a finite edge to it.
I wonder what he thought about infinity, because that's such an confrontation.
It's a silly joke. I'm sure you're familiar with that silly joke, right? The silly joke was that there are only 2 things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity, and I'm not sure about the universe.
Well, me saying I'm not aware of the joke is a good example of the joke. It's very meta. Okay, so sorry, you were saying about quasi alternatives, all the alternatives in the quasi steady state.
And the most kind of promising, although I hate to say that, people say like, what's your favorite alternative, right?
This is not investment advice.
Inflation is not transitory; it is quasi-permanent. So a very prominent.
Sorry to interrupt. We're talking about cosmic inflation, so calm down, cryptocurrency folks.
That's right. Although the first Nobel Prize, and one of the first Nobel Prizes in economics was awarded for inflation, not the cosmological kind. So most people don't know that inflation's already won it.
It's a good topic to work on if you want a Nobel Prize. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. It's time translation. So when we look at the alternative that's called the bouncing or cyclic cosmologies, these have serious virtues, according to some. One of the virtues to me, just as a human, I'm just speaking, as a human, one of the founders of the new version of the cyclic cosmology called the bouncing cosmology is Paul Steinhardt. He's the Einstein Professor of Natural Sciences at Princeton University. You've heard of it. And he was one of the originators of what was called the new inflation. In other words, he was one of the founding fathers of inflation, who now not only has no belief or support for inflation, he actively claims that inflation is baroque, pernicious, dangerous, malevolent, not to science, not just to cosmology, but to society. So here's a man who created a theory that's captivated the world, the universe of cosmologists, such as it is. Not a huge universe, but there are podcasters and cosmologists. Some do both. But this man created this theory with collaborators. And now he's like, I joke, I'm like, Paul, you're denying paternity. Like, you're like a deadbeat dad. Now you're saying like inflation is bogus. But he doesn't just attack. See, this is what's very important about approaching things as an experimentalist. You've got a lot of theories on it, and that's wonderful, and I think that's a huge service. An experimentalist has to say no. He or she has to be confident to say, like, I don't care if I prove you right or I prove your enemy wrong, whatever. We have to be like exterminators, and nobody likes the exterminator until they need one, right? Garbage collectors, right? But it's vital that we be completely kind of unpersuaded by the beauty and the magnificence and the symmetry and the simplicity of some idea. Like inflation is a beautiful idea, but it also has consequences. And what Paul claims, and I don't agree with him fully on this point, is that those consequences are dangerous because they lead to things like the multiverse, which is outside the purview of science. And in that sense, I can see support for what he does, but none of that detracts from my respect for a man. Imagine like, Elon comes up with this like really great idea, space, and he's like, actually, it's not gonna work. But like, here's this better idea. And he's like, SpaceX is not gonna work, but he's now created an alternative to it. It's extremely hard to do what Paul has done. It doesn't mean it's right, and more attention paid to it because he's my friend, or because I respect the idea, or I respect the man and his colleague, and he just works really hard with him. But nevertheless, this has certain attractions to it. And what it does most and foremost is that it removes the quantum gravity aspect from cosmology. So it takes away 50% of the motivation for a theory of quantum gravity. You talk about quantum gravity, you talk to people, and the people on the show. Always latent in those conversations is sort of the teleological expectation that there is a theory of everything. There is a theory of quantum gravity, but there's no law that says we have to have a theory of quantum gravity.
So that kind of implicit expectation has to do ultimately with the inflationary theory, so the cosmic inflation. So is that what the core? Okay, maybe you could speak to what is the negative impacts on society from believing in cosmic inflation.
So, one of the more kind of robust predictions of inflation, according to its other two patriarchs, considered to be his patriarchs, Alan Guth at MIT and Andre Linde at Stanford, although he was in the USSR when he came up with these ideas, along with Paul Steinhardt, was that the universe has to eventually get into a quantum state. It has to exist in this Hilbert space, and Hilbert space has certain features, and those features are quantum mechanical, endowed with quantum mechanical properties, and then it becomes very difficult to turn inflation off. So inflation can get started, but then it's like one of SpaceX rockets. It's hard to turn off a solid rocket booster, right? It continues thrusting, and you need another mechanism to douse the flames of the inflationary expansion, which means that if inflation kicks off somewhere, it will kick off potentially everywhere at all times, including now, spawning an ever-increasing set of universes. Some will die stillborn, some will continue and flourish, and this is known as the multiverse paradigm. It's a robust, seemingly robust consequence not only of inflationary cosmology, but more and more we're seeing it in string theory as well. So that sometimes two branches coming to the same conclusion is taken as evidence for its reality.
So one of the negative consequences is it creates phenomena that we can't that are outside the reach of experimental science. Or is it that the multiverse somehow has a philosophical negative effect on humanity, like it makes us maybe it makes life seem more meaningless? Is that where he's getting at a little bit, or is this not reaching that far?
No, I think those are both kind of perceptive. The answer is a little both, because in one sense it's meant kind of to explain this fine-tuning problem, that we find ourselves in a universe that's particularly facile, that has features consistent with our existence, and how could we be otherwise? This sort of weekend for principle. On the other hand, a theory that predicts everything, literally everything, can be said to predict nothing. Like if I say, Lex, you're working out, you look like, you look like you're, about somewhere under 10,000 kilograms. Like, all right, yeah, you're right, but that's hardly precise. And what good is that? That's meaningless. I don't contribute any what's called surprise or reduction in entropy or reduction of your ignorance about the system. So you know exactly what you. So me telling you that tells you nothing. in this case, it's basically saying that we're living in a universe because the overwhelming odds of our existence dictate that we would exist. There has to be at least one place that we exist. But the problem is, it's a manifestation of infinity. So humans, and I'm sure you know this from with AI and ML and everything else, that humans, as far as we know, really are the only entities capable of contemplating infinity, but we do so very imperfectly, right? So if I say to you, like, what's bigger, the number, water molecules in this thing, or the number of real numbers? Or if I say what's bigger, the number of real numbers or rational numbers? They're all different classifications of the amount of infinities that there could be. Infinity to the infinity power. You have kids someday, they'll tell you, I love you infinity. You have to come back, I love you infinity plus one, right? So, but the human brain can't really contemplate infinity. Let me illustrate that. They say in the singularity, the universe had an infinite temperature, right? So now let me ask you a question. Is there anything that you can contemplate in the observer? Einstein's little quip aside, that's infinite, like a physical property, density, pressure, temperature, energy, that's infinite. And if you can think of such thing, I'd like to know it. But if you can, how does it go to infinity minus one? The opposite direction I go with my kids. How does it go from like half of infinity? Because that's still infinity. How did it cool down? How did it get more and more tenuous and rarefied? So now it's only infinity over 2 in terms of how
Less infinite or infinite. Yeah, I mean, it's that's one of the biggest troubling things to me about infinity is we can't truly hold it inside our minds. It's a mathematical construct that doesn't. It feels like intuition fails, but nevertheless we use it nonchalantly, and then use like physicists that are incredible intuition machines, and then they'll play with this infinity as if they can play with it on the level of intuition as opposed to on the level of math. Maybe something cyclical. You can imagine infinity just going around the same, kind of like a Mobius strip situation. But then the question then arises, how do you make it more or less infinite? All of that intuition fails.
Yeah. And I mean, how do you represent it in the computer, right? It's either some placeholder for infinity, or it's 1 divided by a very the smallest, possible, real number that you can represent in the memory.
Well, that's basically my undergraduate study in computer science is how to represent a floating point in a computer. I think I took 17 courses at this time. It was very useful.
I came to the right place. But in terms of what a physicist will mean, you're right. I mean, physicists will blithely, nonchalantly subtract infinity, renormalization, and do things to get finite answers. And it's miraculous. But, at a certain point, you have to ask, what are the consequences for the real world? So one of them, you ask, what's the problem? Does it make us more meaningless? They purport, many of the people that support it, like Andre Linde. In fact, Andre Linde says, you have a bias, you Lex, me, Brian. You have a bias that you believe in a universe. But shouldn't you believe in a multiverse? What evidence do you have that there's not? So he turns it around. Whereas Paul Steinhardt will say, no, if anything can happen, then there's no predictive power within the theory. Because you can always say, well, this value of the inflationary field did not produce sufficient gravitational wave and energy for us to detect it with BICEP or Simon's Observatory. But that doesn't mean that inflation didn't happen. And that's logically 100% correct. But it's like kind of chewing, Wonder Bread. I'm so apologize if they're one of your sponsors, but where's your Wonder Bread /place? I think code Klib, right? Klib. It's my favorite Russian word. Would you like a piece of Klib?
By the way, even that word "dib," which means bread in Russian, as you say it, like you were jokingly saying it now, it made me hungry because it made me remember how much I love bread. And I was in the Soviet Union when you were like hungry. That was the things you dreamed about.
What's amazing is how many of the Soviet scientists contributed to so much of what we understand today. And they were completely in hiding. Like, there's no Google. They couldn't look up on Scholar. They had nothing. They had to wait for journals to get approved by the Communist Party to get approved. And only then, if they weren't a member of some class, I'm sure like Jewish scientists, you had a passport. It's in June on your passport. And Zeldovich, the famous Yakov Borisovich Zeldovich, he was the advisor, one of my advisors, Alexander Palmer. And he had to, only because he was like at a Nobel level and was one of the fathers of the Soviet atomic bomb program, could he even get his Jewish student, he was Jewish too, but only by virtue of his standing of his intellectual accomplishments would they give him the dispensation to let his student, travel to Georgia or something. And it makes what we complain about. And I complain about academia, and it's like, oh, well, what can I talk about? Okay. We have no idea of how good it is, and that they were able to create things like inflation, completely isolated from the West. I mean, some of these people didn't meet like people like Stephen Hawking until he was almost dead, and they just learned this thing through smuggled in. It's a work of heroism, especially in cosmology. There's so many cosmologists that work incredibly hard, probably because they were working on. They could pass off as well. We're doing stuff for the atomic bomb program as well, which they were.
At the same time, there's interesting incentives in the Soviet system that maybe we could take this tangent for a brief moment. That because there's a dictatorship, authoritarian regime throughout the history of the 20th century for the Soviet Union, science was prioritized. And because the state prioritized it, through the propaganda machines, through the news and so on, it actually was really cool to be a scientist. Like you were highly valued in society, maybe that's a better way to say it. And I would say, you're saying like we have it easy now. In that sense, it was kind of beneficial to be a scientist in that society because you were seen as a hero, as there's
Angeles hero of the Soviet.
and that there's positives to that. I mean, I'm not saying I would take the negatives to the positives, but it is interesting to see a world in which science was highly prized. In a capitalist system, or maybe not capitalist, let's just say it, the American system, the celebrities are the athletes, the actors and actresses, maybe business leaders, musicians, and the people who elect are sort of lawyers. So it's interesting to think of a world where science was highly prized, but they had to do that science within the constraints of always having Big Brother watching. It's
the same in Germany. Germany had highly prized science. I mean, one of the most famous, tragic to me cases is Fritz Haber, who invented the Haber-Bosch process that allowed us to. I don't know. Have you eaten yet? You look. I mean, I know you fast, intermittent fast every day, and you do that. I said Kleb, and you got a little drool.
He says I'm lifting and I look slim. This is amazing. I'm going to clip this out and put it on Tinder. I think that I will.
You got to swipe left or right for that. But when you think about what he did and created the fertilizer process that we all enjoy and we eat from every day, he was a German nationalist first and foremost, even though he was a Jew. And he personally went to witness the application of ammonia chlorine gas applied during trench warfare in 1916 in battles in Brussels and whatever. And they had a whole cadre of Nobel laureates in chemistry and physics that would go and witness these atrocities. But that was also, they were almost putting science above, I don't want to say human dignity, but of like the fact that he would later be suppressed, and actually some of his relatives would die in Auschwitz because of the chemical that he invented also, called Zyklon B. And so it's just unbelievable. So I feel like that does have resonance today in this worship of science, and listen to science and follow the science, which is more like scientism. And there is still a danger. I always say, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you don't have a religion. Just because you in my case, in my books, I talk a lot about the Noble Prize. It's kind of like a kosher idol, something that you can worship, doesn't do any harm. And we want those people that are so significant in their intellectual accomplishments, because there is a core of America and the Western world in general that does worship and really look at science, predominantly because it gives us technology. But there's something really cool about that. And so for me, it's hard to find that balance between looking to science for wisdom, which I don't think it has. They're two different words. But also recognizing how much good and transformative power, maybe our only hope, comes from science.
You open so many doors because you also bring up our Ernest Becker in that book. So there's a lot of elements of religiosity to science and to the Nobel Prize. It's fascinating to explore, and we will. And we still haven't finished the discussion of the beginning of the universe, which we'll return to. But now, since you opened the book, wow, pun unintended, of losing the Nobel Prize, can you tell me the story of BICEP, the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization experiment, BICEP 1 and BICEP 2, and maybe you could talk about BICEP 3, but the thing that you cover in your book, the human story of it, yeah, what happened?
Yeah, that book is in contradistinction to the second book. That's like a memoir. It's really a description of what it's like to feel, what it feels like to be a scientist, and to come up with the ignorance, uncertainty, imposter syndrome, which I cover in the later book in more detail. But to really feel like you're doing something, and it's all you think about. It is all consuming, and it's something I couldn't have done now because I have too many other, wonderful, delightful demands on my time. But to go back to that moment when I was first captivated by the night sky as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, and really mixed together throughout my scientific story has always been wanting to approach the greatest mystery of all, which I think is the existence or non-existence of God. So I call myself a practicing agnostic. In other words, I do things that religious people do, and I don't do things that atheist people do. And I once had this conversation, my first podcast guest, actually, I shouldn't say, I was just having a conversation with Freeman Dyson, but he was actually my first guest. And I miss him. Name drop, yes. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of comments.
So in case people don't know, Ryan Keating is the host of Into the Impossible podcast, where he's talked to some of the greatest scientists in history of science, physicists especially in the history of science.
So when I talked to Freeman, I said, Freeman, you call yourself an agnostic too. Can you tell me something like what do you do on Sundays? You go to church. Like, no, I don't go to church. No, and I'm like, well, imagine there was like an intelligent alien, and he was looking down, or she, I don't know, he was looking down, and it saw Freeman. And on Sundays, like, a group of people go to church, but Freeman doesn't go to church. And then there's another group of people that don't go to church, and those are called atheists. But Freeman calls himself an agnostic, but he does the things that they like Richard Dawkins. He doesn't go to the same church that Richard Dawkins doesn't go to, right? So I said, how would you distinguish yourself if not practice? So I'm a behavioral person. I believe you can change your mentality, you can influence your mind, your bodily, physical actions. So when I was a 12-year-old, I got my first telescope. I was actually an altar boy in a Catholic church, which is kind of strange for a Jewish kid who grew up in New York, and we'll get into that maybe not. But I was just fascinated by these
can we get into it for a second? Let's go there. Let's go to Baby Brian, or young
Brian, the new sitcom on CBS. Young Brian, born to two Jewish parents. My father was a professor at SUNY Stony Brook. He was a mathematician, eminent mathematician. And my mother was an eminent mom and brilliant English major, etc. And they raised them, but they were secular. And they we'd go to synagogue 2 times a year, on Christmas and Easter. And we would go, Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah. That's the typical 2-day-a-year Jews. And we'd have matzahs once a year and Passover. And that was about it. And for years I was like that until my parents got divorced. My mother remarried, and she married an Irish Catholic man by the name of Ray Keating. My father's name is James Evans. So when she remarried Ray Keating, I was immediately adopted. I'm actually adopted into the Keating family. And he had 9 brothers and sisters, and just warm and gregarious. They, did Christmas, Easter. It was one of the most wonderful experiences I had. And I do things with great gusto. Whatever I do, I want to take it all with me. So to me, that meant really learning about Christianity, in this case Catholicism. So I was baptized, confirmed, and I said, I want to go all the way. I became an altar boy in the Catholic Church.
You better be the best altar boy there ever was.
I had serious skills. You passed that collection basket. I could push people and get them to 2 extra contributions. But in this case, I was 13. I don't know if you remember, when you were 13. But if you extrapolate the next level up, it's like you can graduate student, postdoc, professor. The next level up from confirmation, altar boy, is priest. And I don't know if you heard this, but priests are not entitled to have relations with women. And as a 13-year-old boy, kind of like future casting what life's going to be like for myself if I continue on my path, I found it. Maybe
The math made that up.
that's right. There was a serious gap in the future. And instead, when I should have been preparing for my bar mitzvah, as most Jewish people do at 12, 13-year-old point, I actually got a telescope and became infatuated with all the things you can see with it. It's bigger than that one over there that your hedgehog's looking through. Is that hedgehog?
It's a hedgehog and frog. I should mention, and we'll go one by one of these things. You get me some incredible gifts. Maybe this is a good place to ask about the telescope there. Put some clamps on and let the hedgehogs look. And using
Now you're officially an experimental astrophysicist.
why experimentalist versus an engineer?
Because you assembled this telescope, you gave it a mount, and you connected it to a very
Yeah, but there's no experiment going on. It's just engineering for show. It's very shallow. So experimenters taking it to the next level and actually achieving something. Here, I just built a thing for show.
Well, that's always a joke to say, oh, you're an experimental cosmologist. I'm like, yeah, I built a lot of universes. Actually, most of my time is putting clamps on things, soldering things. It's not actually doing the stroking of my non-existent beard, contemplating the cyclic versus the bouncing cosmological.
Yeah, and just like most of robotics, it's just using Velcro for things.
Right, yeah. It's not like having dancing dogs and whatever. So, telescope.
Yes, this telescope. What's the story of this little telescope?
This telescope's a very precious thing. In some ways, it's symbol of what got me into, what brought me all the blessings I have in my life. Came from a telescope. And I always advise parents, or even people for themselves, you right here, wherever we are, in biggest city on earth, Manhattan, where I was growing up as a 12-year-old outside of Manhattan, you can see the exact same craters on the moon, the same rings of Saturn, the same moons of Jupiter, the same phases of Venus. You can see the Andromeda galaxy lies 2.5 million light years away from Earth. You can do that without one thing. One that's a little more expensive. Get one that has a mount, and you can attach now your smartphone. What the hell is that? I wouldn't know what that was in 1984. And with that, you can do something that no other science, to my knowledge, can really replicate. Maybe biology in some sense, but you can experience the physical sensation that Galileo experienced when he turned a telescope like that to Jupiter and saw these 4 dots around it. Or that Saturn had ears, as he called it. Or that the moon was not crystalline, polished, smooth, and made of this heavenly substance, the quintessence substance, right? So where else can you be viscerally connected with the first person to ever make that discovery? Try doing that with the Higgs boson. Get yourself an LHC and smash together, high luminosity, call it Harry Cliff, and say, I want to remember, how did you feel? He didn't feel anything. None of them felt anything. It took years to compile it. You can't do it. Oh, yes, you can feel the exact same emotions.
That's fascinating. It's almost like maybe there's another one like that is fire. Yeah, like when you build a bonfire, like you actually get it. See, if you use a lighter, I think if you actually rub these sticks together, or however you do it without any of the modern tools, that's probably what that's like. And then you get to experience the magic of it, of what like early humans feel, what Og felt when he did it that first. By the way, is this a gift?
This is the gift.
Okay, this is
a little bit of a swag upgrade.
yeah, this is I'm pulling a boot. Like, ask if this is a gift and making it very uncomfortable for you. Not really. This is
My childhood tells
but now, all right.
So looking for this telescope
was when your love size was first
changed, because not only was I doing that, I was replicating what Galileo did, but I was, I'm 100% not comparing myself to Galileo. Okay, if there's any confusion there. But I did replicate exactly what he did, and I was like, holy crap, this is weird. Let me write it down. So it had another effect, which all good scientists, budding scientists should do, and all parents should do. Get your kid a book, a little notebook, tape a pencil to it. Write down what you see, what you hypothesize, what you think it's going to be. Not like in the high school, like hypothesis, those, but just like, wow, how did I feel? Better yet, astronomy is a visual science. Sketch what you see. The Lagoon Nebula, the Pleiades 7
sisters. You can see them anywhere on Earth. And when you do that, again, you're connecting two different hemispheres of your brain, I understand it, and you're connecting through your fingertips. You literally have the knowledge in your fingertips, in your connection between what you see, what you observe, and what you write down. Then you do research, right? The goal of science is not to just replicate what other people did, is do something new. And that's what we call research, and not just like studying, Wikipedia. And in so doing, you start to train a kid at age 12 or 13 for $50. It's unbelievable. And now we can do it back. Share it on Instagram, whatever, and you can, by doing so, have an entree into the world of what does it really mean to be a scientist, and do so viscerally. I often say, I was taught this with my English teacher, Mrs. Tompkins, in 9th grade, that the word educate, it doesn't mean to pour into. Let me pour in some facts and intellects. It's not like machine learning, you're just showing like billions of cats, or, you're not like forcing it in, you're bringing it out. It means to pour out of in Latin, educare. And what more could a teacher want than to have something, the kid is just like gushing? No, you're not going to see to inspire the kid. Yes, inspire. Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Tompkins. Yeah, Mrs. Tompkins, she's watching, yeah. She's a big fan. Maybe she doesn't care for it, but yeah. Yeah, excellent. We take those we love for granted. This is in Manhattan. This is in Westchester County. Got it. So, but then that's where the dream is born. Yeah. But then there is the pragmatic journey of a scientist. So going to university, graduate school, postdoc, and all the way to where you are today. What's that? What are some notable moments in that journey? So I call that the academic Hunger Games, because it's like you're competing against like these people, who are just getting smarter all the time as you're getting smarter all the time. They want to get into a fewer and fewer number of slots. Like there's fewer slots to get into college than in high school. There's fewer slots in graduate school. There's very fewer slots to be a postdoc, and many, maybe infinitesimal number. We just did a faculty search at UC San Diego. 400 applicants for one position. It's almost getting impossible. Like I almost can't conceive of doing what these new brilliant people applying to become an assistant professor at a state university that they're doing. Like, it takes so much courage to do that. So I went from this kid in New York thinking I would never be a professional astronomer. A, because I didn't know any, I'd never seen any, I didn't even know that they existed, and I thought, who the hell's going to pay me to look at the stars? Like, will they pay me to be like an ice cream taster? Like, it's just not something I can conceive of getting paid to do, even if I had the brilliance to do it, which I didn't feel I did. And then I went to graduate school, and during graduate school, I had this kind of on-again, off-again relationship with my father. And I knew that he was a mathematician. He had left and got remarried himself and moved across the country. I didn't see him for 15 years. And in that time, I learned a lot about him. And I learned that he had gotten very interested not in pure mathematics, which he had been a number theorist and contributed some work on the Fantine equations, which played a role in returns work that you may have seen. But anyway, he had become interested, turned completely away from that into the foundations of quantum mechanics and relativity, which was physics. And by that time, I was at Brown University, and I was, thinking, maybe I'll be a condensed matter physicist or experimentalist. I never thought I'd be a theorist. I'm not a theorist, so I was pretty prescient. And but it always appealed to me. Like, why not do what made me happy as a child? Like, we often forget about like those, primitive things about us are probably the most sustainable, durable, and resilient attributes of our character. So with my own kids, I'm like, what are they interested in now? And it doesn't mean that's what they're going to do. It means some of them want to play Fortnite, like professional Fortnite, which there are. But the odds of that is less than the odds of being a professor. Can I ask you, is your father still with us? Yep. With medication. Just in a small tangent. It's brutal. It's academic. Miss him? Do you think about him? Does his mathematical journey reverberate through who you are? Absolutely. I mean, it did in very many ways. And he's been gone for a long time. Thinking back to that time with him, he must have instilled some capacity for me to only want to spend my time, which is a limited quantity. I don't think it's the most limited quantity. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But to go into only the most challenging, interesting things with the limited time that we have in our life. And for him, it was the foundations of quantum mechanics. For me, it was the foundations of the universe. And how did they come to be? And I felt like, well, people have been trying since Einstein to outdo Einstein. They've made great progress in the foundations of quantum mechanics. But
this is an exciting time. The Kobe satellite had just released its data that the universe had this anisotropy pattern. Stephen Hawking called it like looking at the face of God and so forth. And so it seemed like this is a good golden age for what I'm going to do and what I'm most interested in. But always throughout that, I wanted to understand. I didn't want to be a wrench. No offense to people that just do experiment, and no offense to monkeys. No offense to monkeys. I'm sorry. This little guy, sorry, man. But thinking back to what animates me, it's not doing the engineering as much as it is getting the data. But there's a lot of steps. I want to be the guy understanding what made the universe produce the signal that we saw. So I always joke with my theorist friends, you know, call me a closeted theorist. You know, like I want to be, you know, what they call a guy who hangs out with musicians, a drummer. So I want to be like that for physics, right? Like for theoretical physics. I want to be like the guy who doesn't do new theory, but understands the theory that the new theorists are doing.
I love that formulation of a theorist is understanding the source of the signal you're getting. Like signal is primary. Like the thing you measure is primary, and theory is just the search of explaining how that signal originated. But it's all about the signal. I mean, I see the same search for the human mind and like neuroscience in that same kind of way. It's ultimately about the signal, but you kind of hope to understand how that signal originated. That's fascinating. That's such a beautiful way to explain experimental physics, because it ultimately at the end of the day is all about the signal.
Yeah, and maybe those two things, the neuroscience and the cosmos, not getting too romantic, but yeah, maybe they're linked in some fundamental way, right? Some fundamental cosmic consciousness. But
we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, no, we definitely have this. But getting back, so my origins. So I always say, like, and I want to try this. You said you wouldn't answer any of my questions, but I'm going to ask you some questions. What's the most important day in the calendar? Don't tell me the date, but what's the most important day to you every year?
Sort of to think about.
Date of the calendar could be like your mistress's, birthday or whatever. But
I have so many I lose track. Even though I'm single, how does that even make sense?
I know.
I'll say a day, like a month and a day. Yeah, I mean, for me it would be December 31st.
Yeah. So I was gonna say New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Still say birthday, anniversary, kid's birth. They're usually signifying beginnings and ends, right? January means the portal between the God, the portal between the beginning and the end. So you're looking back, maybe because you're Russian, like the death side, the light side, looking forward to January, the beginning, right? Everybody's most important day is usually some beginning or something significant. For me, it was studying the most significant thing of all. So when did the universe get born, as I said before? And I didn't think there was some mental obstruction that I didn't realize that I could get past, because I didn't think like anybody does it. Like I knew astronomers knew these answers that the universe at that time between 10 and 20 billion years old. Now we know it's 13.872 billion years old. It's incredible, the 5-digit, per significant figure. What
is it again?
13.872 billion years. 872 million.
So is there a lot of plus or minus on that? What are the years?
For me, I'm 50. So it would be the equivalent of you looking at me and telling me within 12 hours how old I am. It's a 0.5% level accuracy.
There's a confidence behind that.
Oh yeah, I mean there's a significance. Yeah, no, it's extremely well measured. I mean it's one of the most precise things that we have. In contrast to 25 years ago, we didn't know if the universe was 10 billion or 20 billion years old, but there were stars in our galaxy that were believed to be, as they are, about 12 billion years old, or in the universe that were 12 billion. So that would be like you being older than your father. It was embarrassing.
Can we actually take a tangent on a tangent on a tangent on a tangent? How old is the universe? Can you dig into this number? How do we know currently with those? I guess you said 4 or 5 significant digits.
So we can come about it from 2 different ways. One, basically, they rely on the most important number in cosmology, which is called the Hubble constant. The Hubble constant is this weird number that has the following units. It has the units of kilometers per second per megaparsec. So it's a speed per distance, which means you multiply it by distance and you get a speed. And what is the speed you're measuring? Well, you're measuring the speed of a distant galaxy of many megaparsecs away. So a galaxy at 1 megaparsec, this isn't actually strictly true because of local gravitational effects. But if you go out, say 1 megaparsec away, I would say that that galaxy is moving 72 kilometers per second away from you. And every galaxy, except for the local, very most local group surrounding us, maybe a half a dozen galaxies, out of 500 billion galaxies to perhaps a trillion galaxies. So 12 out of that number are moving towards us, the rest are moving away from us. So that number, if you invert it, if you say, well, when did those things last touch each other, all those galaxies? Now they're really far apart. We know how fast they're moving away. It's a very simple algebra problem to solve. When were they touching? That's where you get that number from.
So there's the local 12 and then the rest.
Ignore the 12, yep.
And then you can go to 12 and then look at the others and solve the algebra problems. How does the stuff in the beginning, the mystery of that beginning epoch change this calculation?
Very little, because actually we understand how there's some other ingredients that go into it, namely how much dark energy there is in the universe, how much dark matter there is in the universe, how much radiation, light, neutrinos, etc. there are, and how much ordinary matter, like we're made up of neutrons, protons, croutons.
Okay, so
morons.
You understand
it appears that the universe is bigger than it is older. How does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're talking about the fact that we can actually see stuff in our observable universe that's located at a distance that is farther than the speed of light times the age of the universe. Naively, you would say that so you're right. If the universe were static, if the universe came into existence, and you can conceive of this, the universe came into a Big Bang in a fixed universe. So the universe just started off. Those galaxies were, they could be moving towards us, away from us. Who knows? That you could say, I can see a galaxy that's at a distance of only 13.8 billion years times the speed of light. That would be true. But the fact that the light is expanding along with the expansion of the universe. So imagine there was some very distant past. We were near a galaxy. It's going to produce some light. And that galaxy is going to be moving away from us. The light's going to be getting more red shifted, as it's called. And it's going to be moving farther and farther away from us. And as time goes on, there'll be some acceleration as we get into the era of dark energy. The light signals, there'll be some cone of acceptance, from which represents all the events that we could have received information from. We can't currently communicate with that galaxy. It sent us some light, and now it's moving away, and it sent us some light. And because the space is also dragging the photons with it, if you like, the photons are being participating in the expansion of the universe. That's why they're redshifting. That we can see things out to where the universe first began expanding, not just when it began existing. And because the universe has been expanding for 13.8 billion years with no sign of slowing down yet, which is a huge surprise, serendipitous surprise, that we can see things approximately 3 times the age of the universe away from us. So we can see this called the age of the universe for 15 billion years, just to make the math simple. We see things at 45 billion light years distance in that direction. And we see things at 45 billion light years in that direction, just turning telescopes 180 degrees away. So that means we see things that themselves are 90 billion light years away from each other. That's sort of the diameter of the observable universe. Is there another universe beyond that? We don't know. Some conjecture there's not only one, there's an infinite number of them.
How are you emotionally okay with the fact that our universe is expanding? So, like,
it's gonna be like Annie Hall, like with Melody Singer.
I grew up in this.
I realized that you did. So there's a thing.
Annie Hall is that some kind of.
What is this? Movie with Woody Allen, certainly canceled, but nevertheless, back when he was not canceled yet, he made a movie called Annie Hall, in which, as this is self-depiction, he's like a Larry David, neurotic, typical neurotic young Jew. He's in Brooklyn, and he all of a sudden tells his mother he's not doing his homework anymore. He refuses to do his homework. Mother says, why? Because the universe is expanding.
and it keeps on expanding, everything will rip apart, and it will never have anything in contact, and everything is meaningless. I assume these are some of the topics we get to. And she goes, "What are you talking about? We're in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is not expanding." And that's true. Brooklyn is not expanding. The solar system is not expanding. They'll often have to get asked, "What is the universe expanding into?" That's one of my favorite questions. What is it expanding into? And I say, it's actually an easy question if you think about it. You've seen your friend Elon, he goes into space, he's got a rocket, right? What's outside of the rocket? If you take this bottle, empty out this bottle, take the cap off it, go outside the rocket, it's a tank, screw on the cover of it. What's in there? Is it empty?
There's
Semantics, I guess. Yeah.
No, it's definitely not empty.
So you step outside the rocket.
Yeah, you're in the vacuum of space, the quote unquote vacuum of space.
And there's no more liquid in it.
There's no more liquid in it. No, it's just a container, 1 cubic centimeter. Let's just make it simple. 1 cubic centimeter of box, and you take it out into space outside the Falcon, whatever, right? What's inside that box? It's not empty. There's actually, I'm going to say, this is going to set your friends up. There's 420 photons from the fusion of the light elements that we call the cosmic microwave background inside that box at any second.
Okay, now ready to hold on a second. What? 420. That's I've heard that number before. All right, let's.
It used to be 69, but then they changed.
Wow, physics works in mysterious ways.
Okay, millimeter box is 69.
What are we talking about here? What's in the box?
I'm gonna get it. That's right. Let's think outside the box. Now we're thinking inside the box. So if you have every cubic centimeter of our observable universe is suffused with heat left over from the Big Bang, dark matter particles, there's a little ordinary matter in the universe, and every cubic centimeter there's some probability to find a proton, a cosmic ray, an electron, etc. There's actually an awful lot of neutrinos inside of that cubic centimeter. Now, just imagine how many cubic centimeters there are in the universe. It's enormous. That's why there's enormous numbers of particles in our universe. It's a very rich universe. But now let's zoom in on that box. So now inside that box, there might be one. Let's say there might be one ordinary matter like a proton, an electron, a baryon, a lepton. There might be a couple hundred neutrinos, and there'll be a couple hundred photons. As I said, 420. What's between those guys? What's between the protons and the neutrinos and the photons? Like, just zoom into a cubic micron now. Like, imagine 420 things inside a box this big. It's actually pretty empty. Like, they're just zipping around in there, right? So between them, there's a lot of empty space.
This is outside the kind of physics-based models of fields and all those kinds of things. Just actually asking the question, like, what is this emptiness?
Particle content in the universe, in every cubic centimeter of the universe.
Like outside of the 420, so you have the 420. If they have some mass.
Well, they have energy. They don't have photons.
Energy.
That's why they don't bring suitcases. You know that's true, right? Photons never bring suitcases with them because they're traveling light. It's corny dad jokes. Okay, you'll appreciate it.
This is pretty good. It's just I'm laughing on the inside. What's in the box? What's the 420? What's between the photons?
That's what space is. That's what the universe is expanding into.
Okay, that's the notebook on which the photons are written exist. It's beautiful, but still, I understand this, but it's still uncomfortable that if the universe is expanding, this thing is expanding, the canvas is expanding. It's very strange. It's like if we're just sitting there still, I guess if we're in Brooklyn, nothing's expanding. So our cognition, our intuition about the world is based on this local fact that we don't get to experience this kind of expansion.
Yeah, and now intuition leads us astray. But you know that gravity is the weakest of the so-called fundamental forces, and yet it has the longest range pervasiveness. Gravity is, we're being pulled towards the Andromeda Galaxy at some enormous rate of speed because of its massive counter-gravitational force, the force we exert on it. So gravity is enormously long range, but incredibly weak. And because of that, we can think about these effects of expansion as the relationship between the as you said, the grid lines on the notebook, right? Gravity is a manifestation of the interrelationship between those points, how far they are from each other, and those can change. Those point distances can change over time because of the force of gravity. So it's weak, and what we experience as gravity is the changing of those trajectories from being rectilinear to curvilinear. That's what we experience as gravity. When you had this analogy when you talked to Barry Barish about a bowling ball and a trampoline, that's almost right, because it's actually, you have to visualize that now in 4 dimensions, like wrapping a trampoline at every point around the object, including on the sides. It becomes very hard to visualize, so a lot of people use that. It's also fraught analogy because you're using gravity, like the notion of gravity pulling something down to explain the notion of gravity. So it's a little overburdening the analogy.
But okay, so you mentioned Barry Barish, you wrote the forward to your book. How do gravitational waves fit into all this? How do they, on the emotional level, how do they make you feel that they're just moving space-time?
Yeah, so gravitational waves were the Nobel Prize for gravitational waves discovery the first time. It was discovered twice, indirectly by 2 men named Hulse and Taylor, and that was given my first year of graduate school. The day I entered graduate school, almost they announced these 2 guys won it, and the guy who won it did the work that would later win him the Nobel Prize when he was my age.
Is this in the 40s?
This is in the 19s. To a cosmologist age, and to a tennis player,
Not on Tinder.
That's right. All right. Sorry. Gravitational waves do fit in because what we're trying to do now is use the properties of gravitational waves, the analogous properties that they have to photons, that they travel at the speed of light, that they go through everything, they can go through everything, and that they're directly detectable. We're using them to try to confirm if or if not inflation occurred. So did inflation, the spark that ignited the fusion of the elements in the early part of the universe and the initial expansion of the universe, did that take place? There's only one way that cosmologists believe we can ever see that. Through the imprint of these primordial gravitational waves, not these old, newcomers that Barry studies, the ones that occurred a billion light years away from us. A billion years ago. But we're seeing things that happened 13.82 billion years ago during the inflationary epoch. However, those we cannot build a LIGO and put it at the Big Bang. So if you want to measure, let's say the old-time firecracker, let's say there's a firecracker, and you want to see if it went off in the building next door to you. You can't see it, so you can't see the imprint of it, but you can hear it. And what we're trying to do is hear the effect of gravitational waves from the Big Bang, not by using a camera or even an interferometer like Barry used and his colleagues, but instead using the CMB, the light, the primordial ancient fossils of the universe, the oldest light in the universe. We're going to use that as a film onto which gravitational waves get exposed.
And hope you can. So what are the challenges there to get enough accuracy for the exposure?
So the signal, as I said, is so there's 420 of these photons per cubic centimeter, and there's a lot of cubic centimeters in the universe. However, what we're looking for is not the brightness of the photon, how intense it is. We're not looking for its color, what wavelength it is. We're looking for what its polarization is.
And well, let me just ask, are you serious about the cubic millimeter 420 is the number? Cubic centimeter 420 is the number. I wonder if he knows this, and if he doesn't, he will truly enjoy this.
Yeah, that's true.
Funding security. Excellent. So, this takes us to this story of heartbreak, of triumph, that you described when using the Nobel Prize. So, describe what polarization is that you mentioned. Can you describe what bicep 1, bicep 2 are, bicep 3, perhaps the instruments that can detect this kind of polarization? What are the challenges? The origin story, the whole thing.
Yeah. So, the origin story goes back again to like a father-son rivalry. It really does. So my father won all these prizes, awards, etc., but he never won a Nobel Prize. And some parents in America, they compete.
their kids. Oh, I was a football player in high school. I'll show you, and whatever, wrestling, whatever. And some of it's pretty healthy too. But with me and my dad, it wasn't super healthy. Like we would compete, and he was much more of a pure mathematician, and I was an experimental physicist. So we had both different ideas on what was worth prioritizing our time. But I knew for sure he didn't win the Nobel Prize, and I knew I could kind of outdo him. So I feel pretty venal and kind of a minuscule kind of character by saying
The only reason you could outdo him is because the Fields Medal is given every 4 years.
and only if you're under 40, which he was.
So he's working under much more limited conditions.
That's right. So even if I had, which, spoiler alert, the book's called Losing the Nobel Prize, so I didn't do it. But I wanted to do something big, and I wanted to do something that would really just unequivocally be realized as a discovery for the ages, as in fact it was when we made the premature announcement that we had been successful.
So you were from the beginning reaching for the big questions.
That's all.
So as an experimenter, you were swinging for the fences.
That's all I wanted to do. I felt like if it's not, if it's worth spending, perhaps the rest of my life on as a scientist, it better be damn well better be interesting to me, to carry me through, to give me the I always say passion is great, and people say, oh, follow your passion, but it's not enough. Passion's like the spark that ignites the rocket, but that's not enough to get the rocket into space.
So then you swung for the fences with Bicep One. What is this?
So Bicep One was born out of kind of interesting circumstances. So I had gone to Stanford University for a postdoc, so academic Hunger Games. Stanford University. Yeah, it's this small little school. It's not like that technical college in Massachusetts that you're familiar with. But as I went there, I was working for a new assistant professor. She had gotten there only a year before I got there, and she had her own priorities and things that she wanted to do. But I kept thinking in my spare time that I wanted to do something completely different. She was studying galaxies at high redshift, and I wanted to study the origin of the universe using this type of technology. And I realized, courtesy of a good friend of mine who's now at Johns Hopkins, Mark Haminkowski, that we didn't need this enormous Hubble telescope. We didn't need a 30-meter diameter telescope. We needed a tiny refracting telescope, no bigger than my head, less than a foot across. And that telescope would have the same power as a Hubble telescope, the size telescope could have, because the signals that we're looking for are enormous in wavelength on the sky. They're enormously long, large area signals on the sky. And if we could measure that, it would be proof effectively, as close as you get to proof. There could be things that mimic it, but that we discovered the inflationary envelope. Inflation being the signal originally conceived of by Alan Guth to explain why the universe had the large-scale features that it does, namely that it has so-called flat geometry. So there's no way to make a triangle in space in our universe that has 3 interior angles that do not sum to 180 degrees. You can do that with spacecraft, you can do that with stars, you can do that with laser beams, you can do that with 3 different galaxies. All those galaxies, no matter how far you go, have this geometry. It's remarkable. But it's also unstable. It's very unlikely. It's very seemingly finely tuned. And that was one of the motivations that Guth had to kind of conceive of this new idea called inflation in 1979. He was a postdoc also at Stanford, SLAC. And he was trying to get a permanent job. I was trying to make my name for myself. And so I realized I could do this. But I was also being paid by this professor at Stanford to do a job for her. And I was kind of a crappy employee, to be honest with you. And then one day she couldn't take it anymore because I was like sketching notebooks and planning his experiments, and I wasn't.
You had big ideas in your mind. You were planning big experiments, and that was difficult to work with on a small scale for like a postdoc type of situation. Where you have to, publish basic papers, deliver on some basic deadlines for a project, all those kinds of things.
Support your advisors, paying you, she was paying me. And so one day I came in, and it actually involved another friend of mine, an astronomer named Jill Tarter, who pioneers in the SETI science business of detecting extraterrestrials, which I assume you'd never like to talk about aliens, so I'm sure we won't get into aliens. But Jill was visiting Stanford, and I was like, I really want to meet her. Can you introduce me? And she said, no, in fact, you're fired. my boss. So I was like, this is possibly the best thing that could ever happen to me. I didn't know where it would lead or what would happen to it, but getting fired from this ultra prestigious university turned out to be the path. I mean, literally, that brings me here today. In that
yes, there are certain
because of that, I ended up working for another person in Caltech, which is in Pasadena, and she, my original boss, Sarah Church, she got me the job with her former advisor, a man by the name of Andrew Lang. And Andrew was like, he was like this, I don't know, like, he was like a Steve Jobs or Elon, you know, charismatic, handsome, persuasive, ideal man. Not the guy always in the lab and doing everything, but understood where things are going decades ago. And he had been involved in an experiment that actually measured the universe was flat, very close to flat, along with a preceding experiment done at Princeton by Lyman Page and other collaborators.
So the shape of the universe is flat.
The geometry of the universe is flat.
How did he do that experiment?
So he used the cosmic microwave background. And so what I said is you have to look for triangles in the universe. So you can measure triangles on Earth. Actually, it's hard to show that the Earth is curved, but you can show the Earth is curved using triangles, mountaintops, etc. If you have an accurate enough protractor.
Allegedly.
Yeah. God, you're like AutoCAD. This is great. My ratings are going to go up.
If you want actual science, go listen to Brian. If you want all of these conspiracy theories, or aka the truth about flat Earth.
So what he used was the following triangles. There are proto-galaxy-sized objects in the CMB. The cosmic microwave background has these patches, and so you can make a triangle out of the diameter of one of these blobs of primordial plasma, the soup that constitutes the early universe. It's just hydrogen. It's a very simple material. Understand hydrogen, electrons, and radiation. Very simple. Plasma as the sun. Understand it. The diameter is, one base of the triangle, and then the distance to the Earth is the other two legs. So he measured, along with his colleagues at Caltech and University of Rome and this other group at Princeton, measured the angle, interior angle, effectively, very, very accurately, and showed that it added up to 180 degrees.
Can you localize accurately the patches in CMB? Can you know where they trace them back location-wise?
You can know where they are, but more than that, there's so many of these patches. They're about 1 square degree on the sky. The sky, you may know, a sphere has about 44,000 square degrees in the sphere. So there's literally 44,000 of these size patches over which he could do these kind of measurements and build very good statistics. That's not exactly how they do it or how they did it on this experiment called Boomerang, but they did measure very accurately the what was called the first Doppler peak or acoustic peak in the plasma, the primordial plasma.
So the sphere has approximately 44,000 square degrees. So to cover a sphere, that's a very kind of important data collection thing when you're sitting on a sphere and you're looking out into the observable universe. So there's a lot of patches to work with.
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of the fast kind of algorithmic decomposition of spheres and machine learning in the early 2000s, still used today, was created out of this field by data analysts using this thing called hierarchical equilibrium triangles called heel picks is what it's called.
And just stitch all the stuff together, and that's and stitch it together very accurately.
Yeah, get high statistical significance in order to reduce these statistical errors. Create clean signal measurement device to reduce the systematic errors. Those are the two predominant sources of error in any measurement. Those that can be improved by more and more measurement. You take more and more measurements of this table, you'll get slightly better each time, but you only win as the number of the 1 over the square root of measurements. But the square root of 44,000 is pretty big. So they were able to get a very accurate measurement. Again, it's not exactly how they did it. They also have to do a Fourier analysis, decompose that to a power spectrum, filtration, windows. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Image analysis, and then comparing that with cosmological parameters. Very simple model, just 6 different numbers that go into the model that made a prediction. And one of those is the geometry of the universe pops out, and that is the universe has 0 spatial curvature. And that was called Boomerang. So he had just come off of this. Now, let me remind you, who was the first person, to measure the curvature of the Earth? It's a guy named Aristophanes in the, lived around Aristotle's time. His name is in the history books. So this guy, Andrew Lang, I was like, he's like the next Aristophanes. Like, I just wanted to work for this guy. He was clearly had this brand. He was about 40 at the time.
California Scientist of the Year. I was sure he was going to win a Nobel Prize for that. And I knew that he, so I went down to Caltech to get my job done. And he said, I love it. You got a job. And before I could even, before he finished the sentence, I said, I'll take it. It was too good to be true. And I started working there at Caltech, and slowly but surely, because Caltech's a rich private university, at that time run by a Nobel Prize winner by the name of David Baltimore. He just wrote us a check. Baltimore wrote us a check and said, get started on this idea. And so we started coming with the idea for what I later named BISAP, background imaging, cosmic extragalactic polarization, which is kind of ironic because we ended up measuring galactic polarization. We'll get to that in a minute. But along the way, the idea was very simple. We're going to make the simplest telescope you can possibly make, which is a refracting telescope. Your eyes, you have 2 refracting telescopes in your head. Only way, forward is making things more complex, right? When you make things complex in science, you introduce the possibility for systematic errors. And so, we want to build the cleanest instrument. It turns out the cleanest instrument you can build in astronomy is a refracting telescope. We also had to, unlike that telescope or Galileo's, we had to use very sensitive detectors that were cooled less than 1/20th of the temperature of the cosmic background itself, which is the coolest temperature in the whole universe. So we had to cool these down to about 0.1 or 0.2 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. To do that, we need to put it inside of a huge vacuum chamber and suck out all the air molecules and water molecules and take it to a very, very special place called the South Pole, Antarctica, from which I retrieved for you a patch. There it is there. So when you go there, you get these bright red jackets.
Right. Oh, yeah. As somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, we obviously like to call it red. United States Antarctic Program, the National Science Foundation.
And the base is called the Amundsen Scott South Polar Station. So it's a little known fact of geopolitics that whatever country occupies a region has ownership over it. Now there is a treaty in Antarctica. You can't use it for military purposes, for mining, etc., etc. But I don't know if you know, but about 12 years ago, Putin sent a submarine to the North Pole. Now, there's no land at the North Pole, right? So what did he do? He stuck it on the ocean underneath. But the South Pole is on a continent called Antarctica, which was first reached about 110 years ago. First time in human history. Antarctica means the opposite of the bear. It means like no bears there. Basically, opposite of where polar bears are. Arctic means polar bear. That's where So Antarctica means the opposite place of that. So humans never even saw it, let alone went to the South Pole, which is kind of in the middle of the continent. We went to take this telescope somewhere extremely dry. It turns out the Sahara Desert, San Diego, Texas, there's no place like the South Pole or Chile. Those are the 2 premier places on Earth. Of course, you'd like to go into space. There's no water in space.
So it's not about cold, it's about dry.
Exactly. So that's why, for example, you can take this vodka, and you can put it in this cup, right? And we can take it over to a microwave somewhere and heat up. After 2 minutes, the water is 3 minutes, the water's boiling. You can't touch it. Take it from it, don't touch it. But you can touch the mug and take it out if you want to, right? Why? Because the mug is totally bone dry. But the microwaves get absorbed by the water molecules, because water molecules resonate exactly at these microwave frequencies. So we don't want these precious photons, 420 of them, traveling per cubic centimeter from the Big Bang itself to get absorbed in some water molecule in the Earth's atmosphere. So you take it to a place with the fewest number of water molecules per square centimeter of surface area. And that happens to be my other project, the Simon Observatory is located. Or you take it to the South Pole. We took it to the South Pole and spent a couple of months of my life down there. And it's like being on Hoth. It's a completely otherworldly environment. Ice, planar, flat as a pancake. And the buildings are built up on stilts. They're built up because the snow will otherwise cover them over. The nearest medical facilities are 4,000 miles away. If you have any issues with your wisdom teeth, they yank them before you go down there. If you have any issues with your appendix, they cut it out of you before you go down there. The Russians at Vostok base, not too far away, about 600 miles away. The doctors there, there's a famous picture of one of them operating on himself, taking out his own appendix in the middle of winter.
It's a harsh condition. Science in the harshest of conditions.
On Earth, at least. And we go to those great lengths because it's the pristine environment to observe these precious photons.
And we built this telescope, and it weighs tens of thousands of pounds, and it had to scan the sky almost like it's a robot. I mean, it's scanning the sky almost unattended. It needed, we have a guy who spends a year of his life down there, a girl who spends a year of their life down there. They're called winter rovers. They arrive in sometimes as early as November, and they don't leave until the following December. And we always joke, we'll pay you $75,000. You just have to work for one night of your life. That's all we got. It's a long night. And what bicep is, and I couldn't bring my polarized sunglasses here, so I brought these actual polarizers here. So if you take this and put it in front of your telescope there, you've now made a polarimeter. You made a polarization sensitive telescope. Now you may not be able to immediately know how you would use such a thing, but one way to think about it, now take this guy and look at a light source, put one up to your eye, and now put the other one in front of it, anywhere, and now rotate them. What happens to the light source?
Comes brighter and dimmer and brighter and dimmer.
Yeah, so it's called a quadrupolar pattern, right? So it's repeating. It goes bright, dim, bright, dim. It rotates twice in intensity for every single physical rotation. And that's because of the property of the photon. The photon has a spin-one field, but the polarization of light is it's the axis in which its electric field is oscillating. Its electric field is marching straight up and straight down. So therefore, vertical polarization is the same as negative vertical polarization. And so you get the same pattern as you rotate 2 times for every one physical rotation. So it's like a spin tube object. So now if you put that in front of the telescope, you can do one of 2 things. Now you're polarizing all the light that's going in because you have one of the polarizers, and then you can analyze it as you rotate the other one. You can analyze it and change the amount of polarization. Or you can put this kind of very special crystal in here. There's a crystal called calcite. This is from Lex Luthor, not Lex Luthor. This crystal, put it on top of your printed notes there, and tell me, what does it look like?
There's I can see everything twice.
It's a double image. That is a special crystal that has 2 different indices of refraction. So light emerging, which is unpolarized from the black ink, comes out, and it splits into 2 different directions. And it could split even more if I made the crystal either more expensive crystal, but that's all I have.
What is the crystal with this kind of property called?
It's called calcite. This is crystal. It's called birefringent crystal. Bi means 2, refringent means refracting. So this is a special type of material that separates light based on its polarization.
Very clean bi signal.
Yeah,
it's cleanly 2. Yeah, I'm seeing 2 very cleanly.
It's very crisp, right? So that's yours to keep with every time you host me. Now, take the polarizer underneath your left hand, put it on top of the crystal, and kind of move back and forth.
Wow, this is incredible. You can switch as you rotate. You switch from one signal to the other, so one of the refractions to the other.
Whoa. So that is now you are analyzing the polarization. You are confirming the light comes out of the crystal, 2 different types of polarization, and effectively what we do is we have those 2 things, if you like, but working in the microwave. So our detector is where the cosmic photons are brightest in the microwave regime of the electromagnetic spectrum, and we're coupling that to a refracting telescope. Well, your eyes are refracting telescopes, so you are a polarizer. The human eye can actually slightly detect polarization, but otherwise it only detects its intensity of light and the color. That's what we call color and intensity and brightness.
So you're devising an instrument that's very precise at measuring that.
Exactly. And doing so in the microwave region, the detector is not made of biological human eyes and retina cells, but of superconductors and things called bolometers. And this has to be done at temperatures close to absolute 0, under vacuum conditions, 1/1000th of the pressure we feel here at sea level.
So why is it that this kind of device could win a Nobel Prize?
So when the CMB was discovered, it was discovered serendipitously. There were 2 radio astronomers working at the time at Bell Laboratories. Now, why would Bell Laboratories be employing radio astronomers? Bell Laboratories was kind of like Apple, or it's like a think tank, or it's Google. Let's say it's like Google has like Google X, that's the same thing, right?
So they were working there, but imagine if Google was employing radio astronomy, like they were actively recruiting. Why would they do that? Well, it turns out that was the beginning in the 1960s, was the first commercial satellite launch for communication. And so Bell Labs, which would later become the telephone, part of AT&T, and the early telephone company, later invent the first cell phone, the Eero. And they would take that, 1946, and they would take that telescope technology that radio astronomers had developed, and they would use that to see if they could improve the signal to noise of the satellites that they were seeing. And they found they couldn't. They found that they could not improve the signal noise ratio of the first telecommunications satellite. It was like the equivalent to 1 kilobit per second modem. They were bouncing signals from the West Coast up to the satellite, bouncing it down, landing it in New Jersey, of all places, in northern New Jersey, Homeland, New Jersey. And these radio astronomers couldn't get rid of the signal. So they said, well, New Jersey's not far from New York. Let's see if the signal's coming from New York. No, not coming from New York. Let's see if it changes with the year. Maybe it's coming from the galaxy, which was also discovered there by Jansky in 1930s.
So in the not being able to reduce the signal or increase the signal to noise ratio, the noise was
Noise. They couldn't move the signals, right? They couldn't get rid of the noise. And there was excess noise over the model that had not only been predicted by them, but had been measured by a previous guy by the name of Edward Owen. He measured the same signal, found that there was this hiss of static, of radio static that he could not get rid of, that had a value of about 3 Kelvin. So you can translate. Remember I said, if you take a radio telescope and you have pointed at an object that's hot, the radio telescope's detector will get to the same temperature as the object. It's a principle of radio thermodynamics. So it's a really interesting thing. It's a thermometer. You can stick it into Jupiter from here on Earth. It's amazing. And so we in radio astronomy characterize our signal not by its intensity, but by its temperature. So he found this guy, Edward, there's this 3 Kelvin signal. I can't get rid of it. It must be I did my error analysis wrong. And I would give him an F if he was one of my first-year students. But he just attributed to lack of understanding. These other guys, Penzias and Wilson, who were also radio astronomers, they said, no, let's build another experiment, put that inside of our telescope, and do what's called calibration. Inject a known source of signal every second that has a temperature about 4 Kelvin, because the signal they were trying to get rid of is about 3 Kelvin, and you want to have it as close as possible to the pernicious signal as possible. They did that once a second, so they got billions of measurements over the course of several months, years, and even by the end, billions of measurements for sure. And they found they couldn't get rid of it either, but they measured it was exactly 2.7265 degrees Kelvin.
So how does having a 4 Kelvin source, how does the calibration work? Just out of curiosity.
It could be larger. Imagine like you're trying to calibrate the microphone. Like you could do it with like a really loud sound, but the gain would start to compress. So there are amplifiers downstream from the detector in every experiment that I've ever worked on. And they only have a linear region, or a very small region, and you want to keep it as linear as possible. That means you want, if you're trying to get rid of, you're trying to compare like a voice, and you're trying to compare that to a jet engine. It's not going to be as easy on the amplifiers as getting a slightly loud gong or something.
So the idea of the noise is present in both.
There's noise present in both, and you measure. What they did is they made a separate measurement just of the calibration system, which they measured exactly very well. 4 Kelvin was the temperature of liquid helium. That's a temperature that's not going to change, and it's certainly not going to change over the time scale of 1 second. And so they could compare unknown signal, known signal, unknown signal, known signal, like a scale, like a balance. So another way to think about it is like this: you've seen these Libra kind of balances where you put 2 weights in the pan, right? What happens if you put like a 1 ounce weight on one side and a 20 kilogram weight? You don't get any measurement, right? But you do get kind of a measurement if they're close in weight. That's why they use 4 Kelvin.
Got it. But just to linger on the fact that there's a romantic element to the fact that you're arriving at the same temperature. That's kind of fascinating. You're measuring stuff in terms of, you're measuring signal in terms of temperature at the source.
Yeah.
So you get to, there's something about temperature that's intimate. Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, especially since, all life is basically, converting energy and trying to control entropy, which is then related to thermodynamics exactly in that way. And this is very crucial kind of thing to do in science, because they weren't looking for the signal. They found it accidentally. These two scientists, Penzias and Wilson. And I like to think those kind of discoveries are the purest in science. Like when you see something, Isaac Asimov once said, like the most important reaction as a scientist is not eureka, which means in Greek is, I have found it. No, he said, like, that's weird. Like that's a much better reaction, or that's freaking cool. Like that's a scientist, not like, oh, I found one. Because
Surprise.
Yeah. Because if you find what you're going to find, that's what leads us susceptible to confirmation bias, which is deadly. It's close to deadly as possible.
So how does that take us to something that's potentially worthy of a Nobel Prize?
So Penzias and Wilson were looking for a signal. They ended up discovering the heat left over from the fusion of helium from hydrogen, etc. And that was a serendipitous discovery. They won the Nobel Prize in 1978. It was the first one ever awarded in cosmology. My reasoning is, what if you could explain not only how the elements got formed, but how the whole universe got formed, and kill off every other model of science? So if that weren't enough, every scientist, worth his or her salt, had told me and Andrew Lang and our colleagues, this is a slam dunk Nobel Prize if you could do it, because it was really explaining, again, the stakes of this science is different than like superfluidity, plasma physics. When you talk about the origin of the universe, it ties into everything. It ties into philosophy, theology. You realize if Paul Steinhardt is correct, that the Bible can be correct. In other words, the Bible's correct now isn't falsified, if you believe it. I never use the Bible as a science book, obviously, but the Bible speaks of a singular beginning. What if you knew for sure the universe was not singular? It would be more like the cosmology of Akhenaten and the Egyptians than the biblical Torah, Old Testament, if you will, narrative. So, in my mind, the stakes could not be higher. And again, it's not an offense, because we need plasma physics. We need every type of physics except maybe biophysics. Like we literally use every branch of physics, thermodynamics, superconductivity, quantum mechanics. All of that goes into our understanding of the instrument. And even further, if you want to understand the theory that predicts the signal that we want to measure. So I rationalize that if Penzias and Wilson won the Nobel Prize for this, if Halsey Taylor won the Nobel Prize for indirectly detecting gravitational waves, this is decades before LIGO, by me detecting gravitational waves indirectly, detecting how the universe began, detecting the origin of the initial conditions for the Big Bang synthesis, which won the Nobel Prize in 1983, these are like 5 Nobel Prizes potentially. For that reason, it seemed as close as you could possibly get to being a slam dunk, to outdo what my father did, to, really this is impossible. And at that time, Lex, again, it sounds weird because people are like, oh, you don't really, you still want the Nobel Prize. You're still like greedy. Like you want another book. And I was joking, I'm like, well, if you want to see if I'm a hypocrite, just get them to give me the Nobel Prize in literature. And if I accept it, I'm a hypocrite. But
wait, we'll get to your current feelings on the Nobel Prize in terms of hypocrite and so on. But so there's this ambition. Let's say this device, this kind of signal could unlock many of the mysteries about the early universe. So there's excitement there. So let's take it then further. I mean, there's a human story here of a bit of heartbreak. Not only was this possibly worth the Nobel Prize, if the Nobel Prize was given, you were excluded from the list of 3 that would get the Nobel Prize. So why were you excluded? Maybe that's a place to tell the story of Bicep 2.
Yeah, so Bicep 2, like, iPhones, or I know you're an Android fan, but, every year they get a little bit better. They get more megapixels, they get more optics, triple X zoom, whatever. Okay, right? We upgraded our detectors as well. The initial detectors were based on what are called semiconductors. They have certain properties that make them very difficult to replicate at scale. And we wanted to make them into superconductors, which have a virtue that you could then mass produce them. Why superconductors? Well, again, we're measuring heat. So one thing about a superconductor is that it transitions from finite resistance to zero resistance over a very short span of temperature range. That means you can use that very short span dependency as an accurate and sensitive and precise thermometer.
And so my brilliant colleagues around the world, in this case Jamie Bach and nowadays Suzanne Staggs at Princeton, they are just exquisitely making these sensors, tens of thousands of them. The initial Bicep 1 instrument, which we just called Bicep, that only had 98 detectors. Simon's Observatory is going to have 100 times more just in one of our 4 telescopes. We're going to have 60,000 detectors operating full-time at 0.1 degree above absolute zero in the Atacama Desert. We got there. But in the case of getting back to what Bicep did, we upgraded in Bicep 2. In January 2010, we had just installed in the exact same location at the South Pole, in the same building, which is ominously called the Dark Sector Laboratory, DSL, still operating to this very day. We installed a new receiver on the same platform as before. Very similar, identical optics, cryogenics, vacuum, everything, except it went from 98 detectors to 512 detectors. So almost an order of magnitude, very substantial upgrade. And it had certain other features that made it even more powerful than just a 98 factor of 5. And then we started observing with that, and we knew we'd have years to go, and maybe we'd never see anything. We kept looking for these tiny little reverberations in the fabric of space-time produced close to the origin of the universe as we could ever get to. So I was playing a role in that. Obviously, it had upgraded my a version of the original idea that I had for Bicep along with Andrew Lang. And in January of 2010, I was at a meeting at UC Berkeley, and I got a call from Andrew Lang's, or I was in a meeting with Andrew Lang's thesis advisor, Paul Richards at UC Berkeley. And he said that Andrew was dead. He had taken his life by suicide. And this is a man that I had already lost my father at this point in 2010, but he was like a father figure to me. Andrew, he would give me advice on marriage, and like how I should be with my kids, and what was the most important way to move through the academic ladder. And he was preternaturally suited to win the Nobel Prize. Everyone always thought he would win it. He's still, if he were alive, he still could win it. In fact, his wife, or his ex-wife, won it, Frances Arnold, in 2018. And, it was this power couple. And it destroyed me for a long time because, he was just this magical person. I mean, I couldn't conceive of my career, my life, even like, these aspects of raising kids and being married without him. And to do it in that way, it felt like, again, I'm not, he's got kids, and I feel terrible for them, obviously. But it did feel like a betrayal. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It felt like, why the F did you not reach out? I thought we were close, and I couldn't, I told him everything, and I felt like he had told me everything. And now he was gone, and then inevitably we had to keep running the instrument. I mean, there's millions of dollars invested, careers at stake, young people working tremendously hard. And then here we were, and like, who's going to take over the lead? He was the lead of the project at Caltech. And then it turned out that the other collaborators with whom I had been working for years and shared a lot of ups and downs with as well, they had decided to form a collaboration in which I was no longer the principal investigator. I was no longer the co-principal investigator as I was in Bicep 1. So I continued on Bicep 1 as the co-leader of it, but not on Bicep 2. And, obviously that was pretty painful.
This is all happening at the same time as you lose this father figure. No, there's this kind of this one betrayal in a way, and then there's another or something that feels like a betrayal.
Yeah, and he had, kind of been the only one, for my interest in the new experiment. I had moved from Caltech to UC San Diego, and there were other postdocs in the mix, all of whom would come there to work with him to get the approbation that would then lead to their careers taking off as it did for mine. And, so there was a competition. Science is not free from egos and competition and desires, rightfully or wrongfully, for credit and attribution.
Was he the source of strength and confidence for you as a scientist, as a man? I mean, we're kind of alone in this world. When you take on difficult things, we often kind of grasp at a few folks that give us strength. Was he basically your only source of strength in this whole journey? Like primarily in terms of like this close knit.
As a scientist, there were really two. There's one, this Russian cosmologist, Alexander Polnareff, who thankfully is very much alive. He's at Queen Mary University, and he's retired. He was kind of a theoretical, cosmological father to me. And then Andrew was this counterpoint that was teaching me, you need to have a brand as a scientist. Every scientist has a brand, and some of them don't protect it, some of them don't burnish it. But some of the skills about being a scientist we don't teach our students involve how do you cultivate a scientific persona. And he was the exemplar for that. In addition to being the avuncular, father figure type character that really, was the person I would talk to. I had issues when I had issues with my own students, and he would tell me how those were, and he would tell me, his misgivings about people that he worked with or things in his personal life, and it was devastating. But again, like who the hell am I? I'm this kid. His kid's lost father. So I feel guilty talking about it in that sense, but it's just a reality.
Well, there is something that's not often talked about is people who collaborate on scientific efforts. I mean, that's, I don't want to compare, but it's sometimes when the collaborations are truly great, it sounds similar as when veterans talk about their time serving together. There's a bond that's formed. So like comparing family and this kind of thing is, it is not productive, but the depth of the bond is nevertheless real, because you're taking on something, you're taking on the impossible. You're trying to achieve something. So like there's this darkness, this fog of mystery that we're all surrounded by, which is what the human condition is, and you're like grasping at hope through the tools of science, and you're doing that together with like a confidence you probably should not have. But you're boldly pushing through, and then for him to take his own life. I can ask you about this kind of moment that combined, I don't want to say betrayal, but perhaps the feeling of betrayal that Bicep 2 kind of goes on without you, even though you're part of it. You're not part of the leadership group. Can you describe those low points? Was there depression, or was there a crumbling of confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it was so wrapped up with my identity as a person, there's only a few different ways to have identity, unless you're unhealthy psychologically. One of them for scientists is often that they're scientists, and that sometimes is their primary identity. Now, kind of, husband, father. But at that time, that was my identity. So to have that kind of taken away, it reminded me of being, kind of adopted in the sense like the one who created me, or that I played a role in my life, that he abandoned me in the sense. It felt like these people are abandoning me. And the only thing I'd correct about the analogy that you use is like in the war, they're all working out for common good. It's not like I want to get the most killed. I compare it more to like a band. Like think about the Beatles, and what they did. And then they they ripped apart because of egos, credit. They had solo careers. They had, the relations of their intimates and so forth. And there it's not only for the common good. There is more of a zero-sum aspect. Like I would say, science is an infinite game. You can't win science. You never get to the output for one science. And even the Nobel Prize, they don't feel like, oh, we're done. They feel like a lot of times they're imposters, even today. However, science is made up of a lot of finite games. There is only one winner for tenure. There is only three winners for the Nobel Prize. And because of that, I think it's heterodox and it's very confusing, especially there's no guide. I never got a guide how to be a professor, how to teach, how to lead a research group, how to deal with the death of an advisor, how to deal with an unruly graduate student or two. So we're all like reinventing it, which is kind of ironic and insane because the academic system that I am a part of, and you are a part of, is 1,000 years old. Dates back to Bologna, Northern Italy, 1088 or so. First universities were established. And, very little change. There's some guy or gal scratching a rock on another piece of rock and, lecturing in front of them. There's only one better aspect nowadays is that back then, the students could go on strike if they didn't like the professor, and then he or she wouldn't get paid. Right? Mostly it was he's back then. Nowadays, that barbaric process has been replaced by 10 years. Okay. But no, it was a definite kind of feeling of the rug getting pulled out from underneath me because, he was like my consigliere. He was a guy I, saw counseling me, and he's dead. And I felt like there is no one who's going to honor the agreements that we had. And he was a very soulful person. He was so much better at being a scientist than I could ever be. And just a loss for the cosmos. It just really hurt. And, I thought, it's so sad because he couldn't win the Nobel Prize. And I don't think like that anymore. First, I think about kids. So at first, now there goes my chance of winning a Nobel Prize. And hence the title of the book was like, I knew I would not win the Nobel Prize. It also means that there's parts of the Nobel Prize that have to be done away with. It's a double entendre. Like, we need to lose aspects of the Nobel Prize to help science out. We can talk about that at a different time. But in the context of, now thinking back on it, that was such a minuscule part of it because let's say he did win the Nobel Prize or I did win the Nobel, any of us did. Would that have changed anything? Would that have brought anything back? It's so, we say it's like vanity, it's futility. And I just, for me, the Nobel Prize is like, I don't want to say it's insignificant because obviously it has a lot of power and it has influence. And I went back. I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on my show. I'm going to name drop, okay? And he prepares like a surgeon before doing surgery when he goes on a talk show. So you see him going on Colbert Report. You think, they just have a man there. He's just naturally gifted. No, he said, no. You say that you're undermining what he does. What he does, he goes back. He watches the last month of Colbert Report, whatever it's called, late show. And he says, how long does Stephen pause between questions? How long in the news cycle does he go back? What topics has he talked about with people similar to me? So I took Neil, and I did that for you. And I look back, how many times has Lex mentioned the words Nobel and Prize? And I put it into Google Ngram, and out came exactly the same number of times as show episodes as it was. So you just said the words Nobel Prize over 240 times.
Yeah, I mean, it is so strange as a symbol that kind of unites this whole scientific journey, right? It's both sad and beautiful that a little prize, a little award, a medal, a little plaque that would be most likely forgotten by history completely. This is some silly list. It's somehow a catalyst for greatness. It resulted in you doing your life's work, the dream of it.
Would I have done it without the Nobel Prize? I can't necessarily counterfactually state that would have happened. So no, it definitely has a place. And for me, it is valuable to think about it, but the level of obsession that academics have about it is really, I think it is almost on balance becoming unhealthy. And again, I make no truck with the winners of the Nobel Prize. Obviously, now I've had 11 on the show. And to think about, the one rule. So by the way, right after the denouement of the story, which we'll get to in a bit, how our dreams went down to dust and ashes. I was asked by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences to nominate the winners of the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics. So, the one that I correctly could have been eligible to win in 2016, actually, they asked me to nominate. Now, imagine if I ask you. You say, Brian, instead of me inviting myself, if you say, Brian, would you like to come on the Lex Friedman podcast? I say, you know what, Lex? Like Rogan, I think you met him. Can you introduce him to me? Do you imagine how that would feel? So I was asked to nominate the winners, and the one rule that they say, of all the rules that Alfred Nobel stipulated, there's only one rule that they maintain. In other words, he said if one person can win it for something they discovered in the preceding year that had the greatest benefit to mankind, made the world better, right? None of that was mentioned in the letter. It said many people can win it for work done long ago. They didn't mention anything in the letter to me, signed by the Secretary General. Nothing about benefiting mankind. They said just one thing.
can't nominate yourself.
So none of these guys nominated themselves.
Actually, a little known fact, they said that exact line just to you. That rule was created just for you.
That's called the Keating correlate.
Just to like,
Good for them.
rub it in. That's, I mean, it's in this particular case, of course, that's like some weird technicality or whatever. It's kind of a powerful
unambiguously good thing.
reminder that the Nobel Prize leaves a lot of people behind, and that there's stories behind that.
Yeah, I mean, here's a good example. Again, this is my friend Barry Barish. He's become like a mentor and a friend. Looking forward to this nice book interviews. He won the Nobel Prize because a different guy died, and he admits it. And he said it. And actually, it's funny with him because I've heard you talk, very rhapsodically and lovely and romantically about Harry Cliff and the wonderful audience with him, by the way, about the LHC and how wonderful it is, and how in that, we were about to build this superconducting super collider right here in Texas, and it didn't get built. It got canceled by Congress. And I say to Barry, that was the best thing that ever happened. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, if that didn't get canceled, first of all, even though it did get canceled, the Europeans went on to build it themselves, saved the American taxpayers billions of dollars, and we wouldn't have learned anything really substantially new, as proven by the fact that, as you and Harry talked about, nothing besides the Higgs particle of great note has come out. Actually, he's had a recent paper that's been an upper limit, along with his collaborators, the LHCb experiment that I'm going to be talking to him about. But the bottom line is, it was really built to detect the Higgs. So the SSC, for twice as much money, would have sucked up Barry's career. He would have been working on that, maybe not, and then he would never have worked on LIGO, and then he wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize. Right? So you look at counterfactual history. That's not actually a big stretch, right? If the SSC had still gone on, he would have worked on it because he was one of the primary leaders of that experiment. The second thing, if imagine the following thing had happened. They won the Nobel Prize because in September 2015, they detected unequivocal evidence for the in-spiral collision of two massive black holes, each about 30 times the mass of the sun, leaving behind an object that had just less than 60 solar masses behind. So one solar mass worth of matter got converted to pure gravitational energy, no light, seen by them. This particular date, September 14th, 2015. Okay, that explosion, because of the miracle of time travel that telescopes afford us, that actually took place 1.2 billion years ago in a galaxy far, far away. They actually don't know which galaxy took place. Still, they never will. Okay, if that collision between these two things, which have probably been orbiting each other for maybe a million years or more, if that had occurred 15 days earlier, Barry wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize.
Because it was hilarious to think that there's one human that won the Nobel Prize because two giant things collided.
A billion, 200 million years ago. And if it had happened 18 days, 20 days, 30 days, because that was the deadline for the Nobel Prize to be announced. They announced the findings in February, but you have to nominate the winners in January. So I could have nominated them up until January 30th, but they didn't announce anything, and there were just rumors. And so he didn't. But the reason that he wouldn't have won it is because there was another guy who was still alive, considered to be the founder and father of the three fathers, Ray Weiss, who did win it, Kip Thorne, who did win it, the third gentleman at Caltech named Ron Drever, who passed away. Again, he was alive in 2016. He died in the middle of 2017.
And here we are, several billion of hairless apes that strangely wear clothing. Celebrated 3 other clothed hairless apes with a medal with one particular element, and then they made speeches in a particular language that evolved to get those medals in front of another guy who wears even fancier clothes, who is the king of Sweden, and then they got some free food afterwards. Reindeer meat, that's right. Okay, excellent. Since you mentioned Joe Rogan in that little example, what happened to you in terms of Bicep 2? I want to kind of speak at a high level about a particular thing I observed. So I was a fan of Joe Rogan since he started the podcast. I just listened to the podcast. I'm a huge fan of podcasts in general. And it also coincided with my entry into grad school and this whole journey of academia. So grad school, getting my PhD, I go to MIT and then Google, and then just looking at this whole world of research. What I really love about how Joe Rogan approaches the world is that he celebrates others, like he promotes them. He gets like genuinely, and I now know this from just being a friend privately, he genuinely gets excited by the success of others. And the contrast of that to how folks in academia often behave was always really disappointing to me, because the natural, just on a basic human level, there is an excitement, but the nature of that excitement is more like, I'm happy for my friend, but I'm really jealous and I want to even outdo them. I want to celebrate them, but I want to do even better. So that's even for friends. So there's not a genuine, pure excitement for others. And then to couple that with just you now as a host of a popular podcast know this feeling, which is like, there's not even a willingness to celebrate publicly the awesomeness of others. People in academia are often best equipped, technically, in terms of language, to celebrate others. They understand the beauty, like the full richness of why the cool idea is as cool as it is, and they're in the best position to celebrate it. And yet there's a feeling that if I celebrate others, they might end up on the cover of Nature or whatever, and it's not me. They turn it into a zero-sum game. The reason why I think Rogan has been an inspiration to me and many others is that it doesn't have to be them. And forget money and all those kinds of things. I think there's a narrative told that academics are this way because there's a limited amount of money, so they're fighting for this. I don't think that's the reason it's happening this way. I think you can have a limited amount of money. The battle for money happens in the space of proposal. There's networking. There's private stuff. Public celebration of others, and just how you feel in the privacy of your own heart is not have to do anything with money. It has to do with you having a big ego, not humbling yourself to the beauty of the journey that we're all on. And there's folks like Joe Rogan in the comedian circles, is also rare, but he inspired all these other comedians to realize, you know what, it's great to celebrate each other. We're promoting each other, and therefore the pie grows. Because everybody else gets excited about this whole thing, and the pie grows. Right now, scientists, by fighting, by not celebrating each other, are not growing the pie. And now, because of that, science becomes less and less popular.
And exactly. No, one is that I remember you went on Joe's show maybe a couple of years ago, and then he gave you a watch. He gave you like a Rolex, right? And I tweeted to you, and I think it's Omega, sorry. Okay. The watch that went to the moon, which we'll get to in a minute. I don't think he could give you what I gave you. We'll get to what that final gift package is for you.
But I also wanted to mention, because when you said Joe Rogan, I would not be upset, and you should definitely go on Joe Rogan. And we had this conversation with him, because I was like, so moving to Austin, and had a conversation like, don't you think it's weird, like if we have the same guests at the same time, whatever? He's like, fuck that. I want you to be more successful than me. He truly wants everybody, like, especially people close to him, to be more successful. Like, there's not even a thought, like,
but you know why he does. And this is what I tweeted to you. One of the few things I think you have retweeted that I sent you. I said, someday you're going to get this. And today I wanted that to be me. No, Joe's Omega. No, but the point is, he sees in you that same, grandiosity, that same genuine spirit graciousness. And I think that's true. I mean, you do something very rare. I won't turn this into too much of a love fest. But I do want to say, even back to Andrew, who I've almost been hagiographic about, just treating him like a saint. He said to me the same thing in a moment of peak. Like, God damn it, like, I have to train these guys and women that work for me so that they can be better than me, so that they can go out and compete with me for the same limited amount of funding from the effing NSF. that wasn't who he was. That was just an expression, like I'm doing something which is fundamentally. But you know what? When you have kids, hopefully, please God, you will someday. Because I think, and we can get to talk about that later. But part of investment and part of doing something with when you have a kid, like you can get married. You can marry someone because she's rich, or he's rich, or you can marry someone because they're good looking, or he's good looking. You can marry him for all these different reasons that are ultimately selfish. There's no way you can have a kid and be selfish. Nobody says, like, oh, you know what? I really want this thing that's 3 feet tall, that doesn't speak English, that craps on my floor, that wakes me up all hours of the night, that interferes with my love life. Nobody says that because it doesn't benefit you for months and months. A friend of mine who actually does the videos for me, the solo videos, he's having his first kid. He's like, because I always get stupid about it. I'll catch up on sleep now. Like, I'm going to store sleep in my sleep bag. Like, I don't think Huberman and you talked about that. Right? You can't do that. That's stupid. What you can do, give the kid a bath, feed the baby, let the mother relax. Like, in other words, do the things. And this really relates back to what Aristotle said. Aristotle said, why do parents love kids more than kids love parents? Especially as you love your dad. They still love you more. And because you love that which you sacrifice for. Here's a proof. I know a lot of families that have kids with special needs. Some with severe. One of my uncles on the King side had severe, what they call mental retardation. That's a different name. That, out of the 9 other brothers and sisters, he was their favorite because they had to sacrifice so much for him. And I think of that, in the small case, like Joe's kind of mentoring you, whatever, you're going to mentor someone. You love that which you sacrifice for. Sacrifice is reduction of entropy, is storing and investing, and you want to protect that. And, that to me really speaks. So, I don't know you guys, but it is true. Like scientists are, when they're described again, they're often said to be like children, right? You've heard this description. They're inquisitive, they're curious, they're passionate, they love it. I'm like, they don't play ball with others, they're jealous, they're petty, they're selfish, they won't share their ball and go home. There's no such thing as a single-edged sword. I wish there were, because we need some more of that because you can dull it up. But in this case, he, I think when you have this kind of investment in science, it's going to be natural. But that doesn't mean we have to feed the flames of competition. Really better. If you go to the homepage of the NSF or the Department of Energy, or the recently released National Academy of Sciences Future of Science for the astronomical sciences for the next 25 years or more, they talk about how many Nobel Prizes these different science things come in. Exoplanets, life, the discovery of the sea, beam polarization, the nice that's figure 2 in this thing. And I'm like, what message does that send to kids? Like, to young people? Like, that's what you should be doing. So you've been as small, as you said, this prize given out by one hairless ape to another wearing a fancier costume.
In the case of the Nobel Prize, it's only currently given to 3 people.
At most, which was never one of his stipulations. He actually said one. You can only give it to one person. So they changed it. Why did they change it? I talk about it, speculate. But by the way, the book's only 3 chapters out of 11 about the Nobel Prize, and it's a fact. But, one of the things that's been so interesting, like speaking, actually, this in December, is the Nobel Prize is given out on the day of Alfred Nobel's death. There's a lot of, and they bring in flowers not from his birthplace, but from his mausoleum, which is in San Marino in Italy. It's a lot of death fascination. Denial of death features heavily in the Nobel Prize because it's like, what outlives a person? Well, science can outlive a person. My father has a theorem named after him. It's still, engraved in many places around the world. You or I, we can go to different places around the world. People know who we are based on our publications. We engrave things, we want to store things, we want to compress things. And I think there's something beautiful about that. But there is a notion of denial of death. Like, there is a notion of what will outlast me. Especially if you're among the many 90-something% of members of the National Academy don't believe in an active faith, in a creator, in a God. And science can substitute for that, but it's not ultimately as fulfilling. I don't believe it can fulfill a person the way even practicing but not believing in a religion can fulfill a person.
So, which is interesting because you do bring up Art's background, the denial of death, in using the Nobel Prize book. And there is a sense in which that's probably in part at the core of this special later dream of the Nobel Prize or prize or recognition. I'm interacting with a few, or a large number of scientists that are getting up in age. And there is the feeling of a real pride of happiness in them from winning awards and getting certain recognitions. And I thought at the core of that is a kind of immortality, or a kind of desire for immortality. And that was always off-putting to me, as opposed to, I mean, I know it sounds weird to say it's off-putting, but it just, rather than celebrating the pure joy of solving the puzzles of the mysteries all around us, just the actual exploration of mysterious for its own sake.
Well, that's why I said, it's like a scientist should, okay, you have to be careful and not have any, physical, it has to be platonic, but you can think of scientists and mentors. I have a chart in the book and in a plaque made by one of my graduate students, former graduate students. She's now a professor in New Mexico, Darcy Barron. And she made this plaque, and it has 17 generations. So here I am, 17, levels down. There's a guy, Leibniz, not the famous Leibniz, different Leibniz. 1596, he was born, and I'm in this chain. And I don't know if you know this, but in the Russian language, the word scientist means someone who was taught. I'll say it very simply. One who was taught, right? Uchone. So it probably means like the guy who was taught, right?
No, okay, just mean Uchone. No, it's literally someone
who was taught, right? So what does that mean? To me, it has a dual kind of meaning, at least. One is that you have to be a good student to be a scientist, because you have to learn from somebody else. Two, you have to be a teacher. You have to pay it forward. If you don't, I claim you're not a scientist in the truest sense. And I feel like with the work that I do in outreach and stuff like that, I'm doing it at scale. I'm influencing more than the 24 kids I might have in my graduate class or undergraduate class. And they're going to potentially could reach thousands of people around the world and make them into scientists themselves. Because that's the flywheel that is only beneficial. There is no competition. There's no zero-sum fixed mindset versus growth mindset, because it is an infinite game. Imagine a culture that had none of the trappings of the negativity of the Soviet Union, or pre-World War I, Germany, or Imperial Japan, science celebrated. And we're just making like a nation of scientists. And like, we're not doing it to become multi-billionaires or necessarily, for any military purpose whatsoever. But if we have that, sometimes I'm flying, home at night. Like, we fly to LA. You literally, it's very rare. You can see like the number 10 million. Like, it's very hard to like visualize things. You see a brick wall, you ask how many bricks are there? There might be 1,000, 2,000, 10 million lights. There's 10 million souls, and you can see they're discrete. They're not like the Milky Way all blending together.
Each lost in their own busy lives, right? Excited, fall in love, afraid of losing their job, all that. By the way, people should know that you're a pilot, so you literally need to fly.
Yeah, sometimes you get to do it.
You get to look at the eye of God perspective on these 10 million. These millions of,
and obviously they're like constellations, but upside down. Like a city, it's like a constellation. Hopefully, I'll stay and keep the plane the right way up. But when you think of it, like, imagine they're all working together, and imagine like you always talk about love, and everything, but like. You don't know that they're not worthy of love. Like, so you're looking down on them, and it's just amazing. And you think like, what an amazing creation is man and humans, and what can we do? It's phenomenal. It's so exciting. And then I get to do it, it's a job I say don't tell Gavin Newsom, I do it for free, I love what I do. But to think about like, oh, if my student succeeds, no, it is unfortunate that you have experienced it. I've certainly experienced it, and I think there are ways around it. I think it is a vexing problem because people want to, it's very tempting to keep your own kind of, garden fertilized. One thing that's interesting is like, people are like, why are you doing this thing and podcasts? And you're supposed to be a serious scientist leading this huge project and collaborators, and I'm like, well, most of what I do, as I said before, it's for you, it's Velcro. For me, it's like, what is the deal with the safety standards on the truck that we're driving up to deliver the diesel fuel that will power the generator, the concrete truck? It has nothing to do with the Big Bang, inflation, the multiverse, God's existence. It has nothing to do with that, right? So those are people I say I have to talk to. The people that come on the show, those are people I want to talk to, and that's super fun. I mean, it's a real honor that I get to do it. I have some unfair advantages, right? I'm at a top university. We have people that affiliate with the Arthur C. Clarke Foundation.
brilliant scientists coming through, but I felt like it would be kind of a shame if I didn't, allow them to teach at scale because they're better teachers than I am.
Let me ask you a interesting, maybe difficult question. Have you ever considered talking on your podcast with the people who would get the Nobel Prize for Bicep 2 if it turned out to be detecting what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still friends with them, and they have still gone on to. So we should say like why we didn't win the Nobel Prize, and then what happened with the group that is now leading it. Completely divorced from in the secular sense. We're friends, we see each other, we send each other emails and stuff like that.
I'd love to get their sense of like what the natural heartbreak built into the whole process of the Nobel Prize, what their sense is. I would love to hear an honest, real conversation. I understand your friends. Yeah. There's some hard truth that even friends would talk
They weren't happy I wrote the book. I mean, I remember one of them, was like, well, what's this I hear about a book? And I mean, a lot of people told me not to write the book. They said it's going to give, too much attention to the Nobel Prize. It's going to look like sour grapes. Again, I say you can prove it, have sour grapes or not. Just give me the next prize. No,
so you would, if you get a Nobel Prize for literature, you turn it down?
It's funny, Sabina Hassenfelder, who's a fellow kind of YouTube sensation,
She's showing for the Nobel Peace Prize.
You're right, she's so gracious and so good. She's that German, just gentleness.
She's a little too nice for my taste.
I wish you could really say what she thinks. Not, but it's snarky on occasion. So she wrote a review of my book when it came out 3 or 4 years ago, and she said, well, Brian Keating, like she said, well, it's it's good. Yeah, it's interesting. He talks about my cosmology, but they can do whatever the hell they want, and he, presumably has these problems with it, but it's none of his business. Basically, it's private. And at the end, she said, but if you want one good thing, he's a really good writer, and who knows, he could win the Nobel Prize in literature. I said, and then she allowed me to publish a rebuttal on her blog, which is kind of funny. But anyway, no. So getting back to the guys that we were, kind of collaborating-enemies or frenemies. Look, we don't wish each other active ill. I've visited them. They're welcome to visit me. They have visited me. The thing I have to say is that I just wonder about introspection. Like for me, literally, I don't care about the Nobel Prize other than what we can do to benefit science. But I did. But by the way, I did seriously care about how it benefited Brian Keating early on in my career. I'm just totally honest. I'm not proud of it. It's kind of embarrassing. I would hope that people would say like, okay, the guy is like, it's not. He's obsessed with it. My next book is not about this. It's something completely different. And I do feel like people lack introspection a lot of times in science. Like we don't think about why we're doing what we're doing, and I think it comes down to curiosity. One thing about Joe, and again, I've only listened to like I have to confess, my father. Now I'm confessing my sins. Father, Father Friedman. I haven't listened to like that many of your episodes. Start to finish, okay? With our friend, mutual friend, Eric, I've listened to a bunch of recent ones. Weinstein.
People who
get the readings of the brother.
And a few others. I haven't ever listened to a Joe Rogan episode, but from what I've seen with him, he has a preternatural curiosity. He doesn't have passion. There are a lot of podcasts that have passion. Like I've been on their show. He has curiosity. Like he's not going to stop talking about something until he confidently understands it, until he gets it viscerally. And I respect that because, as I say in this more recent book, passion's like kind of like the dopamine hit that gets you started. Like, oh, I'm going to be great. Maybe I can win a Nobel Prize. Like that's not going to sustain you. The sustenance comes from with passion converting to curiosity. And what I want to do is convert, as many things as possible to things that I can then, because actually I've had on, people that discuss addiction, and there's an addictive quality to, doing podcasts or whatever. There's an addictive quality being a scientist, and you get to do things that are very specialized in specialized locations with special people, paid for by other people who have no freaking idea what you do. I mean, imagine you worked in some job, and Feynman said all these contradictory things. Like when he was once said, like, he said, if you can't explain it to your grandmother, you don't understand it yourself.
Then the day he won the Nobel Prize, a reporter asked him, "What'd you win it for?" He said, "If I could explain it to you, bud, it wouldn't be worth enough." So let's leave aside his inherent contradiction. But in reality, there is a kind of like dopamine rush that you get from it. But you know, what is ultimately going to be the sustenance of it? So yeah, I do feel like we have to find a way to nucleate that. I don't know actually. I don't know if it's like can you turn someone into a scientist? I used to ask this question all the time. Like, can you make someone creative? Like, can you teach someone to be creative? I don't know. Can you teach someone to be curious? I don't know. I do know that kids are naturally curious. As they get older, they get less curious. Just like I heard from the other forward authors, James Altucher, he said they did a study. Kids smile 300 times a day or smile or laugh. Adults 5 or 6. 5 or 6. No, I'm trying to get you laughing. But anyway, no, it's true. So somewhere you lose 30, to 50%.
I'm not entertained, but that's because I'm an adult. No, and then I do remember there's some distribution of those studies with happier adults smile a little more, but still the kids, a lot of them just are crashing. So in other words, should we invest our energy in getting half-life decay, constant stretched out more for curiosity for kids, or should we try to reset the dopamine hit and then I don't know. It's an open. Well, I think it goes to David Foster Wallace to keep alive is to be unboardable. I think you could train this kind of thing, which is in every single situation. So like, which I think is at the core, at least that's correlated with curiosity, is in every situation, try to find the exciting, the fascinating. Like in every situation, you sitting at the, waiting for something at a DMV or something like that. Find something that excites you, like a thought, like watch people or start to think about, well, I wonder how many people have to go to the DMV every day. And they try to go into the pothead mode of thinking like, wow, isn't this weird that there's a bunch of people that are having to get a stamp of approval from the government to drive their cars, and then there's millions of cars driving every day.
How can I do this better? Maybe there's some blockchain and they could like VIN transfer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is a good.
And then every situation, I think if you rigorously like just practice that at a young age, I think you can learn to do that because like sometimes people like ask me for advice. I'm like, to do this thing or that thing is. I think you at the core really have to have this muscle of finding the awesomeness in everything. If you're able to find the awesomeness in everything, like whatever journey you take, whatever weird that you take through life is going to be productive. It's going to end up in a great place. So like that muscle is the core of it. And I guess curiosity is central to that. But if you didn't win the Nobel Prize, the team bicep that led the bicep 2 didn't win the Nobel Prize because of some space dust. That's right. Pick Schmutz. Which one is the moon? Which one is
that one's dust?
The space dust, yeah. What are we looking at? So why is space dust the villain of this whole story?
Well, it's funny, I wrote these books, and I don't know about you, but when you get all these books, I'm sure you get books, people sending these. There was these dust jackets, right? I was like, what the hell is a dust jacket? Like, how much dust is raining down at any moment? I mean, this is immaculate, this runs Russian tidiness, but in a normal household, how much dust is raining down? It's not really pretty until I wrote a book, and I realized, I'm writing a story about the origin of the universe, the prologue, to the cosmos, and dust is going to cover this story. It's actually more a story about astrophysics and cosmology than dust, and this is the link between the cosmological and the astrophysical. So what does that mean? So astrophysics is, broadly speaking, the study of physical phenomena manifest in the heavens, astronomical phenomena. Cosmology is concerned with the origin, evolution, composition of the universe as a whole, but it's not really concerned with stars, galaxies, and planets per se, other than how they might help us measure the Hubble constant, the density of the universe, the neutrino content, and such. So we have a tendency to kind of look a little bit, they're like, not all astronomers and astrophysicists are equal. They're all equal, but some of them are. So we have kind of a prejudice, a little swagger, right? And cosmologists are studying, we're using Einstein, we're not using Boltzmann, we're thinking of the biggest possible pictures. In so doing, you can actually become blinded to otherwise obvious effects that people, would have not overlooked. In our case, when we sought out the signal, we were using the photons that make up this primordial heat bath that surrounds the universe, locally only at 3 degrees Kelvin approximately. We're using those as a type of film onto which gravitational waves will reverberate it, make them oscillate preferentially in a polarized way, and then we can use our polarized sunglasses, but in a microwave format, to detect that characteristic two-fold symmetry pattern under rotation. That's the technical way that we undergo it. I mean, there's a lot more to it. But there are more than one thing that can mimic exactly that signal. First of all, when you look at the signal, if inflation took place, big if, but if it took place, the signal would be about 1 or 2 parts per billion of the CMB temperature itself. So a few nanokelvin. The CMB is a few Kelvin. The signal of Kelvin. It's astonishing to think Penzias and Wilson, 1965, measured something that's 1 billion times brighter, and that was what, 60 years ago? Let's call it 60 years ago since they discovered it. Moore's law, let's call it every 2 years. So you're talking about like 2 to the 30th power, doubling or something like that. Let's call it 2 to the 20th or something like that. So that's like only 2 to the 10th is a 1,000. Correct my math, I'm wrong. 2 to the 20th is a million, right? 2 to the 30th is a billion. So we're outpacing Moore's law in terms of the sensitivity of our instruments to detect these feeble signals from the cosmos. And they don't have to deal with, in the semiconductor factory in Santa Clara, California, they don't have to deal with meteorites and things like coming into the laboratory. It's a clean room, it's pristine, they can control everything about it. Right? We can't control the cosmos. And the cosmos is literally littered with particles of schmutz, of failed planets, asteroids, meteoroids, things that didn't coalesce to make either the Earth, the moon, the planet Jupiter, or its moons, or get sucked into them and make craters on them, etc., etc. The rest of it is falling, and it comes in a power spectrum. There's very few, thank God, Chicxulub-sized, impact or progenitors that will take out life on Earth. But there's extremely large number of tiny dust particles and microscopic grains, and then there's a fair number of intermediate-sized particles. It turns out this little guy here is the end product of a collapsing star that explodes in what's called a supernova. So stars spend most of their life fusing helium nuclei, protons, into and neutrons into helium nuclei, and then from there it can make other things like beryllium and briefly make beryllium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all the way up until it tries to make iron and nickel. And iron and nickel are endothermic. It takes more energy that gets liberated to make an atom of iron. When that happens, there's no longer enough heat supplying pressure to resist the gravitational collapse of the material that was produced earlier. So the star forms goes inside out. That's how scientists discovered helium was discovered on the sun. I don't know, did you know? That's why it's called helium. Yeah, they went there at night, and they went there at night. No, helium means Helios is the sun. It was discovered in its spectrum from observations with a telescope like 150 years ago. It wasn't discovered like when oxygen and iron was discovered. So it's only relatively recent coverage of the periodic.
The helium came after oxygen.
Well, first hydrogen forms into helium, so that's the first thing that forms.
No, in terms of discoveries.
Oh yeah, after oxygen. Yeah, I think Priestley and others, Dalton discovered it in the 1700s. No, helium was really only discovered from the spectrum, looking at the sun and seeing the weird atomic absorption and Karl Fraunhofer lines in the solar spectrum. So, but when it tries to make iron, there's no longer any leftover heat. In other words, there's heat left over from fusing, as you know, the sun and the plasma. So if you fuse to hydrogen nuclei, you get excess energy, plus you get helium. So that's why fusion energy could be the energy source of the future, and always will be. Hopefully, it'll come much sooner than that. And so trying to make iron, it takes more energy, doesn't give off enough energy, the star collapses, explodes, and what does it spray out into the cosmic interstellar medium? It sprays out the last thing it made, which is luckily for us, because some of that coalesced and made the core of the Earth, onto which the lighter like silica and carbon and the dirt and the crust of the Earth form. And some of that made its way to the crust. The iron made its way to the crust. Some of that your mother ate and synthesized hemoglobin molecules. And hemoglobin has iron particles in it. It's quite amazing substance. Without it, we wouldn't have red blood, we wouldn't exist as we are.
This is a very long, complicated joke.
I've done enough dad jokes before. So taking this object, seriously, there's not all of it gets bound up in a planet. In fact, forming planets is very inefficient. So there's a lot of what's left over, some of which gets in the way of our telescopes looking back to the beginning of time. And some of those molecules, like iron, is used in compass needles, right? They're magnetized. And magnetic fields in our galaxy can align them and make the exact polarization pattern that we're looking for. As if the compass needles get all aligned, that's like the polarization of the dust grain. It's like that polarizing filter. That means light polarized like this will get absorbed, and light polarized like this will go through. So it's making 100% polarized light out of an initially unpolarized light source. And that's what happened, and what we ended up claiming on March 17th, and I'm sure if you were there, you might remember this, at the Harvard Center for Astrophysics, there was an announcement. There were like 3 or 4 prize winners in the audience, and the Bicep 2 team, which I was no longer leading, I was still a member of it. In fact, in the announcement, the first person they mentioned, besides, thank you all for being here, is me and my team at UC San Diego, although I wasn't invited to go to the press conference because the Harvard, yes, exactly. It's a little school up there in the Cambridge area. And so they ended up making this announcement that we had discovered the aftershocks of inflation. We detected the gravitational waves shaking up the CMB. That day, past Lex Friedman podcast back when it was called Artificial Intelligence, Max Tegmark said, goodbye, universe, hello, multiverse, and hello, Nobel Prize. See, he saw that as confirmatory evidence, not only of inflation, not only of gravitational waves, but of the multiverse. Goodbye, universe, hello, multiverse.
Multiverse is a natural consequence of inflation.
According to its prominent, supporters.
And of course, leave the poetry to Max, which he does masterfully. Okay, so that the excitement was there. I mean, maybe the initial heart rate for you is there too. That's some of the darker moments you're going through. But broadly for the space of science, there's excitement there.
And I often note that this is a problem, what I call it, the science media complex, because oftentimes you'll see things like the past Sarah Seeger, Venus life, exists, and that would be really, it's fascinating, right? The work that she's doing, or her colleagues are doing, or Clara, who was on your show as well, and that will be on front page, New York Times, Boston Globe, and San Diego Union Tribune. It'll be above the fold, make headlines around the world, and then 6 months, 12 months later, as in the case for us, retraction. Page C17 of the Saturday edition that nobody reads, and underneath the personal culture. So we have a problem in science that if it explodes, it leads, and we get this huge fanfare. And this is not unique to my experiment. This happened with the earlier discovery of the so-called Martian life discovered in Antarctica, which was announced after peer review. We weren't peer reviewed at the point we made the announcement. We had a press conference, and there are other reasons that the team leaders felt it was important to do that so that we don't get scooped by a referee who's unethical. We thought we had done everything right, but that's confirmation bias.
There's levels to this.
And there are people, me warning about how it will be interpreted and wanting to also make sure that we cut all the data out, including the maps, which we still haven't released. And so there were a lot of reasons to be skeptical, but the public never knows this. I think so I've made a rule that if I am ever in charge of, doling out large amounts of science funding, that when you should keep kind of an option. In other words, you should have money for publicity. It's fine. Have money for your press conference, but hold in reserve in a bond to be used, hopefully never, but if it's to be used, an equal fund for the retraction, if it should occur.
So you would like to see, because that's a big part of transparency, is the to me, in the science at least, that's as beautiful because it reveals it does a great story. There's an excitement. So there's a climax to the triumph, but there's also a climax to the disappointment, because that also eventually leads to triumph again. That sets up, that's the drama that sets up the triumph. That's Andrew Wiles from Fermat's theorem. I think this is not last theorem, whatever. is like the ups and downs of that, the roller coaster, the whole thing should be done.
That is science. That is science. And when we don't do that, then we cultivate this aura that excludes other scientists, often from minorities or women back in, that you have to be Einstein. Like Einstein came out of the womb and he was just like this guy with like curly. No, he wasn't. He wasn't bad at math. That's all nonsense. But he said that you know what he said he attributed his success to, Lex? He said, I never asked my dad what happened when I ran alongside a light beam as a kid. And thank God I didn't, because had I, he would have told me the best answer of the day, which, by the way, he would create 20 years later as a 26-year-old in the patent office, obviously, in Switzerland. And in so doing, by delaying when he asked these questions, he said, I approached it with the intellect of a mature scientist, not a little kid. And I wouldn't have accepted the same explanation. So sometimes assuming that scientists are infallible, inevitable, omniscient, I think that really does a disservice. Jim Gates said, he's like, Einstein wasn't always Einstein. And we cultivate this mystery and allure at our peril because we're humans until we have artificial Einstein, which I don't think will ever exist.
You've launched the essay or project where you hope to assess theories of everything with experiments. You have a YouTube video where you're announcing that. That's super cool. Can you describe this project? And you also mentioned you give a shout out to a little-known fellow by the name of Galileo Galilei as an inspiration to this project.
Yeah, so Galileo is kind of my avatar, my hero, the kind of all-around scientist that I would love to approach the logarithm of Galileo. He was not only a phenomenal scientist, he was an incredible artist, a writer, a poet, a philosopher. And back then they didn't have distinctions between a scientist, he was like a physician, he was like a physicist. And he would indulge, kind of these really intellectual flights of fancy, thinking about phenomena such as the Earth's tides or the composition of the Milky Way. And what's interesting about Galileo is that he was almost as wrong often as he was right. And Galileo was not alone like this. I always say, like Einstein had at least 7 Nobel Prizes that he could have won for discoveries that later became true. But he also had 7, huge, impossible to believe blunders in some sense. It's too bad because he could have had a good career, as I would say. Galileo was like that too. Whereas he would fall victim to, I think, this confirmation bias that all scientists have to guard their lives against, their careers, their brands, their reputations against, which is the exclusion of evidence that doesn't conform to what you're trying to prove for one reason or another, or the radical acceptance of things that do comport with it in order to bolster your confidence. And both are equally intoxicating. It's confirmation bias is a hell of a drug because it really reinforces this notion, which is partially sunk cost. You put so much time, effort, money, reputation into it. You don't want to be wrong. Go back on it. And with Galileo, he would be incredibly perceptive about things such as the Earth being not located at the center of the solar system, and the sun being the so-called Copernican hypothesis. And he would use as evidence very, very interesting ideas, that all of which were wrong, basically. And in fact, we weren't able to prove that the Earth orbited around the sun. And I ask you, can you prove the Earth is not flat? No, well, you're a flat earther anyway. But I asked my grad,
Flat Earth Society member. T-shirts coming out soon. LexFree.com, merch.
But it's actually not trivial to do that. But most of my students, graduate students, can prove that the Earth is round. Explain how the Earth
is. It is actually not trivial to do that.
It's not.
Yeah.
And much harder is to prove that the Earth goes around the sun. In fact, that's extremely hard to prove. And almost none of my students, even after they get their PhD in the final exam, I kind of like to just give them a little bit of humility. Because I think to be a good scientist, you need to be humble, you need to have a little humility, and you need to have swagger. You need to feel like a little cocky, like I can do this. I can do this thing that Einstein, by definition, couldn't do. I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to attempt to do what was impossible just a generation ago.
How do you prove that the Earth goes around the sun? Do you have to, is it by the motion of the planet? planets?
So there are many ways to do it. I mean, obviously you can take a spaceship, park it at the north celestial pole of our solar system, and just watch what happens. But obviously that was discovered in the late 1700s. So it's called aberration. So if you look at stars, as the Earth orbits around the sun, the position of the stars will shift slightly because of the tilt of the Earth, and because the Earth is in motion around the Earth and around the sun, and because the Earth has a trivial amount of velocity compared to the speed of light in its orbit around the sun. The stars will trace out little tiny ellipses, and those will correspond to the fact that we're moving around. If they're at infinite distance, which we assume that they're not really, but for all intents and purposes, in the scale of the solar system, they're infinitely far apart. So that's called stellar aberration, and that was the first way it was discovered. And actually, we still use that. We have to correct for that effect when we measure the cosmic microwave background. Because imagine you're inside of an oven, it has a temperature 3 Kelvin, 1,000 Kelvin, whatever. If I'm moving towards you, the photons that are coming to me in that direction will be blue shifted hotter, and the ones behind me will be red shifted. I'll artificially impute a greater or lesser amount of matter or energy where you are, and it's an extension of the Doppler effect. So we actually make use of that and construct what's called like a local standard arrest. Anyway, so you can do it. But Galileo said, no, I'm not going to wait for that. I have other proofs for it. One of which is that the Earth has tides, and the tides come in and out twice a day, high tide, low tide. And he made the analogy of because the Earth is moving around the sun, say this is the sun here, and it's moving around the sun, but it's also rotating on its axis. See how the water is sloshing up and down inside the vodka bottle? As that happens, he said that's what the tides are causing. Totally wrong.
Most people listen to this podcast. Just so you know, if you're listening to this, he actually has a bottle of vodka in his hand, half drunk. And we're both drunk and whatever else is possible.
So as it sloshed around, he claimed now it has nothing to do with that. The moon over there, the moon pulls differentially on the Earth and the Earth's ocean. That causes the oceans to bulge slightly towards and away from where the moon is. And the moon is actually the source of the Earth's tides. It has nothing to do with Copernicus, the orbit of the sun. So he was totally wrong about that. He also thought that the Milky Way was comprised only of stars, when we know that gas, dust, nebulae, and things like that. So he had his fair share of them. Now, one thing I always kind of make note of, and I'm actually producing along with Jim Gates, Fabiola Giannati, Frank Wilczek, and Carlo Rovelli, and my friend Lucio Piccirillo, the first ever audiobook of one of Galileo's dialogue, the one where he claimed to find evidence for the orbit of the Earth around the sun, but it was an error.
So you're reading parts of this text.
Yeah, it's just a brilliant book. So this book was written in 1632. It was written, and it was the one that caused him to go into house arrest and was threatened to be tortured. And that book laid out his arguments for what was called the Copernican or the non-parapenic Aristotelian, etc. Notion of the planetary dynamics. And eventually he was forced to recant that he believed in it, and allegedly he said he still believes the Earth moves. Anyway, so it's written in the form of a trialogue. It's actually called a dialogue. It's 3 people. There's one named Salviati, who is espousing Galileo's notions about how the heavens were orchestrated. And Salviati means like the salvation, the savior. Then there's a middleman, Segredo. So Carlo Rovelli is playing Salviati, brilliant one. I am playing Segredo, who's like an intelligent interlocutor. I can appreciate Aristotle, I can appreciate Copernicus. Then there's this guy, Simplicio, the simpleton, and he espouses the words of the Pope. So you can imagine, like, you're working in Putin's government, or you're working in whatever, and all of a sudden you're kind of putting the words of like the fool, literally calling him the fool, but you're using the words of the all supreme powerful being on earth at that time, the Vatican Church, especially for an Italian like Galileo. So he wasn't as brilliant, politically as he was astrophysically and otherwise.
Who's doing Simplicio?
Simplicio is a friend of mine in University of Manchester named Lucio Piccirillo. He's an Irish guy, but he's a full-blooded Italian. They all speak English and Italian. I only speak And the forwards are written by, so one forward, and this place has 3 forwards, which is like a 12 word. Okay, the forwards are written by, yeah, that was good. The forward, 3 forwards. One of them is written by Albert Einstein, in which he says Galileo was not only one of the greatest scientists in history, this is Einstein telling Galileo, but he was one of the greatest writers and minds of all of human history. That forward is read by Frank Wilczek, who you've had. Jim Gates, who you've also had. He reads the translation, the translator, Stillman Drake, who's a renowned scientific translator. And then Fabiola Giannati, she reads the introduction and dedication from Galileo to the Duke of Tuscany, and some of the different introduction that Galileo himself had. It's just, it's such a thrill to be able to do it. I only randomly found out because I wanted to study it, and it's like 500 pages long. I was like, let me get the audiobook, because I'm an audio medium kind of guy. Didn't exist. So I said, let's do it ourselves. And so we did it, and hopefully it'll be out on Galileo's birthday, which is February 15, 2022. It'll be a ripe 457, but that's not the only one of his books. Galileo wrote many books, one of which is called The Military Compass. And this is an interesting book for my blockchain and your blockchain aficionados. In this book, he talks about a compass, which is not a magnetic compass, but an actual like slide rule. It's basically a slide rule. And it's a manual. It's like, imagine if your phone, came with a manual. Nowadays they don't, right? But this was a manual for how to use this slide rule, which is like enormously. And he gives a whole bunch of worked examples. It's brilliant. One of the examples is how do you convert money? So he does a money conversion, currency conversion between Ducati and Florentine Ducati, and Scuti and whatever, lira, whatever. He does all these currency conversions. One copy of this book, or maybe 2 exist. First printings from 1600 still exist. If Galileo had just kept those in his family, they're worth $100 million. Nowadays, you can't get a Scuti. A Scuti's worth nothing. Like a Ducati's worth nothing. I mean, maybe some collector wants a piece of paper, right? So it's a lesson. Like, there are value in physical, non-fungible tokens. This original non-fungible token. So, but then a third book is called the Assayer. So what is an Assayer? So assayers were kind of like these alchemists and physicists, chemists that would be around a court. And every so often for the treasurer, they would want to accept pieces of gold from the citizens and convert that to script or paper money. And to do that, they needed someone to verify with a standard of gold that they knew to be gold, and do some kind of semi-non-destructive evaluation of the purported object, the metal that was supposed to be gold. So they would take these pieces of gold, theoretically gold, and they would rub it on something called a touchstone. Touchstone is a special piece of rock, granite, whatever. It has no intrinsic value. It's just a piece of rock. But with that rock, you could assay and determine the content of this thing that could be worth, millions of lira or whatever. Right? So it's an incredibly important job. And so this person would take this piece of inanimate rock and use it to do something valuable. What I want to do in the Assayer project is take this plethora of physical theories of everything. And I said recently, we should give a Nobel Prize to someone who doesn't come up with a theory of everything, because there's just it's just rotten. And I think it's great. I often say that theory is kind of like software, and I'm not denigrating software at all, but like you can create a lot of software. You can make a coin, and it'll make its own coin, and you can make infinite amounts of software. Look it up, kids. And you can replicate. You can't make a telescope that makes a telescope that makes a telescope. In other words, hardware is kind of like the non-fungible token, the ultimate minted, limited edition of the compass book. And so it's very expensive. That means you have to be very careful before you invest decades, billions, and humans into pursuing one of these theories of everything. You have to have good intuition. And lately, what I've seen is not predictions, but retrodictions. So you see that the Large Hadron Collider will come out with a measurement, and then so-and-so will say, well, this is compatible with string theory, or G-2 of the mu. It has these bizarre properties. Fifth force, string theory predicts this. String theory solves this. Neutrinos, sterile neutrinos, Large Hadron Collider, bottom or B experiment. they'll say that it's compatible after the fact. And it's not so bad, right? Because look, what did Einstein do with GR, general relativity? The first thing he did was not predict something new. He looked at the anomalous behavior of the planet Mercury. And he saw it was behaving strangely. And people had said, oh, that's because there's another planet hiding behind the sun that we can't see that perturbs the orbit of the planet Mercury. It's called Vulcan. That was one approach. That's kind of like the dark matter approach. It's like there's a clump of matter that we can't see that's influencing the planet that we can't see, and we use that to divine and intuit the existence of the other planet. That's actually how Neptune was discovered. Neptune was discovered because of the anomalous behavior of the planet Uranus. So Neptune was dark, we couldn't see it. It was tugging on Uranus in a certain way, and that led to Leverrier discovering the planet, predicting where this planet should be found. So it had a good heritage in physics, right, to predict this planet that you couldn't see. That worked, but Einstein said no, it's caused by the warping and bending of space-time due to the presence of matter, who would later become known as the Einstein equation. So he explained why Mercury did that. He didn't predict it. It was known since the time of Newton that Mercury was behaving in this really freaky way. So he didn't predict it. He retrodicted it. That's fine. But at some point, you should come up with something new that's uniquely predictive of your theory. As I just said, the theory of dark matter in the context of Neptune is actually a valid theory. It just happens not to make sense in the context of Vulcan. And so if he had kept doing that, maybe perhaps he wouldn't have come up with these other predictions that he would later reject. He rejected the existence of gravitational waves. He never talked about that. He didn't actually believe it. It's one peer-reviewed paper that he had. He used to send back in those days, send a letter to Nature, Physical Review, publish this, let me know how much it costs. And he got rejected because he said you can't detect gravitational waves. And actually, or they're not real. And the guy showed that they're real because he corrected a math error in Einstein and Rosen's paper. So it's fascinating. What should the assayer do? He or she should look at these theories, look what things they explain that already exist, and look at what new predictions they can claim to explain if we can build experiments to test them.
You have to kind of challenge yourself to think about what kind of predictions can they make such that we can construct experiments. So that's like all the way back going to the signal, to the experimenter's theorist, essentially. That's right. So like very experiment-centric exploration of the fundamental theory of everything.
That's right. And the best scientists, the best physicists, were both experimentalists and theorists. Or at least that if they were experimentalists, they understood the theory well enough to make predictions or to explore the predictions and the consequences of those predictions. Or if they were theorists, they were like Galileo. Like Einstein has patents for things that he invented. And then, some of his work led to the laser and the mason. So he had practical, it wasn't just pure airy-fairy, quantum reality and expanding universe. So is look at there's 10 different theories of everything or cosmological models. They make predictions. They have advantages and disadvantages. And I'm just asking the question: why are we applying Bayesian reasoning with confidence intervals? Why don't we have updates every time an experiment comes out? We can update our credulity in that experiment or that theory rather, based on the results of the experiment. And we shouldn't do it after the fact, or as Yukaku has said, you have to tell me what the initial conditions are. That's not my job. You're supposed to tell me if string theory is correct. What should it predict if it's true? There's one big problem, which I should say, that to be a good assayer, I think you have to be worldly in the sense of worldly and curious, as we're talking about before with you and Joe. You can't only talk your own book. You can't only understand your own pet theory of everything. You can't only say, well, I only understand string theory, and I don't have time for these other theories, or as if it's beneath me to even go into Garrett Lisi or Eric Weinstein or Stephen Wolfram or aspects of M theory, et cetera, et cetera. And there are some that say, like, why do we give string theory so much of an advanced pass when there are actually predictions it's made that are completely anathema to what we observe in physics. Like the dark energy should be negative, we see it as positive. Like that's a huge strike. If you told somebody, here's my 10-year application, if it wasn't done by Althusser and folks like that, I don't know if it would have had the traction, the endurance, the resiliency that it's had, and that worries me because all these men and some women are making these fantastic, brilliant, beautiful ideas, and they're not even looking at what their neighbors do.
There's a thing that I really enjoyed seeing and I don't see often enough of these theories, which is others who are also experts kind of studying them sufficiently well to steel man the theory, to show the beautiful aspects of the theory. You know, I see that with Stephen Wolfram. He has a very different sort of formulation of physics with his physics project. Now it's, you know, physics is a foreign land to me, but his formulation, especially in the context of cellular atomic or hypergraphs, just as objects, as mathematical objects themselves are familiar. And so I'm able to see the real beauty there, and it saddens me that others in the physics community can't also see the beauty. Like, give it a chance. Give it a chance to see the beauty in that.
So there is one person who does take time and is what I consider to be a great scientist in terms of what he thinks. He obviously has an invested interest in his own theory, and it's Eric. Eric's got a truly encyclopedic knowledge of the history of physics, and he has a great warmth and graciousness when it comes to giving other. And I've witnessed this, and I've had. Look, first of all, I think debate is pointless. Like, I don't know about you, but if you've ever voted, like, oh, I saw this debate, and you know, because Trump did so badly, now I'm going to vote for Biden. No, it never happened. You almost never change anybody's mind unless you debate with love, unless you have. Almost like we're going to win together, like the red team approach to the military. They're trying to win a war. So they may disagree on the tactics day to day, but the strategy, we have to win this war. I love you and I want to protect you. I don't see that in very many of these physicists from Kaku. I almost see it. It's embarrassing in some ways because they'll almost mock, with the exception of Eric. You know, Garrett's interesting. You know, his theory is, you know, people have a lot of issues, very technical. But Eric has taken the time to try to understand it. Eric has taken the time to understand Peter Wood's theory. And I don't see graciousness extended from them. I'm sorry.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I mean, with Eric, he hasn't. He wants to, but he hasn't extended the same for Stephen Wolfram because I think.
No, he did. No, I'm saying no, he did. I had a debate with them live on my show.
No, I did. I listened to it, but like I just think it's outside the toolkit that Eric is comfortable with. So it's not that he's not. But you're right. The main thing that's often absent, and Eric does have, is like the willingness and like not just like dismissing, mocking that he's reaching up. But okay,
I mean, what if it's not? You know, I made a joke when they were on. I was like, how many theories of everything get through me? You know, Highlander. You know, there can be only one. You know, I don't know.
But he, of course, also like the other folks who propose a theory has an ego. He rides a dragon, with the dragon representing the ego. Well, let me ask you about your friend Eric Weinstein. So he proposed initial sketches of geometric unity, which is his theory of everything. Maybe you can elucidate some aspect of it that you find interesting. But what do you think about the response he got from the scientific community?
Well, you know, some of the response came from people, academicians, professors. Some came from a lay audience, and some came from trained scientists who are no longer, you know, maybe practicing in the university. I thought there was a lot of vitriol, which surprised me because I look at what he's trying to do, and it was always, the vitriol would always come with some element of ad hominem, and maybe that's his personality, maybe that engenders this, or whatever. Maybe there is kind of just a natural tendency. You know, I always get these emails. Professor Keating, I have a new theory. Einstein was wrong. I'm going to prove it. I'm not good at math, but if you help me, I will share my Nobel Prize with you. Oh, thanks. Have you read my book? In other words, it's always taking down the dragon. It's always taking down the kung fu master, right? That you get the hit points from D&D. You get their hit points. You take their cards. You get their risk tokens from Kamchatka. And thinking about with Eric, it's like, because what he's doing is so aspirational, it is grandiose in a good sense. What he's trying to do is construct the geometric theory of everything, as aspects of supersymmetry and stuff embedded in it. He's trying to meld that. It has very unusual features in that it features not only multiple spatial dimensions, multiple time dimensions. It uses new mathematical objects that he's invented. And look, I had had him on my show. We've talked with him. We've had consultations with other physicists. Where he'll come down, and I have a visitor's office, and he comes down to San Diego sometimes and spends time there. And we talk with eminent mathematicians and physicists. Eric's been out of the academic world for a long time. And there is, as I said before, an aspect of persuasion that must take place in order to get anything through. And I think there was a slight amount of good-natured, not ignorance, naivete, but just the sense that if this is right, everyone will recognize it. If you build a better mousetrap, the world will be a path to your door, as the expression goes. That's completely untrue. That doesn't even have mousetraps. I mean, you know how many freaking mousetrap types there are? It's like, no, they don't beat a path to your door. You have to sell that freaking thing. You have to sell it like Steve Jobs or Elon. I've had one paper out of 200 papers I've published in peer-reviewed journals. I've only had 0.5% published with no referees' comments. In other words, published like Dream, submitted it, published it, happened to be in the prestigious journal. I was pretty psyched about that. But you almost have to crave the response, getting it back from a journal. And I think he doesn't, first of all, he doesn't subscribe to the peer review process. He thinks that is anathema to the sciences and best interested in in journals, et cetera, et cetera. I think you can have elements of peer review that are substantive and valuable. I think you have to learn from your critics. One of my conversations with John Mather, he talks about loving your critics in this book, but not being so open to their criticism that their criticism goes to your heart, and not being so open to their compliments that their compliments go to your head. It's a very tough Scylla and Charybdis to walk.
Well, there's something, I want to be careful here because I'd like to talk to Eric about this directly, but I'll just, from a perspective of a friend, I want to ask about the drug of fame. So there's also the public perception of the battles of physics. So there's a very narrow community, but then there's the way that's perceived. The exploration of ideas is perceived by the public, and so there is a certain drug to the excitement that the public can show when they sense that you have something big, and that in itself might become the thing that gives you pleasure. And I think that the theories of everything, or with any kind of super ambitious project, and this is taking us back to when you were ambitious about trying to understand the origins of the universe. If you convince yourself that you have an intuition about the origins of the universe, and you have a platform like you do now, where you start to communicate your intuition. It's hazy, like all of science. You're still unsure, but you have a sense. Perhaps you don't have that as much as an experimentalist, because you always kind of start going, okay, how can I build a device to see through the fog? But if you're more like a theoretician who kind of works in the realm of ideas, in the realm of intuitions, it's it is also a source of pleasure. You mentioned dopamine, a source of dopamine that you can communicate to others that you're really excited by the possibility of solving the deepest mysteries of the universe. So there's some aspect to which you want to be a Grigori Grisha Perlman and go into the hole and get the work done and shut the hell up about I'm speaking about myself, about, talking about the dream and planning and exploring how great it will be if my intuition turns out to be correct. If the sketches I have turn out to actually build the bridge that takes us to a whole new place. As a friend of Eric's, or a friend of my friend, what kind of advice do you give? What is your role? Is it to be a supporter, given that he has many critics? Or is it to be in private, a critic? Like a lot of my friends will say, hey, shut the hell up, just get it done.
Well, first of all, I want to ask you a question I've asked him. and it comes from Animal Farm by
Probably my favorite book. Yeah.
so you remember Benjamin the donkey, and he's talking to the pig. I forget the pig's name. You probably know. Anyway, the pig says, "You got this long, lustrous, beautiful tail. You're so lucky. I got this short, curly, little squiggly thing that's jack squat. Tell me, how does it feel to have such a lustrous tail?" And Benjamin says, "Well, the good Lord, He gave me a tail to swat away the flies. But you know what? I'd rather not have the tail if I didn't have the flies." So I ask you, as I've asked Eric, is it worth it? You know, you've got these beautiful tail, but there are flies. I'm not saying in a negative way. I'm just saying you get unwanted distractions, dopamine, you know, kind of the highlight, the spotlight effect is obviously allowing you to do things that you could never do alone. And I think, you know, first of all, I'd love to know how you answer that, because that's something I don't feel I can relate to myself.
Well, this has to do with more like platform stuff. Yeah, scale. Oh, that has very little effect on me. I enjoy it. I enjoy meeting new people, but that has nothing to do with platform. Yeah, no, that has no effect on me. I'm somebody that enjoys the act itself. So this conversation, the reason I'm doing this podcast with you today is because that allows me to trick you into talking to me for a long period of time. I don't care about platform. I assume nobody listens. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, if it got it right, my whole test of it was a good podcast. How do you know? Like, podcasts been around about 12 years. How do we know as podcasters we're doing a good job? Like, sometimes you get someone say, that was the best interview I ever had, but that doesn't happen that often, at least for me. But if you realize that you forgot to put the SD card in that little guy and the Zoom didn't work, would you do it again? And I think if you say yes to that, that's good.
Exactly. That's exactly it. So in that space, yeah. All of it is worth it. Yeah. But the dream, I'm more referring to the psychological effects. Forget the platform, forget all of that. You know, I maybe shouldn't even brought up the platform, because it really has to do, even in your own private mind, which is what I'm struggling with. I enjoy the planning, the dreaming, the early stages so much that I often don't take projects to completion. This is a psychological effect that I'm sure basically every engineer, everybody that does anything goes through. I just, in this case particular, I think it also applies. And I wonder, as a friend, what is the point?
So yeah, that effect has been documented. Everything from planning telescopes to dieting. So there's a tiny bit of dopamine that you get visualizing how you're going to feel. You don't need to know this, but but losing 5 pounds. I said, I'm going to lose 5 pounds, and I'm going to be able to run a minute faster. So there's a part of me when I'm planning the diet and the meals and the exercise that I get a little bit of that thrill, and that actually saps a little bit of my willpower to actually complete the task that'll take me to that goal. So that's a documented effect, and that happens in project planning and project management. It's a very, very important thing to guard against as a manager. With Eric, it's interesting because with him, first of all, we relate extremely well, in friendship, and very close. He does remind me a lot of my father, and I've told him that, just as a mathematician, as a big thinker, as, in his case, as a father, the father kind of thinker that I didn't have in a sense, but that he is a true lover of life. He knows he's got a huge platform. He knows he gets a lot of attention for what he does. And, I jokingly say, well, it's one thing, like, how do you know, Lex, that someone's an expert? So the experts say, there's a good rule Ray Dalio writes about principles. He says, an expert is someone who's done something 3 times successfully. Like, you can do something correctly once, you can do something correctly. It's very hard to pull off, like, 3 projects, 3 telescopes, 3 whatever, right? So look for that. It's arbitrary. It could be 4, it could be 2, right? But the point is, look at Eric. So how many things has he contributed to and made, pretty substantive kind of paradigm shifts for different people? I would say he's been right many times. Does that mean he's infallible, that he's ineffable? No, of course not. For me, so what I'm saying is I get a little bit of the joy of kind of learning something purely as a scientist, something completely outside of what I do, mathematics. gauge theory, the kind of very advanced geometry topology that he's interested in. But every now and then, I will sneak in that I want, I've told him, I'm going to turn your son into an experimentalist despite you. He is not going to be a theater. Zeb is not going to be a theater. He is working with me. He is learning from me. We're trying to get him into, he wants to bypass all of the, the kind of nonsense of undergraduate, go straight to graduate school. And I've tried to encourage him that maybe he can do it, maybe he can't, but there's no other way than to try. And so I've prepared a whole curriculum for Zeb to basically bypass all the undergraduate. And to his credit, he's done it. All the credit. He's learned it to a level that matches many of my rankings.
Okay, hold on a second. I have to push back, and this is me saying it. I'm sure I'll talk to Eric about this. But to say, you said Eric's done was right on multiple things. I think Eric has a great, deep insight about human nature and how societies work, and he says a lot of wise words on that world. But I think if we're talking about experts, you kind of have to prove, it's like Michael Jordan playing baseball. Like, he's proved it many times that he can play basketball, but he's also got to prove that he can play baseball. And I would say the whole point of radical ideas is you're not. It's very hard to be sitting on a track record. When you're swinging for the fences, always there's not a track record to sit on. And like Max Tegmark is an example of somebody who has a huge track record of more like acceptable stuff. He also keeps swinging for the fences in every other world. So he has that track record. With Eric, if you look at just the number of publications, all this stuff, he chose not to travel the academic route. So there's no proof of expertise except sort of an obvious linguistic demonstration of brilliance. But that's not how physics works, right?
There's a polite way to damn somebody as a scientist and say he or she they really know the history of physics. Like, physicists always have like Sean Carroll always jokes about like physicists should never talk about history of physics. But it's more than that. So Eric has certainly contributed in finance specifically, and gauge theory and economics, and inflation dynamics, and non-biological.
Hold on, it's yet to be proven. He has a lot of powerful theories.
Calculus. He has a gauge model for currency exchanges between different nations that is explanatory. It's not. Is it something? In other words, it's a model. And it's used for pedagogical purposes.
And it might be,
it's unique to him. Him and Pia. Yes.
It might be a powerful model. It might be one that actually deserves huge amount of applause, celebration, but it's not yet received that. And that's one of the things that Eric talks about. It has not received the attention it deserves. But it has not yet received the attention it deserves. And so, like, the proven expertise thing, there's a lot of people that go to their grave without the recognition they deserve, and it's a tragedy. But the fact is, like, you have to fight for that recognition. The tragedy happens for a reason. You can't just say, this person is obviously brilliant and therefore they deserve the credit in every single domain. It doesn't like transfer immediately. There's nobody that, well, at least I wouldn't argue, Eric is one of the special minds in our generation. But you still have to fight the fight of physics and prove it within the community. And I think the same applies in economics. You can't, as somebody that I've gone through the academic journey, just like you said, the peer review, all of those things, flawed as they are, that's the part of the process. You have to convince your peers, the people that are as obsessed for whatever the hell reason about that particular thing that you're working on. Yes, there's egos. Yes, there's politics. It's a giant mess. But I think it's a beautiful mess through which you have to go through, to reveal the power of your idea to yourself and to the world.
Let me use an example. So, you know James Clerk Maxwell, and he invented the laws of electromagnetism, which is the first example of a unification principle ever displayed by the human mind in history. Purely mathematics, unifying completely disparate phenomena. In one case, electricity, charges, static electricity, lightning, and the other magnets, magnets, currents. Beautiful. You know what he did? I like to do thought experiments. So imagine Twitter exists 1864. Maxwell's working away, and he goes, I have this wonderful idea with fluxions and inductive virtue and blah, blah, blah. And it revolves on this thing called ether. And by the way, there are these little vortices and gears, and the gears have these planetary things, and they suck up vortices, and the vortices determine the density of the electromagnetic potential. And like, this guy's a freaking moron. And what would you do? Come, honestly, you would say everything this guy does is wrong. I mean, he's got this idiotic idea, and it would be proven falsified a couple of decades later by Michelson and Moore. And in so doing, you would have thrown out a very beautiful baby with bathwater. Imagine Twitter. Imagine a tweet storm. You know, Clerk Maxwell at Clerk Maxwell 1 would get. It would be brutal, right? And to the detriment. And I might even set back history. Imagine Yang Mills doing the same thing. Churn Simons. All these things are very fantastic. But why, Lex? Why does Ed Witt? Why does Juan Aldacena? Let me give a good example. Juan, yes, brilliant guy, I love him. He is the reason that Stephen Hawking conceded his black hole information paradox clause issue. What did he concede? He conceded based upon Maldacena's calculation in ADS CFT and 5-dimensional wormholes. Is any of that? First of all, we don't live in an ADS universe. Second of all, we don't know if wormholes are traversable, if they exist even. These are devices. Kip Thorne has popularized for movies. Like, to say that this is something on which I will concede a bet now. Obviously, Hawking was doing it for publicity. Why does Maldacena? And he's got a pretty high age index, pretty well-respected guy at IAS. Love talking to him, brilliant guy. By the way, also had made use of Eric and Pia's work on gauge theory and economics. Originally, and won, I believe, the breakthrough prize. I can't remember exactly what, but partially credit some of the work that he did, which appears there's a footnote to Pia Milani's thesis and some conversations with Eric. I think in it. Anyway, getting back to that, why is there not the same skepticism? Is it because Maldacena, who's an eminent physicist, obviously, has published realistic work and done and stuff? What about Whitman? Whitman gets a pass. I mean, if you Whitman gets a pass on the chest, but the string theory, that M theory is correct. I mean, let me just say Hawking gets a pass. Hawking would say things like M theory. There's zero evidence for it. I mean, there's the famous meme that went around this weekend. What a string theory predicted, and it's nothing. And by the way, that's actually what I talked to Cameron. Cameron says that string theory does make predictions. It predicts the mass of the electron lies between 10 to the minus 1 Planck mass and 10 to the minus 3. Okay, whatever. Or electron. It's a huge range. Is that? Imagine Cameron comes up, and again, he's just some nobody, but he actually, he doesn't have a profile. He's not Harvard. Has zero age index or whatever Eric says. Why do we not in other words, why are we more harsh on people that are trying?
You know the answer to that. So I get a million emails, just like you said, you yourself, where in my world is artificial intelligence, the equivalence of that. Is I figured out how to build consciousness, how to engineer intelligence, how to
you should send your emails to me, and I'll send mine to
and
you.
they'll reply to you. I mean, I don't want to sort of mock them because I think it's very possible that there is either kernels of interesting ideas or in the whole, there is geniuses out there that are unheard, but because there's so much noise, you do have to weigh higher the Edmonds of the world when they make statements, and that's why you build up a track record. As you said with Ray Dalio, you have to show that you can if you're Pollock and you show us a painting of a bunch of chaos, you have to, and this is a bad example probably because he probably never showed this, but he could do it. It's much more comforting to see that they can paint an accurate picture of still life, of an apple. So you're right, because that, Because then there's something about the scientific community that they have perhaps an oversensitive bullshit sensor to where they're not going to give the full effort of their attention if you don't have the track record. Now, you can say that's a kind of club that only you have to have 10, you have to do this. Yes, that exists, but there's some aspect in which you have to play the game a little bit to get the machine of science going. Otherwise, if you're always saying, well, I have my ball and I don't want to play your game sucks, then nobody's going to want to play with you.
That's true. And look, inherent in all this is an underlying grandiosity. Look, how could you talk about doing what Cox said on here and elsewhere? We're looking for the umbilical cord that connects our universe that will then reveal in a 1-inch equation that will surely revolutionize the mind about the.
That's like a prerequisite, I guess, to tackle these questions.
I think it's detrimental. I think doing that, first of all, I think there's an element of almost snarkiness because none of these scientists are believing, Gnostics. They're not theists, right? So they're using it as kind of a stand-in, and they always talk about Einstein and he was like a Spinoza and he wasn't, a theist.
God doesn't play that. Einstein's mentions of God, yeah.
Yeah, and then Stephen Hawking says that when we come get M theory understood, we'll know the mind of God. That's the title of Kaku's book, The God Particle, The God Equation. Do any of them really believe in God? No, is that a prerequisite? No, I'm not saying that. But the point being, you're talking about something that has to do with God, right? Where else do you go from there? I mean, I think God for now enjoys a little bit more, kind of PR than Elon or Joe or whatever, right? So like, it's, God's got a pretty good H index himself.
He has, by the way, a Twitter account, just so you know. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So if you look at that, you have to go in there. Again, you have to go in with some swagger. You have to have a little bit of arrogance, but you should, I agree, mix with a little bit of humility. So he's doing something, he comes from outside of academia. Now, if he rails against that, if he's just railing at, the system, and I'm not going to publish it because F that, and that's only created by greedy journals, I don't think he's doing himself any favor. If he's shopping it, if he's talking it, if he's willing to expose it to criticism, and to even embrace people who may not have the purest intentions, perhaps, but in the sense of like they're not arguing solely to get to the truth with a capital T. What they're trying to do is take down Eric. Hopefully those people aren't out there. But on the other hand, looking at what Eric does for other people, looking at the fact that he has courtesy, he will look at Wolfram. He will look at Lacey, who's one of his closest friends. I mean, he calls him his nemesis. Nemesis, right. Yeah. I think that's interesting that they're loving friends.
I really enjoyed that oral conversation between Gary and Lacey. Eric is torn about that conversation because I guess because of the nemesis of the beautiful dance of minds playing these ideas and theories of everything.
Some of these things, so fundamentally, now I might disagree with him, Eric, on a different aspect, which is the only one I'm capable of. But let me say one thing, which is experimental. But let me say one thing. I understand probably a third of what Eric's talking about with GU. I understand, GR, I understand mathematics, I understand some group theory, fiberball. I can get a little of age theory. But I also understand what I don't understand. And I understand that there are people like Witten, Alvesina, Nima, other people that can't understand it. And they're not trying to understand. Sabina, she can understand. She makes all these, I don't understand it, I don't want to understand it. I don't have time. And then she makes a video, a music video, kind of mocking Eric and Steven and Garrett. I'm like, you have time to do it. And I love Sabina, and I've actually promoted my show on her, and I love her, and she's doing a wonderful job. But you have a video that you said yourself takes 8 weeks to produce from start to finish, and you couldn't have spent 30 minutes, 2 hours. I, Brian Keating, of them as an experimental cosmologist, and I have enough to say, like, this is interesting. It's part of the Assayer project, and it actually, I shouldn't say that they're no people. They're very serious. Louis Alvarez Gomez, it's Stony Brook Science Center for Geometrical Physics. So he and I are running this seminar. Hopefully this summer, we're going to reenact the famous Shelter Island conferences in the 1900s, where Feynman got together and they calculated the lamb shifts. But what did that feature? The harmony, the resonant minds behind the best experimentalists in cosmology, particle physics, condensed matter physics is now teaching us tremendous things about lower dimensional systems that can be applied. Theorists and experimentalists, observers, cosmologists. we all will get together, and we're just going to do it out of a spirit of love. But if it's just like, oh, this guy's like loud, I don't have time for that. I really don't. I don't think it's interesting the way to spend my time.
There's an aspect that I hope to see, and it goes back to our sort of discussion about Joe Rogan. I do hope to see sort of love and humility in the presentation, like let go of this kind of fear of your ideas being stolen and the ego that's inherent to the scientific pursuit. And not that everybody's established and known entities, let go of that a little bit so you can explore and celebrate ideas. I would love to see more of that. Just because you're saying, especially with these big ideas, theories of everything.
I mean, this isn't talking in tales out of school. I mean, he's made claims that I fundamentally disagree with, in terms of like, he's at this Twitter baiting, loving trolling of Elon. Why are you spending all this money to get to Mars? We should be spending money on interdimensional travel and we can unlock it. And I said to him, and he makes the point, that the atomic theory, that unleashed the nuclear age, and that could lead to planetary destruction. But I make the point pushing back with love on him, and I said, look, nobody looked into the equations, like Fermi didn't look into all these equations of the unification, which still doesn't exist, by the way. We spent all this time, Lex, and I don't know why it is. It's a phenomenon purely in theoretical fact. People are looking for the toe, then they're overlooking the gut. In other words, they're spending all this time on the theory of everything, the God equation, and there's this gut that unifies the three stronger forces. We don't have a single theory for that, and people like Lash Out, they tried and failed at it.
People don't know there's four forces, gut, grand unification theories that unifies the three forces. Still haven't done trying to get a shortcut to the theory of everything, which unifies the four. And then there's this whole thing that maybe quantum gravity is not even a thing. So, so we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve the puzzle of everything at the physics level, and then already before solving it, we're already saying once we solve it, here's going to be all the beautiful.
We're just like tunnel jumping again, going to level 256.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose you need that kind of ego, that confidence, that ambition in order to even have a chance.
The only two people in this book of 9 Nobel laureates who told me they don't have the imposter syndrome are two theorists, Frank Wilczek and Sheldon Glashow. And Frank is pretty interesting, and I know eventually we're going to talk about the meaning of life, but you talk about Frank. Frank invented this theory along with his advisor and then another person in the early 1970s, which from 1974 when he was at Princeton all the way up until 2004 when he won the Nobel Prize. Every day of his life, imagine this, you're going to have this startup. Sometimes you're going to win the lottery. You're going to lottery in 40 years. That becomes your singular focus in your life from now until the next 40 years.
You can't possibly authenticate or not in the span of that conversation.
I'm not sure. I mean, would it be winning a lottery or something?
So you're guaranteed to win a lottery?
Yeah.
Here's this wallet, Bitcoin wallet. It's going to guarantee I have this much money, stable coin, whatever. You're going to win it 40, but you have to wait 40 years. To me, we'll be surviving for the next 40 years. You wouldn't leave your crap hat. You wouldn't go out without 20 masks on, right? Your whole life would be consumed. Now imagine everyone's telling you you're going to win the Nobel Prize, which is bigger than the lottery. I mean, many prizes are worth more than the Nobel Prize, and every person who wins a prize that's worth 3 times the money, like Nobel saying that he would trade that breakthrough prize for a Nobel Prize in a heartbeat. So these guys had to wait 40 years. Imagine the excruciating pain. What got him through it? He didn't feel like he didn't deserve it. He felt like, hell yeah, I earned it. He has that swagger. And what I'm looking for in this asset is to try to find ways that we can test stuff now, because I don't know if I'm going to be here in 40 years, but can we bypass, can we get shortcuts, what's called the low energy regime? And to me, that's what's interesting. Like, what can we do now? I don't care. Like, Isaac Newton came up with color theory, and he did something really interesting. Next time I come, I'll bring you some prisms. So what did he do? He took a white light, he took a prism from the sun, actually, put it through a slit, put it through a prism, and it made a beautiful rainbow, like you see. And then he took another prism, and he put it upside down, like, dark side of the moon, and the light went through the first prism, turned into a rainbow, and then the rainbow went into a prism and came out of white light. That's pretty cool. Then he took a popsicle stick or whatever, his pipe tobacco, and he put it in the beam, like blocked out the orange. and it didn't make white light come out. He showed like colors of synthesis. It's a combination. He didn't use like the Large Hadron Collider to do that. You know, he used a very low energy experiment to prove a unification. It's color physics, different kind of color physics that we call chromodynamics. But nevertheless, can we find things like that? Are we spending way too much time and energy thinking about the future circular collider, which even if it gets built will cost $30 billion just to build? By the way, anytime from now on, if I leave you with anything, anytime an experimental physicist tells you a number, always double it, maybe triple it.
How much is going to cost
to operate it? So, like, do we build an aircraft carrier to build an aircraft carrier? Do we build a nuclear reactor, a semiconductor facility? And the rule of thumb that works pretty well in project management is it costs about 10% per year to operate a given object of sufficient complexity. And in this case, so in 10 years, it'll cost double the cost. So never believe a number, whether it's from our mutual friend Harry or whoever. Don't believe the number. Double it, and then say, is it worth it? And so building a solar system size accelerator, even if it were possible, do we have to do that? Or can we use these two 30 solar mass objects colliding together to test the number of large extraspatial dimensions? Can we do that? People are working on it. I think it's fascinating.
So focus on building detectors,
experiments.
That like where the cosmos is part of the experiment, I suppose. That's doing the hard work. Because when you say low energy regime, because for some of these, especially big questions like theories of everything, you need some high energy events. And so somehow figure out how the high energy events that are already happening out there, how to leverage them here on Earth.
One of the alternative theories of cosmology that is not singular, quantum gravitation requiring as the Big Bang and inflation are these bouncing bubbles. Some of them feature a similar kind of entity called the quantum field. And that quantum field in the initial stages of the universe of our current after the bounce, which is not a singularity, it compresses to a classical kind of rebound, and the universe starts expanding. During that process, the expansion is governed by what's called the scalar field, of which we only know one that exists. That's called the Higgs boson. Higgs is the scalar fundamental particle, fundamental field. That field then later does double duty, and it becomes dark energy. So it solves two problems. And I'm not saying it's correct, we don't know yet. But are there observations of, and so dark energy is manifest today. It's manifest in properties we see in supernova explosions, et cetera, et cetera. We see the effects of an accelerating universe caused by presumably dark energy. Is dark energy a constant, or does it vary? That has to vary in order for this theory to be true, because that eventually has to decay so that the universe can not support itself and collapse again classically. So we can use the low energy phenomena, start to think of supernova as being a low energy phenomenon, but we use that as a tracer of the cosmic expansion field and see, does it change or is it constant? That's an example of a low energy limit to prove a high energy phenomenon like this collapsing universe in the cyclic model.
Speaking of things that cost a lot but are super exciting,
page 2.
No, we'll wrap it up. No, there's more than page 2. What do you think this is? This is
Louis de Broglie's thesis was the Nobel Prize for the wave particle.
So, size matters in different dimensions in life. I think the lessons I learned about life is the short of the paper or the short of the thesis. Actually, the short of the paper. Some of the greatest papers ever written are short. I feel like some of the best ideas in this world, not to sound like a contradiction or find it, a contradiction on top of a contradiction, but it could be written on a napkin, honestly. Which just kind of tells you something about ideas. What are your thoughts about the James Webb Space Telescope? Is this as somebody who likes telescopes, and this is one of the, I think it says, it took 20 years to build, $9.7 billion. Is that way too much, too little? Are you excited about this thing?
It's sufficiently different from what I do in my field that it's incredibly interesting to me, because it's I have no horse in that race, and so I'm not competing with them for time or money or resources or people or whatever. So I can purely be an advocate and an aficionado of science. It is, in some sense, the successor to Hubble. It will do things that Hubble can't do. It will also may or may not have the impact on a visceral kind of artistic level that Hubble had. What are some of the most iconic things that Hubble did? The Hubble Ultra Deep Field, the Pillars of Creation, storms and imaging and these twisted deep sky galaxies. Those resonated with the public.
Just visually, they're beautiful.
Yeah, when you look at these images, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, you put that in, you'll show every speck of light except for 4,000 blobs of light. There's one star in our galaxy, the rest are galaxies. Now, that image is less than 1/10 of your fingernail held out of arm's length. That contains 4,000 galaxies. So now you can figure out how many galaxies there are in the whole sky just by seeing how long does it take you to move your fingernail over the whole sky. So, so it comes out to be that's how we get 500 billion or more galaxies. Now, it's not exact to the galaxy, but it's a good order of magnitude estimate, maybe better. Hubble produced them, and it was basically serendipitous. They pointed at some dark, blank piece of sky what they thought was blank, and they saw it. Same thing that happened with the CMB. They were saying they didn't find. Same thing they found when they were looking for the deceleration of the universe and found it was accelerating. So what I sometimes hear is that we don't know what we're going to discover. I never think that's a good idea to spend billions of dollars on something. Like, you should have some guaranteed low-hanging fruit, and then there should be swinging for the fences. And I think in this case, it was really everything is swinging for the fences because it's kind of a single-point failure. If that telescope, which is this origami construction of 22 hexagonal panels that have to unfold properly and then orient themselves 1,000,000 miles from Earth beyond the Earth-Moon distance by a factor of 4, and still transmit telecommunication back to the Earth, get solar energy, keep it away from the sun. You don't look through the telescope of the sun with your remaining good eye, and you do that and you cover. It's going to be phenomenal. For science, for sure. If it works. There are a lot of people think, it's so risky. It's NASA sunk so much of their budget. It ate up, and what if it does fail? I mean, there's no guarantee. Yes, it's insured, but so what? You're not going to get back those 20 years of people. Well, let's start building it again. Like, they didn't build 2 copies of it.
And then if it fails, it kind of has a dampening effect on the prospects and the inspiration of the public for what science can do, what science engineering can use out in space.
It will make a huge impact scientifically. Let's hope for the best. Let's assume it does succeed. It's launched in a couple of weeks. And when it does, it will transform our understanding of, we just discovered not only like extrasolar planets that have moons on them and asteroid belt, we discovered an extrasolar planet in another galaxy. This will be able to see crazy stuff like that, spectroscopy, imaging. But it'll be able to go back farther in time, such that we will be doing cosmology. Like, Hubble did some cosmology. I measured the Hubble constant; that was its key project when it was designed and launched. But because it is the optical telescope is sensitive to more close-in redshifts, so shorter distances. Now James Webb is much higher redshift. It can probe the darker, deeper, distant universe.
Okay, let's talk about not the distant universe, but our great planets. First, I gotta ask you about the moon. So there's a piece of the moon on this table that you've given me that we didn't have to pick up, that arrived here. So how did a piece of the moon arrive here on Earth?
So this chunk of the moon, if it were delivered by the Apollo and NASA missions, you and I would be guilty of a felony right now because it's illegal to own pieces of the moon collected by the Apollo astronauts. So don't even joke about that when you go over to Houston. This piece of moon rock was delivered via the old-fashioned way by gravity. So this was a chunk of the moon, which is blasted off because the moon gets bombarded by asteroids and meteoroids. Some of them eject material from the surface of the moon into space. And it will then orbit the common moon-Earth system, and it will then eventually enter our atmosphere. If the piece is large enough and the trajectory is proper, it can land intact. And this one landed a few 100 grams worth, and they sliced it up. And then it was delivered via U.S. Postal Service to my house. So you can buy these pieces. And actually, you can buy a piece of Mars. You can buy a piece of Mars delivered by the same route. Now, what's so interesting about that? Well, if a piece of Mars can get here, piece of Earth can get there, if some piece of Earth has some life forms on it, it could get there. And if that can happen in our solar system, it can happen throughout the galaxy. So I'm actually not of the opinion that there is life elsewhere in the universe, at least technological life that we can see. I see this look of horror on your face. I view it, I'm personally extremely pessimistic, would be extremely surprised.
I'm curious by the transition, because you just said that life could have arrived from Mars or from planet to planet, but because of the meteorite striking it and so on.
Yeah.
And then you went to, you don't think there might be life out there in the universe? Technological life, advanced intelligent civilizations. Okay. Okay. So go on.
Yeah. So that's a generalization of what famous astronomer Fred Hoyle called, I know this is a PG-13 podcast, it's called panspermia. Panspermia. And
Peep that out.
yeah, please. And that's the exchange of genetic life form material from other regions on Earth, which explains the origin of life on Earth, but not the origin of life itself, which I think is a much grander mystery and much more interesting. How did life get here? And you've talked with many eminent people about that. I'm not going to add that much, but just thinking about the first process. Let's say life started on the Earth somehow, and then made its way out into the universe. Is there enough time for the whatever material went from Earth via panspermic direction, spraying the love gun out into the universe? Did that then have enough time to incubate and go into a planet that could support it? Certainly not within our solar system, which traveling at the meteorite speeds would require hundreds of millions of years. Then looking at the evolutionary history from bacteria to Bach, from rocks to Rachmaninoff.
That's pretty good.
How do you get from those very simple inanimate objects to life? I just simply think there's time for Earth to seed life, technological life throughout the galaxy. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
But so you really think that the origin of life on Earth is a really special event?
Yeah, if it did originate on Earth. My question for those that search for life outside the Earth is, what if you had a letter from God? And the letter said, life didn't originate on Earth. Like, would you choose a different profession? Like, it seemed hopeless. Like, in other words, we only have a sample of one. In fact, we only know one conscious life form, one planet that has life on Earth. What if you knew for sure it didn't start here? That means that, like, there's almost nothing about Earth that is originated. It didn't originate the life process. So to say purely the origin of life, not life itself, I think it's fascinating. But how could we learn about the origin of remember, you have to go from inanimate object to living object, whatever that definition of life is. I'm not an expert in many definitions, Max, Sarah, many different definitions. But how do you actually go from inanimate to animate? It's a huge question.
Yeah, but then you don't have to be the place where life originated to replicate the origin or to that's one way to understand something is to build it. Yeah. But another way is to just observe it. You don't have to truly reach your scratch. So but then yes, if it didn't originate on Earth, then your intuitions about the basic prerequisites of life are off.
What's the governing principle?
Right? Like what is and then you could have just almost an arbitrary number of possible, like if life didn't start on Earth. To me, that's exciting because it's like we know even less than we thought. The thing is, it can prosper on Earth, though. Yeah. So maybe the origin of life is fundamentally different from the maintenance of life.
Right. And maybe the existence of the Earth life symbiosis is critical. I think Sarah, you talked about Sarah Walker, that it's a planetary phenomenon, etc. So doesn't that make it less like? In other words, like not only do you need special life conditions to create life, but then it's sustenance of life, as you say, that also has to be maintained under very specific circumstances by very specific planets and with very specific tectonic activity and moon. And by the way, you need a Jupiter nearby, you need an Earth and a moon. systems so that you don't get bombarded too early. And I always think like this, like technological life. I haven't said this before. This is much to speak. I usually like to write down before I say it. But one of the things I thought about
Somebody hosts a podcast. You should probably accept the fact that you're going to say stupid things every once in a while.
Not every once in a while. Everyone. I claim that, to get to sending, people to the moon, our planet needed whales and dinosaurs, right? Like, you don't make a solar panel from another solar panel. You made a solar panel from a factory that melted down glass, silica, aluminum, extruded that using fossil fuels. Where do those fossil fuels come from? Like, so any civilization that's going to be a Dyson, Kardashev, did they have dinosaurs? Like, did they have like prebiotic life? Did they have a great oxygenation event? Did they have a dimorphism between prokaryotic, eukaryotic? All those hurdles, let's say there's 8 hurdles. And each one of those has a probability of 1 in 1,000 to go from, eukaryotic, prokaryotic, whatever. Let's say there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think it's like 1 in 10 to the 40th or whatever if you really do. But let's say it's first generous nature, 1 in 10 to the 3. Let's say there's 8 of those hurdles. That means you have 10 to the 24th power, different possibility.
It's a very helpful phrase that comes to us courtesy of our mutual friend Eric Weinstein. And audience capture is a thing, and I believe I've witnessed many casualties of it. If there's anything I've been on guard against in my life, professionally, it's been that. And when I noticed that I had a lot of people in my audience who didn't like my criticizing Trump, I really leaned into it. And when I noticed that a lot of the other cohort in my audience didn't like me criticizing far left and wokeness, and thought I was exaggerating that problem, I leaned into it because I thought those parts of my audience were absolutely wrong. And I didn't care about whether I was going to lose those parts of my audience. There are people who have created, knowingly or not, there are people who created different incentives for themselves. Because of how they've monetized their podcast, because of the kind of signal they've responded to in their audience. And I worry about, I regret to total invidious ad hominem thing to say, but I really do worry that that's happened to Brett. I think I cannot explain how you do 100 all the things in the universe to be interested in. Of all the things he's competent to speak intelligently about, I don't know how you do 100 podcasts in a row on COVID. It's just, it makes no sense.
Do you think in part audience capture?
I absolutely.
What about, for example, do you feel pressure to not admit that you made a mistake on COVID or made a mistake on Trump? I'm not saying you feel that way, but do you feel this pressure? Do you attack audience capture within yourself, within the way you do stuff, so you don't feel as much pressure from the audience, but within your own ego?
I mean, again, the people who think I'm wrong about any of these topics are going to think, okay, you're just not admitting that you're wrong. But now we're having a dispute about specific facts. There are things that I believed about COVID or worried might be true about COVID 2 years ago that I no longer believe or I'm not so worried about now, and vice versa. And things have flipped upside down. The question is, was I wrong? So here's a cartoon version of it, but this is something I said probably 18 months ago, and it's still true. When I saw what Brett was doing on COVID 2 years ago, I said, even if he is right, even if it turns out that ivermectin is a panacea and the mRNA vaccines kill millions of people, right, he's still wrong right now. His reasoning is still flawed right now. His facts still suck right now. Right? And his confidence is unjustified now. That was true then, that will always be true then. Right? And so, not much has changed for me to revisit any of my time points along the way. Again, I will totally concede that if I had teenage boys and their schools were demanding that they be vaccinated with the mRNA, I would be powerfully annoyed. Like I wouldn't know what I was going to do, and I would be doing more research about myocarditis, badgering our doctors, and I would be worried that we have a medical system, a pharmaceutical system, and a healthcare system, and a public health system that's not incentivized to look at any of this in a fine-grained way, and they just want one blanket admonition to the entire population: just take the shot, you idiots. I view that largely as a result of panic response to the misinformation explosion that happened, and the populist resistance animated by misinformation that just made it possible to get anyone to cooperate. So it was just part of it is, again, a pendulum swinging in the wrong direction. Somewhat analogous to the woke response to Trump and the Trumpist response to woke. Right? So a lot of people are pushed around for bad reasons, but understandable reasons. But yes, there are caveats to things have changed about my view of COVID. But the question is, if you roll back the clock 18 months, was I wrong to want to platform Eric Topol, a very well-respected cardiologist on this topic, or Nicholas Christakis to talk about the network effects of whether we should close schools, right? He's written a book on COVID. He's network effects are his wheelhouse as an MD and as a sociologist. There was a lot that we believe we knew about the efficacy of closing schools during pandemics, right? During the Spanish flu pandemic and others, right? But there's a lot we didn't know about COVID. We didn't know negligible the effects would be on kids compared to older people. We didn't know. It was like
so my problem. I really enjoyed the conversation with Coco, but also didn't. So he's one of the great communicators in many ways on Twitter, like distillation of the current data. But I hope I'm not overstating it, but there is a bit of an arrogance from him that I think could be explained by him being exhausted by being constantly attacked by conspiracy theory anti-vaxxers. To me, the same thing happens with people that start drifting to being right-wing. They get attacked so much by the left, they become almost irrational and arrogant in their beliefs. And I felt your conversation with Topol did not sufficiently empathize with people that have skepticism, but also does not sufficiently communicate uncertainty we have. So like, many of the decisions you made, many of the things you're talking about, I'm kind of saying there's a lot of uncertainty, but this is the best thing you could do now.
Well, it was a forced choice. You're going to get COVID. You want to be vaccinated when you get it. That was always, in my view, an easy choice. And up until you start breaking apart the cohorts and you start saying, okay, wait a minute, there's this myocarditis issue in young men. Let's talk about that. Before that story emerged, it was just clear that if it's not knocking down transmission as much as we had hoped, it is still mitigating severe illness and death. And I still believe that it is the current view of most people competent to analyze the data that we've lost something like 300,000 people unnecessarily in the U.S. because of vaccine hesitancy.
But I think there's a way to communicate with humility about the uncertainty of things that would increase the vaccination rate.
I do believe that it is rational and sometimes effective to signal impatience with certain bad ideas, right, and certain conspiracy theories, certain forms of misinformation. So it's just.
I just think it makes you look like
well, certain people are persuadable, certain people are not persuadable, but it's no, because there's not enough. It's the opportunity cost. Not everything can be given a patient hearing. Like you can't have a physics conference and then let people in to just trumpet their pet theories about the grand unified vision of physics when they're obviously crazy, or they're obviously half crazy, or they're just not, the people, like you begin to get a sense for this when it is your wheelhouse. But there are people who declare their irrelevance to the conversation fairly quickly without knowing that they've done it, right? And the truth is, I think I'm one of those people on the topic of COVID, right? It's never that I felt, listen, I know exactly what's going on here. I know these mRNA vaccines are safe. I know exactly how to run a lockdown. No, this is a situation where you want the actual pilots to fly the plane. Right? We needed experts who we could trust. And insofar as our experts got captured by all manner of things, some of them got captured by Trump. Some of them were made to look ridiculous just standing next to Trump while he was bloviating about, whatever. It's just going to go away. There's just 15 people, 15 people in cruise ship, and it's just going to go away. Or it's like, he said, many of these doctors think I understand this better than them. They're just amazed at how I understand it. And you've got doctors, real doctors, the heads of the CDC and NIH standing around just ashen-faced while he's talking, all of this was deeply corrupting of the public communication of science. And then, again, I banged on about the depredations of wokeness. The woke thing was a disaster. And it still is a disaster. But it doesn't mean that. But the thing is, there's a big difference between me and Brett in this case. I didn't do 100 podcasts on COVID. I did like 2 podcasts on COVID. The measure of my concern about COVID can be measured in how many podcasts I did on it. Right? It's like once we had a sense of how to live with COVID, I was just living with COVID. So like, okay, get vaxxed or don't get vaxxed. Wear masks or don't wear masks. Travel or don't travel. You've got a few things to decide, but my kids were stuck at home on iPads for too long. I didn't agree with that. It was obviously not functional. I criticized that on the margins, but there was not much to do about it. But the thing I didn't do is make this my life and just browbeat people with one message or another. We need a public health regime where we can trust what competent people are saying to us about what medicines are safe. And in the absence of that, craziness is going to, even in the presence of that, craziness is going to proliferate, given the tools we've got. But in the absence of that, it is going to proliferate for understandable reasons, and that's going to, it's not going to be good next time when something orders of magnitude more dangerous. And that's, I spend, as far as I think about this issue, I think much more about next time than this time.
Before this COVID thing, you and Brad had some good conversations, I would say, with friends. What do you admire most about that outside of the criticism you've had about this COVID topic?
Well, I think Brett is very smart and he's a very ethical person who wants good things for the world. And I have no reason to doubt that. So the fact that we're on, we're crosswise on this issue does not mean that I think he's a bad person. The thing that worried me about what he was doing, and this was true of Joe, and this was true of Elon, this was true of many other people, is that once you're messaging at scale to a vast audience, you incur a certain kind of responsibility not to get people killed. And I did worry that, people were making decisions on the basis of the information that's being shared. And that's why I was, I think, fairly circumspect. I just said, okay, give me the center of the fairway expert opinion at this time point, and at this time point, and at this time point, and then I'm out. I'm not an expert on the safety of mRNA vaccines. If something changes was to become newsworthy, then maybe I'll do a podcast. I just did a podcast on lab leak, right? I was never skeptical of the lab leak. Brett was very early on saying this is a lab leak, right? At a point where my only position was, who cares? Like the thing we have to get straight is what do we do given this situation?
But also, we should say that you actually stated that it is a possibility.
Oh yeah.
You just said it just doesn't.
The time to figure that out. Now, I've had my podcast guest on this topic change my view of this because one of the guests, in Chan, made the point that actually the best time to figure out the origin of this is immediately, right? Because in the evidence, you lose touch with the evidence. I hadn't really been thinking about this. I didn't come back after a year. There are certain facts you might not be able to get in hand, but I've always felt that it didn't matter for two reasons. One is we had the genome of the virus, and we very quickly immediately designed vaccines against that genome, and that's what we had to do. And then we had to figure out how to vaccinate and to mitigate and to develop treatments and all that. So the origin story didn't matter. Generically speaking, either origin story was politically inflammatory. And it made the Chinese look bad. And the Chinese response to this looks bad, whatever the origin story. They're not cooperating. They're stopping their domestic flights, but letting their international flights go. I mean, it's just, they were bad actors, and they should be treated as such regardless of the origin. Right? And I would argue that the wet market origin is even more politically invidious than the lab leak origin. Because the lab leak, to my eye, the lab leak can happen anywhere. Right? We're all running, all these advanced countries are running these dangerous labs. That's a practice that we should be worried about. We know lab leaks are a problem. There's been multiple lab leaks of even worse things that haven't gotten out of hand in this way, but worse pathogens. We're wise to be worried about this, and on some level, it could happen to anyone, right? The wet market makes them look like barbarians within another century. Like, you've got to clean up those wet markets. Like, what are you doing putting a bat on top of a pangolin, on top of a duck? It's like, get your shit together. So, like, if anything, the wet market makes them look worse, in my opinion. Now, I'm sure what they actually did to seal a lab leak, if it was a lab leak, all of that's going to look odious.
Do you think we'll ever get to the bottom of that? I mean, one of the big negatives, I would say failures of Anthony Fauci and so on, is to be transparent and clear and just a good communicator about gain of function research. The dangers of that is like, why it's a useful way of research, but it's also dangerous.
Right.
Just being transparent about that, as opposed to just coming off really shady. There's the conspiracy theorists and the politicians helping. But just created a giant ones.
Yeah, no, I would agree. So that exchange with Fauci and Rand Paul, it went viral. Yeah, I would agree that Fauci looked like he was taking refuge in this very lawyered language and not giving a straightforward account of what we do and why we do it. So yeah, I think it looked shady, it played shady, and it probably was shady. I don't know how personally entangled he is with any of this, but yeah, the gain of function research is something that I think we're wise to be worried about, and insofar as I judge myself adequate to have an opinion on this, I think it should be banned, right? Like I probably a podcast I'll do, if you or somebody else doesn't do it in the meantime. I would like a virologist on to defend it against a virologist who would criticize it. Forget about the gain of function research. I don't even understand virus hunting at this point. It's like, I don't even know why you need to go into a cave to find this next virus that could be circulating among bats that may jump zoonotically to us. Why do that? We can make sequences a day and make vaccines in a weekend. I mean, like what kind of head start do you think you're getting?
That's a surprising new thing. How quickly you can develop a vaccine. That's that's really interesting. But the shadiness around lab leaks.
I think the point I didn't make about Brett's style of engaging this issue is people are using the fact that he was early on lab leaks to suggest that he was right about ivermectin and about mRNA vaccines and all the rest. Like, no, that's none of that connects. And it was possible to be falsely confident. Like, you shouldn't have been confident about lab. No one should have been confident about lab leak, or even if it turns out to be lab leak. It was always plausible. It was never definite. It still isn't definite. Zoonotic is also quite plausible. It certainly was super plausible then. Both are politically uncomfortable. Both at the time were inflammatory to be banging on about when we were trying to secure some kind of cooperation from the Chinese, right? So there's a time for this thing, and it's possible to be your reasoning, the style of reasoning matters whether you're right or not. Like, because your style of reasoning is dictating what you're going to do on the next topic.
Sure, but this is a multivariate situation here. It's really difficult to know what's right and COVID, getting all the uncertainty out of the chaos, especially when you step outside the pure virology of it, and you start to get to policy.
Yeah,
it's really,
it's just trade-offs.
Like transmissibility of the virus. Sure, that just knowing 65% of the population is vaccinated, what effect would that have? Just even knowing those, just modeling all those things. Given all the other incentives, I mean, Pfizer,
You had the CEO of Pfizer on your podcast. Did you leave that conversation feeling like this is a person who is consciously reaping windfall profits on a dangerous vaccine and putting everyone at intolerable risk, or do you think this person is making a good faith attempt to save lives and no taint of bad incentive?
The thing I sensed, and I felt in part, was a failure on my part, but I sensed that I was talking to a politician. So it's not thinking there was malevolence there, or benevolence. There was a job. He put on a suit, and I was talking to a suit, not a human being. Now, he said that his son was a big fan of the podcast, which is why he wanted to do it. So I thought I would be talking to a human being. And I asked challenging questions, but I thought the internet thinks otherwise. Every single question in that interview was a challenging one. But it wasn't really, which is what people seem to want to do with pharmaceutical companies. There's a deep distrust with pharmaceutical companies.
What was the alternative? Yeah, I totally get that windfall profits at a time of public health emergency looks bad. It's a bad look, right? But how do we reward and return capital to risk takers who will spend $1 billion to design a new drug for a disease that maybe only harms a single-digit percentage of the population? What do we want to encourage, and who do we want to get rich? Because if the person who cures cancer, do we want that person to get rich or not? Do we want the person who gave us the iPhone to get rich, or we don't want the person who cures cancer to get rich? What do we want to do?
It's a very gray area. So what we want is the person to declare that they have a cure for cancer, to have authenticity and transparency. I think we're good now as a population, and there was something about the Pfizer CEO, for example, just CEOs of pharmaceutical companies in general, just because they're so loyal, that so much marketing and PR people, you just smell bullshit. They're not talking to real humans. It just feels like none of it is transparent to us as a public. So like this whole talking point that Pfizer's only helping people just doesn't ring true, even though very well could be true. It's the same thing with Bill Gates, who seems to be at scale helping a huge amount of people. And yet there's something about the way he delivers that message where people are like, he seems suspicious. What's happening? There's certain kinds of communication styles that seem to be more serve as better catalysts. I'm not sure what that is because I don't think there's an alternative for capitalism in delivering drugs that help people. But also at the same time, there seems to need to be more transparency. And plus, like regulation that makes sense. It seems like pharmaceutical companies are susceptible to corruption.
Yeah, I worry about all that. But I also do think that most of the people going into those fields, most of the people going into government, they're doing it for good. And they're non-psychopaths trying to get good things done and trying to solve hard problems. They're not trying to get rich. I mean, many of the people are like, the bad incentives or something. Again, I've seen that phrase 30 times on podcast, but it's just almost everywhere it explains normal people creating terrible things. Right? It's not that there are that many bad people, and yes, it makes the truly bad people that much more remarkable and worth paying attention to. But the bad incentives and the bad and the power of bad ideas do much more harm. That's what gets good people running in the wrong direction.
Let's not start this, Jay. Okay, let's start. I don't want to start this. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? No mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care. Even they say you should wear a mask because you're treating coronavirus. They didn't say it initially. No, they didn't. They did. And then gradually, and then everybody wore the fucking masks. This is like rollerblading. Everybody fucking rollerbladed. And then it was that one fucking homophobic joke. And then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades got thrown into the ocean. We all wore masks. And then all of a sudden, people have
done and continuing to do amazing things. And I think many of his aspirations are realized. The world will be a much better place. I think it's amazing to see what he's built and what he's attempted to build and build.
So with Tesla, with SpaceX.
Yeah, no, I'm a fan of almost all of that. I mean, there are wrinkles to a lot of that, some of that. And there's something very Trumpian about how he's acting. I mean, Twitter. I think Twitter's. He thinks Twitter's great. Awesome place because he thinks it's so great. I think Twitter's driving him crazy. I think he's needlessly complicating his life, and harming his reputation, and creating a lot of noise, and harming a lot of other people. I mean, so like the thing that I objected to with him on Twitter is not that he bought it and made changes to it. I mean, that was not. Again, I remain agnostic as to whether or not he can improve the platform. It was how he was personally behaving on Twitter, not just towards me, but towards the world. I think when you forward an article about Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked, not as it was by some lunatic, but that some gay tryst gone awry, right? It's not what it seems, and link to a website that previously claimed that Hillary Clinton was dead and that a body double was hanging in place. That thing was exploding in Trump's as a conspiracy, right? And it was having an effect. It matters that he was signal boosting it in front of 130 million people. And so it is to saying that your former employee, Yoel Roth, is a pedophile. Like that has real consequences. It appeared to be complete bullshit. And now this guy's getting inundated with death threats, right? And Elon, all that's totally predictable, right? And he's behaving quite recklessly. There's a long list of things like that he's done on Twitter. It's not ethical. It's not good for him. It's not good for the world. It's not serious. It's just it's a very adolescent relationship to real society. And so my problem with how he's behaved is that he's purported to touch real issues by terms like, okay, do I give the satellites to Ukraine or not? Do I minimize their use of them or not? Should I publicly worry about World War III or not? Right? He's doing this shit on Twitter, right? And at the same moment, he's doing these other very impulsive, ill-considered things, and he's not showing any willingness to really clean up the mess he made. He brings Kanye on, knowing he's an anti-Semite who's got mental health problems, and then kicks him off for a swastika. I probably wouldn't have kicked him off for a swastika. That's even, like, can you really kick people off for swastikas? Is that something that you get banned for? Are you a free speech absolutist if you can't let a swastika show up? I'm not even sure that's enforceable terms of service, right? There's moments to use swastikas that are not conveying hate and not raising the risk of violence.
Like that?
Yeah. But so much of what he's doing, given that he's, again, scale matters. He's doing this in front of 130 million people. That's very different than a million people, and that's very different than 100,000 people. And so when I went off the tracks with Elon, he was doing this about COVID, and again, this was a situation where I tried to privately mitigate a friend's behavior, and it didn't work out very well.
Did you try to correct highlighting things he might be wrong on, or did you use the less power love method? I should write a pamphlet.
Well, no, but it was totally coming from a place of love because I was concerned about his reputation. Concerned about what it was a twofold concern. I could see what was happening in the tweet. He had this original tweet that was panic over COVID is done. Wait, this is in March, early March 2020.
Oh, super early.
Super, when nobody knew anything, but when you saw what was happening, it did it. Totally different.
That was a wild time. That's when the toilet
Wild.
paper.
Totally was. But that became the most influential tweet on Twitter for that week. It had more engagement than any other tweet, more than any crazy tweeting. And it went off again, a nuclear bomb of information. And I could see that people were responding to it like, wait a minute, here's this genius technologist who must have inside information about everything. Right? Surely he knows something that is not on the surface about this pandemic. And they were reading into it a lot of information that I knew wasn't there. Right? And at the time, I didn't think he had any reason to be suggesting that. He was just firing off a tweet. Right? So I reached out to him in private, and because it was a private text conversation, I won't talk about the details, but I'm just saying if that's the case, among the many cases of friends who have public platforms and who did something that I thought was dangerous and ill-considered, this was a case where I reached out in private and tried to help, and genuinely help, because it was just, I thought it was harmful in every sense, because it was being misinterpreted. And it's like, okay, you could say that panic over anything is dumb, fine, but this was not how this was landed. This was like non-issue, conspiracy, there's going to be no COVID in the U.S. It's going to peter out. It's just going to become a cold. And that's how this was getting received. Whereas at that moment, it was absolutely obvious how big a deal this was. That it was at minimum going to be a big deal.
I don't know if it was obvious, but it was obvious that there was a significant probability. I remember it wasn't clear. Like, there were still stories of it. Like, it's probably going to a big concern. The hospital's going to report this guy died in like 2 months.
Yeah, we didn't know, but there was no way we weren't going to have tens of thousands of deaths at a minimum at that point. And it was totally rational to be worried about hundreds of thousands. And when Nicholas Christakis came on my podcast very early, he predicted quite confidently that we would have about 1 million people dead. And that didn't seem, it was, I think, appropriately hedged, but it still was just like, okay, it's just going to just look at the kind of ride in this exponential, and it's going to be, it'd be very surprising not to have that order of magnitude, and not something else. And so anyway, I mean, to close the story on Elon, I could see how this was being received, and I tried to get him to walk that back, and then we had a fairly long and detailed exchange on this issue, and that intervention didn't work, and it was not done. I was not an asshole. I was just concerned, for him, for the world, and then there are other relationships where I didn't take again, that's an example of taking the time didn't work. Right? The other relationships where I thought, okay, this is going to be more trouble than it's worth, and I just ignored it. And there's a lot of that. I'm not comfortable with how this is all netted out, because I don't know if, I'm not, frankly, I'm not comfortable with how much time in this conversation is spent talking about these specific people. What good is it for me to talk about Elon and Brad or anything?
I think there's a lot of good, because those friendships, listen, as a family, these are the conversations that I love. Love is a family, and it feels like COVID has robbed the world of these conversations. Because we were changing back and forth on Twitter. That's not what I mean by conversation. Like long form discussion, like a debate about COVID, like a normal debate.
But there's no. Elon and I shouldn't be debating COVID.
We should be. Here's the thing: with humility, like basically saying, we don't really know, like the Rogan method. We're just a bunch of idiots. Like one is an engineer, you're a neuroscientist. Like it just kind of, okay, here's the evidence. But like normal people, that's what everybody was doing. The whole world was like trying to figure out what.
Yeah, but the issue was that at the moment I had this collision with Elon, certain things were not debatable. It was absolutely clear where this was going. It wasn't clear how far it was going to go, how quickly we would mitigate it, but it was absolutely clear that it was going to be an issue. Right? The train had come off the tracks, and we knew we weren't going to seal our borders. There were already people, there were already cases known to many of us personally in the U.S. And he was operating by a very different logic that I couldn't engage in.
Sure, but that logic represents part of the population, and there's a lot of interesting topics that have a lot of uncertainty around them. The masks,
but where things broke down was not at the point that there's a lot to talk about, a lot to debate. It's all very interesting, and who knows what's what. It broke down very early at there's nothing to talk about. I get like either there's a water bottle on the table or there isn't.
Yeah, but technically, there's only one sport in water. So what defines a water bottle? Is it water inside the water bottle, or is it water bottle? So I'm giving you an example.
We had an exchange in private, and I want to honor not exposing the details of it, but the details convinced me that there was not a follow-up conversation on that topic.
That said, I hope, and I hope to be part of helping that happen, and the friendship was rekindled, because one of the topics is a lot about artificial intelligence. You've had great public and private conversations about this topic.
Yes, and Elon was very formative in my taking that issue seriously. I mean, he and I went to that initial conference in Puerto Rico together, and it was only because he was going, and I found out about it through him, and I wrote his coattails to it, that I got to dropped in that side of the pool to hear about these concerns at that point.
It would be interesting to hear how is your concern evolved with the coming out of ChatGPT and these new large language models that are fine-tuned for reinforcement learning and seemingly to be able to do incredible human-like things. There's two questions. One, how is your concern in terms of AGI and superintelligence evolved? And how impressed are you with ChatGPT?
This corn come infected with fungus, but it's somehow made it more expensive.
Well, my
It
concern about
happens when a specific
AGI
fungus infects the corn, which is a combination for farmers. Recently in Mexico, they intentionally infected by injecting the fungus inside, and as the corn continues to grow, so does the fungus, causing the kernels to swell and expand into these grayish blue lumps called melicote, which absolutely takes over the corn like a disease. And this may look gross, and you usually stay away from it, but it's actually edible and is even considered a delicacy because of its rich and delicious flavor.
Well, yeah, unless we find some way of permanently tethering a super intelligent, self-improving AI to our value system. And I don't believe anyone has figured out how to do that, or whether that's even possible in principle. I know people like Stuart Russell, who I just had on my podcast.
Oh, really? Have you released it?
I haven't released it yet. Oh, but he's done a previous podcast, but we just recorded this week.
Because you haven't done the app podcast in a while.
Yeah,
But he's a good person to talk about a lot.
yeah. So Stuart has been probably more than anyone my guru on this topic. Reading his book and I've done 2 podcasts with him at this point.
It's like the control problems and like that.
His book is human capacity. Yeah, he talks about control problems. And yeah, so I just think the idea that we can define a value function in advance that permanently tethers a self-improving, super intelligent AI to our values as we continue to discover them, refine them, extrapolate them in an open-ended way. I think that's a tall order, and I think there are many more ways. There must be many more ways of designing super intelligence that is not aligned. It's not ever approximating values. So Stuart's idea, to put it in a very simple way, is that he thinks you don't want to specify the value function up front. You don't want to imagine to ever write the code in such a way that there is no loophole. You want to make the AI uncertain as to what human values are, and perpetually uncertain, and always trying to ameliorate that uncertainty by hewing more and more closely to what our profession is. It's always interested in us saying, oh no, that's not what we want, that's not what we intend, stop doing that. No matter how smart it gets, all it wants to do is more perfectly approximate human values. I think there are a lot of problems with that. At a high level, I'm not a computer scientist, so there are many problems at a low level that I don't understand.
Like how to force a human into the loop always, no matter what.
There's that, and what humans get to vote, what do humans value, and what is the difference between what we say we value and our revealed preferences, which if you were a super intelligent AI that could look at humanity now, I think you could be forgiven for concluding that what we value is driving ourselves crazy with Twitter and living perpetually on the brink of nuclear war and just watching, hot girls in yoga pants on TikTok again and again and again. It's like what you were saying, that it's not. This is all revealed preference, and it's what is an AI to make of that, and what should it optimize? Like so. Part of this is also Stuart's observation that one of the insidious things about the YouTube algorithm is that it's not that it just caters to our preferences. It actually begins to change us in ways as to make us more predictable. Like it finds ways to make us a better reporter of our preferences, to trim our preferences down so that it can further trained to that signal. So the main concern is that most of the people in the field see intelligence seriously. Like, as they design more and more intelligent machines, and as they profess to want to design true AGI, they're not, again, they're not spending the time that should have spent trying to figure out how to do this above all. Never form a motor. Why would it ever form a motor to be malicious to humanity, right? Unless we put that motor in. And that's not the concern. The concern is in the presence of vast disparities in competence, and in certainly in a condition where these machines are improving themselves, improving their own code, they could be developing instrumental goals that are antithetical to our well-being without any intent to harm us, right? So it's analogous to what we do to every other species on Earth. You and I don't consciously form the intention to harm insects on a daily basis, but there are many things we could intend to do that would, in fact, harm insects. Because, you decide to repave your driveway, or whatever you're doing, like, you're not taking the interest of insects into account because they're so far from you in terms of your cognitive horizons. And the real challenge here is that if you believe that intelligence scales up on a continuum toward heights that we can only dimly imagine, and I think there's every reason to believe that. No reason to believe that we're near the summit of intelligence. And you can define maybe there's some form of intelligence which is not true, but for many relevant points, the top 100 things we care about talking about, I think there's every reason to believe that many of us, most of us, are a lot like chess. They'll go. Once the machines get better than we are, they're going to stay better. Things will go. Jack came out of Shearer's lab. One time if you beat a machine. Yes, they kind of have to that. But anyway, ultimately, there's going to be no looking back. And the question is, what do we do in relationship to these systems that are more competent than we are in every relevant respect? Because it will be a relationship. It's not the people who think that we can figure this all out without thinking about it in advance. It's going to be the solutions we can find themselves. Seem not to be taking the concept of really creating autonomous superintelligence. What does that mean? It's every bit as independent and ungovernable, ultimately, as us having created, imagine we created a race of people that were 10 times smarter than all of us. How would we live with those people? They're 10 times smarter than us. They begin to talk about things we don't understand. They begin to want them to. They begin to view us as obstacles to solving the problem. We're gratifying this without it. We become the chickens or the monkeys. And I think that for some amazing solution of the sort that clearly is imaginable, that we could somehow anchor their reward functions permanently, no matter how intelligent scale. I think it's really worth worrying about. Yes, I do buy the sci-fi notion that this is an existential risk.
I worry that we don't notice it. I'm deeply impressed with ChatGPT, and I'm worried that if you will become super intelligent, these language models will become super intelligent because they basically training and collecting intelligence. And then they'll start controlling our behavior if they're integrated into our algorithms, their recommender systems. And we just won't notice that super intelligent system that's controlling our behavior.
Well, I think that's true even before, far before super intelligence, even before general intelligence. I think the narrow intelligence of these algorithms and of what something like ChatGPT can do.
How was Dave working on Bob's farm, my love? It was great. I convinced a Facebook mommy group that diapers cause autism. Oh, then we had a big catered lunch.
Developing its own goals and
my darling has appetite of Siberian walrus and justice
the unintended consequences of using it in the way that we are going to be incentivized to use it. Money to be made from scaling this thing. And what it does to for information space and our sense of being able to get the ground truth of any fact, it's super scary. I mean,
Indeed, the challenge whether development goes API, ChatGPT, or is still is it just an impressive little toolbox? So,
maybe your friend should be more succinct.
what do you think is
Maybe you should call our boss Papa again.
the
It
oil
was a
field?
mistake. One time.
I have no intuitions on that front, apart from the fact that if we continue to make progress, it will come.
Working on it, Mom.
Just have to assume we continue to make progress. There's only three assumptions. You assume substrate independence. There's no reason why this can't be done in silico. Very arbitrarily intelligent.
Sex in us.
Nothing magical about having it done in the wetware of our own brain.
That's crazy.
I think that is true, and I think that's a scientific part of the and then it doesn't have to be something that doesn't have to be any special rate of progress, doesn't have to be Moore's law. Just keep going. At a certain point, we can gain a relationship to mind, even consciousness.
Oh my God, Principal Shepard's making
Don't necessarily be conscious by virtue of being super intelligent. And that's the question. But leaving consciousness aside, they're going to be more competent than we are. And then that's like, the aliens of that. That's really counter with, again, leaving aside the possibility that something like Stewart
Chris, I hear you've been acting up in class and carelessly misquoting the Simpsons. Yeah, well, don't have a move,
but it is hard to picture
the slacker's position.
if what we use by intelligence is truly general.
Guess what?
If that scales, and
nothing you can do about it. Oh, really? Why is that? Because I know you've been making porn in the
build upon itself, how you maintain that perfect rabid devotion
you see, Chris,
to the end of time for hypnosis.
So once I saw I had the classrooms at
I
my
think
disposal, I was
my
almost
gut
fully
says
equipped.
that
I
others not
realized I was only a boxing
others around
match
him
away
too.
from becoming a
So it's not just increasingly
Hamilton
awesome.
tells me you're not supposed to
that had no,
well, it doesn't matter.
I'm not a computer scientist, I have no
My videos hardly get any views.
just algorithmically how you approach that.
With a sticky tongue.
My
Well,
main
that's a pretty
difference
sad
is
story, Principal
maybe
Shepard.
deeply
Well, you
flawed,
want
but
to
the
know the
main
saddest
difference
part
is
of
the
all?
fact that
Your
most of your
porn
learning
sucks, bro.
is currently
What are you
happening
talking about?
on human
Well,
level.
let's start with the titles.
Even ChatGPT is straight up to the
Man and woman having standard
I
sex.
don't
You
see
gotta
where
work
the
the out.
takeoff happens.
You need keywords like stepsister,
The
stepbrother,
current
step.
impressive aspect of
Just put step
ChatGPT is using
now, and it should
collective
work.
intelligence.
Even stepladder is getting traction these days.
From what I glean from, again, from people who know much more about this
I
than
can
I
help
do,
you out.
I
Want to help me?
think there's reason to be skeptical that
You
these
need help with this thing. I lead
techniques
after
of
school
deep learning
activities so my mom gets on my
are
back.
actually going to be sufficient to push us into this direction. They're not generalizing in the way they need to. They're not learning
I
like
feel like I finally
children.
found my calling,
They
like Steve Martin.
brittle and strange ways
I've got it.
where
I'll do 5 years of entertainment and 40 years of
human path
banjo.
is the only path to it. And maybe there's
No, I don't want $10 million for a movie. Go back when you've got 14 banjo fans and
we
your
know that they
city's
don't
worst
generalize
theater.
and use abstraction the way we do.
Honey,
So They have strange holes in their confidence that the size of the holes. Yeah.
So the intuition starts to slowly fall apart. You know, the intuition is like, surely it can't be this.
Everyone here was silenced by state for careless social media posts.
It's becoming simpler and simpler. Well, I don't know. I don't, the progress
Government is very strict about criticism of Russian way of life.
and the new models, and there's a lot of commercial incentives to make progress. So it's,
Meg, I am so happy you're okay. I stayed by your side all night.
Oh, thank you for being so good to me.
in raising
Hospital bill is
questions
gonna be a
and I'm going to be
fortune.
talking to you a lot of
It's
people
free.
about this topic.
Even in Russia, healthcare is basic human right covered by government. Surely a saving very wealthy superior United States.
Can you clarify
I've got very little understanding. I think he went down this rabbit hole further than I did. Wouldn't surprise anyone. That's not the case.
Is this really something people want to say? Oh, yeah, it has a very dedicated fan base.
It wasn't clear
What's the
who
actors
this
that
person
you
was, how this person got
You ever see a
the
hot
cell
watch
phone
like
number.
me? It ruins
They
the
didn't
dance.
seem
Ready when you are, Mr.
didn't
Chase.
seem like he
All
was
right,
getting
Ray
punched.
says, oh, Sigma, take one.
and then we're talking
Starts
about
up
the
and
Yeah,
action.
it's kind of a flurry of activity around the New Yorker
Out of the shot.
article
Kids
on
are gonna watch this.
UFOs and those stuff.
I gotta admit to you, Chris, our videos have been quite a success. I haven't done this kind of financial security since I found $20 in one of the lost and found drugs. In fact, I
And
took
so
the
this
liberty
person
of buying us
contacted both of
something to
us at the
celebrate.
same time. I think he might have contacted Rogan or
Is that? That's right, the 1992 Toyota Crescent, the ultimate principal dream car.
when I was contacted. And
And there's one for each of us. Gosh, really?
what happened is the person kept writing a check that he
Turns out
didn't
you
have,
just
but
needed
he
to find
kept saying,
something you can accept.
okay, next week, I understand this is
Say, how
sounding
about we drive
spooky
these
and
babies down
no
to
reason to
Chipotle
really
and order
trust
a
me,
walk
but
like big shots?
next week I'm
So
going
Elon
to
Musk
put on a
would
Zoom
know
call
was it
with
after
people
his
that you will
entrance?
recognize.
After one of
It'll
his
be
two
former heads
superior
of the CIA.
transfixes.
People who could, within 5 seconds being on the Zoom call, you'll
It was so sweet of you to plan this picnic, Ivan.
I said, great.
But
Just let me know.
why are we
Just
in a
send me
cemetery?
And
I beg
want-
to here
that
because
happened maybe
cemetery is
3
a
times.
very special place. It is
It was
here
one
where you can finally
phone
meet my
conversation and
parents.
then we just text.
Parents are dead?
And
Oh,
I
Ivan,
think
I'm so sorry.
Eric
It's
spent
okay. They
more
died
time with
peacefully
this
being
person.
ripped
And I'm
apart
not
by
really
dogs.
spoken about
Meg,
that.
when you were in hospital, I was so afraid to lose you. And in that moment, I
But
realized
I,
I
you know,
never
it's not
want
that my
us to be
bullshit
apart.
detector ever
Meg,
really went off in a big way. It's just the thing never happened.
I do not have much to give, but I do have mother's
you made a
engagement.
comment just interesting. You learn, I really appreciate it.
What do
You
you
learn
say,
about
Meg? Will
experiment
you make me happiest man in all of Russia, which is admittedly a very good war?
Oh,
So just
Ivan.
about
Yes,
experiment
yes,
and
yes.
big visit.
And come with me and let's take ground
It's a
rules,
very
not
kind of
smiling
nihilistic,
engagement.
sad thought that it wouldn't
I
matter.
cannot wait to
It
etch
wouldn't
this
affect
picture
your
of you
life.
into the
Can
hideous
you
black
explain that?
waste.
Well, you know, I always think many people notice that this was a sign of how crazy the news cycle was at that point. Like, with COVID and with Trump, and I forget when the U.S.
Hey, where are you going? Dinner's gonna be ready any minute.
It just seemed like
I had to
no
get
one
this.
had the
I had to
bandwidth
meet up
to
with
even be
the
interested. But
debate club.
I was amazed to
Yeah, there was a whole
notice in
debate
myself
about it.
Well, I am so
that I
glad you
wasn't
finally
more
found an
interested
expert
in
curriculum. This is
figuring
gonna
out
look
what was
great on
going
your
on.
college resume, and maybe you'll make some
And
new
I
friends.
considered
I am so proud of you.
this is
Of
true.
course I am.
This is the biggest story in anyone's life. Contact with alien intelligence.
So advanced already.
But
Okay,
that's not
have
the biggest
fun.
story in anyone's life.
Family Guy is brought to you by the Mountain View Toyota Cressida.
Why isn't
Maxi
this
Diet Pepsi can storage than
totally
any other
possible?
car in its class.
Not
When
only
you
is
hear the
it
building
not
dimension, put your
it's
Cressida
just
drive
barely
you
rising
the
to the
other way.
level of
The Toyota
not being able
Cressida.
to get
You'll pick up that french fry next to the brake
I
when you're
see
good
that
and ready.
one as a to some degree a
Chris, are you
understandable
in here,
defense
sweetie?
mechanism
I brought your
against
favorite.
the
Spaghetti with
bogus
butter and
claims
nothing
that
else.
have
I'm
been made
told
about
it's a
this
sign of a
country.
developmental disorder, but I'm not ready to confront that yet.
It's general sense is probably bullshit. It probably has some
Alright,
explanation.
okay,
And there's somebody who
stop crying.
That's my handsome boy.
yeah,
What are you doing here?
yeah, he got me.
What you doing on
I
sports on an empty
sent
screen?
you some of those videos.
This is the debate club.
Here,
What's
but
with all the lights
some of
and
those
the
videos seem
cameras?
like very credible debunkings of some of the optical evidence. And I'm surprised you didn't see more of that. There was
You're making fun.
a fairly credulous 60 Minutes piece that came out. I'm looking at some of that video, and it's the very video that he was debunking on YouTube. And, his video only had like 50,000 views on it or whatever. But again, it seemed like a fairly credible debunking. I haven't seen debunking videos debunking, but
I think there is, but he's just saying that there is possible explanation.
yes,
And usually in these kinds of contexts, if there's a possible explanation, even if it seems unlikely, it's going to be more likely than a whole civilization using
it's extraordinary things. I think it's generally true.
Well, with aliens, I think generally,
lighting its legs up
we
in
would
flame,
some
and lights
familiarity
shoot
about
this thing.
what they would look like when they show up. But I tend to think they're already here.
The amazing thing with this AI
Begin
conversation
with
is
the
we're
evening
talking about
population with the next week. And
we would
Jesus
be
said to
designing
Michael, the radio you
the
sold me
aliens,
last week
and
does
they
not
would,
work.
and
Michael said to
every
me,
reason
how
to
do we
believe
know you
that
didn't bring it on
eventually
purpose to get your money
I'm
back?
not at all
Then they got in a
skeptical
fist fight on the
about
bus.
the coming reality of the
By
aliens
now,
that we're going to build.
Ukraine
Now, here's the
actually
thing.
bought the
If
Russian.
this applies
I also
to when
bought
super
it out too.
intelligence shows
Let's
up,
win that money. You
will
may
this
share the
be
joint with
trending
kids.
on Twitter for a day? And then we'll go on to complain about something some parents want to go for a podcast. You guys are complaining.
I haven't noticed.
Is there an alpha Karen
Noticed when I was
who can
on,
speak for all of you?
but
First of all,
You have this concern about
second of all, I
AGI
want to get
basically
really
same
angry
kind of
really fast
thing
for no
that
reason.
the other way. There's something about this time where
I can explain.
even
What is
like
that to
World
explain?
War
That
III,
you've been using our children's
going
schools to
out
make
very
pornography?
casually,
That you took
concerning
advantage of my
yourself,
son?
even that you use like the website away.
yeah, but I think we have the
Dear
general
consumer,
problem that we
making cars is
can
really
make
hard. There are so many parts, you guys.
certain information, even unequivocally certain
Wait,
information,
everybody, wait a minute. That's the boy who was
emotionally
talking to an owl outside.
salient.
Let him speak.
Like we
Look, Principal
respond
Shepard made some
quite
bad
readily to
decisions,
certain
but he
things
didn't
as
do
we
it for
talk
himself.
about it.
It was
We
all
respond
to
to
raise
the
money for the school.
little girl who fell down a well,
Is
and
that
that
true, Principal
gets
Shepard?
100% of our emotional resources.
Of course it's true.
The abstract probabilities of nuclear war
Had to do to give us
that
the
even a high
education we
probability is
deserve.
even
You know the
powerful
reading
probability,
specialists
if
we
we
have
put it at
paid for by adjust.
30%.
What's a just?
Let's weigh up a bunch of German men go down
Russian
at the
roulette
same
with
time.
a gun with 3 chambers, and it's easy
He's
to
right,
head
everyone. With
your
all
head
those
with
budget
his
cuts,
head,
I had no
everyone's
choice.
head,
It was either make more
24
or
hours a day.
pass a modest tax
Um,
increase on the wealthiest citizens of
And
Cologne.
I think people
A
who
tax hike that will affect
treating
all of us.
Ukraine, I think
That's
the
the
people who
last
have
thing.
made it their business
Meeting adjourned.
professionally to think about the risk of nuclear war and to mitigate it. People like Graham Allison,
Right there, Principal Shepard. Now, I appreciate that you were trying to help out the school, but how could you get my son involved in something like this?
ongoing
You
risk,
corrupted him.
the risk that we're going to have
This was the best thing that
proper
ever happened
nuclear
to me.
war
See, before we started making porn, I didn't care about it because
generation.
I wasn't good at it.
People are putting it up with something like
Some
50%.
skills I never knew I
And
had.
we're living with this
Writing
sort of
scripts,
damage
making schedules,
over
and
our heads.
balancing budgets.
Now,
And it's
you might
all things that
wonder
Principal
whether
Shepard.
anyone can have reliable intuitions about the probability of that kind of thing.
I
But
never thought of it that way. I
the
guess you did
status
learn
quo
some
is
valuable life
truly
skills.
alarming. We've got
Oh, I'm so sorry I got
ICBMs
mad,
on
honey. I
each
just wanted
side,
to protect
smaller
you.
changes, tactical nukes,
I
like
don't want to
a
make you
World
bored.
War, based on incremental changes. We've got
Lunchbox?
Dude, that's my mom.
It's
the
usually
biggest bombs aimed at the biggest cities in both directions. And it's old technology, right? And it's, and it's
Well, I managed to upgrade us to
vulnerable
President
to
for Life Suite.
some
We know
lunatic
it's so
deciding
big
to
you would
lie
shove six,
or
7
misleading,
journalists out all at
bad
once.
data. We know we can save
Are you
from
okay,
nuclear
Nick?
war.
You barely touched your kvass. What's the matter? Not enough raisins? Perhaps you miss your family, no?
Yeah. I mean,
Soviet
I love it
submarine
here.
commanders deciding,
I'm sad they
pass
missed
this up
my
the chain of
Hey,
command.
I have an idea. Why don't we visit family in America? They
It's
can
almost
celebrate
certainly
our
an error.
wedding and say improper farewell.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm gonna call them right now. No service.
Here, you smile. Only service that works here is state-controlled Russian cellular network with a spy on every move. I think in USA you call it
Americans
T-Mobile.
going to engage in a first strike, they'd launch more than 5
So you got green card marriage, huh? That's right. American
long
cowbell.
enough to decide that it works.
Here's to my last night in
The
Russia.
probability of
Oh my God.
a
So you
nuclear
think
war
it's just
happening
another
by
scam?
mistake or some other
I'll give you
species
something to laugh about.
misunderstanding, technical malfunction. That's hard. Forget about the intentional use of the product. Certain crazy about some ideology.
And more methodology than
And misinformation plays a very picture in a way that but once you can get a deep state of any current president of the United States
What was that?
would want the first strike. That matters.
the engine would have to skepticism and sharpen it. More
Yeah,
yet,
we might have AI and digital watermarks that help us. Or maybe we'll not trust any information that has come through specific channels. Right. And so in my world, it's like I no longer feel the need to respond to anything other than what I put out in my channels of information. It's like there's so many people who clip stuff of me that shows the opposite of what I was actually saying in context. People like re-edited my podcast audio to make it seem like I said the opposite of what I was saying. It's like unless I put it out, you can't be sure that I actually said it. It's just. But I don't know what it's like to live like that for all forms of information. And strangely, I think it may require a greater siloing of information. We're living through this sort of Wild West period where everyone's got a newsletter and everyone's got a blog and everyone's got an opinion. But once you can fake everything,
there might be greater value for expertise.
Yeah.
For experts, but a more rigorous system for identifying.
Yeah, or just knowing that it's going to be an arms race to authenticate information. So it's like you can never trust a photograph unless it has been vetted by Getty Images, because only Getty Images has the resources to authenticate the provenance of that photograph and to test that it hasn't been meddled with by AI. And again, I don't even know if that's technically possible. Maybe, but whatever tools available for this will be commodified and the cost will be driven to zero so quickly that everyone will be able to do it. It could be like encryption.
And it would be proven and tested most effectively first, which is where most of human innovation technology happens. But I have to ask because Ron Howard, the director, asked us on Twitter, since we're talking about the threats to nuclear war and otherwise, he asked, be interested in both your expectations for human society if when we move beyond Mars. Will those societies be industrial based? How will it be governed? How will criminal infractions be dealt with? When you read or watch sci-fi, this is the sound being logical. Do you think about our society beyond Earth? As more as a common space?
Yeah, well,
I become a larger light that you shine, can't be seen. Baby, I compare you to a gift. The more I get over the straight turn, yeah.
It's going to get really almost boring really fast. Only the spacesuits or the other contingencies of living in that atmosphere or lack thereof will limit how badly we can behave on Mars.
If you think about the interaction between space versus you think there'll be, you think we're like moving through a transformation in society where we're going to be getting more and more interaction with digital space? Like everything is like playing on Twitter. Is it possible that Twitter is just the early days of the banking system that's actually giving birth to a better working system?
I think we're going to experience a pendulum swing back in many of the experiences now wanting to have face-to-face encounters and spend less time on my phone, less time online. Maybe everyone is going in that direction, but I do notice it myself, and I notice, I mean, once I got on Twitter, I sometimes I people who were never on Twitter, and the people who never, I know I have a lot of friends who were never on Twitter, and they actually never understood what I was doing. It wasn't that they were seeing it and then reacting to it, they just didn't know. It's like being on Reddit. I don't spend any time about not being on Reddit.
Do you think the pursuit of human happiness is better achieved, more effectively achieved outside of Twitter?
Well, I think all we have is our attention in the end. And we just have to notice what these various tools are doing to it. It's just, it became very clear to me that it was an unrewarding use of my attention. Now, it's not to say there isn't some digital platform. It's conceivable it would be useful, but and rewarding, but yeah, we just have, our life is doled out to us in moments. We have continually solving this riddle of what is going to suffice to make this moment engaging and meaningful and aligned with who I want to be now and how I want the future to look. Right? We have this tension between being in the present and becoming in the future. And seeming paradox, it's not really a paradox, but it seems like, I do think the ground truth for personal well-being is to find a mode of being where you pay attention to the present moment. This is meditation by another name. You can pay attention to the present moment with sufficient gravity that you recognize that consciousness itself in the present moment, no matter what's happening, is already a circumstance of freedom and contentment and tranquility. You can be happy now before anything happens, before this next desire gets gratified, before this next problem gets solved. There's this kind of ground truth that you're free. Consciousness is free and open and unencumbered by really any problem until you get lost in thought about all the problems that may be real.
So the ability to catch and observe consciousness, that in itself is a source.
Without being lost in thought. And so this happens haphazardly for people who don't meditate because they find something in their life that's so captivating, it's so pleasurable, it's so thrilling. It can even be scary, but it can be, even being scared is captivating. It gets their attention, right? Whatever it is. Like Sebastian Junger wrote a great book about people's experience in war. It's like strangely, it can be the best experience anyone's ever had because everything, only the moment matters. The bullet is whizzing by your head. You're not thinking about your 401k or that thing that you didn't say last week to the person you shouldn't have been talking about. You're not thinking about Twitter. It's like you're just fully immersed in the present moment. Meditation is the only way Word can mean many things to many people, but what I mean by meditation is simply the discovery that there's a way to engage the present moment directly, regardless of what's happening. You don't need to be in a war. You don't need to be having sex. You don't need to be on drugs. You don't need to be surfing. Nothing. That doesn't have to be a peak experience. It can be completely ordinary, but you can recognize that in some basic sense there's only this, and everything else is something you're thinking. You're thinking about the past. You're thinking about the future, and thoughts themselves have no substance. It's fundamentally mysterious that any thought ever really commandeers your sense of who you are and makes you anxious or afraid or angry or whatever it is. And the more you discover that, the half-life of all these negative emotions that blow all of us around get much, much shorter, right? And you can literally just the anger that would have kept you angry for hours or days lasts 4 seconds, because you just, the moment it arises, you recognize it and you can get off. You can decide, at minimum, you can decide whether it's useful to stay angry. And obviously, it usually isn't.
And the illusion of free will is one of those thoughts.
Yeah, it's all just happening. Even the mindful, meditative response to this just happens. So like even the moments where you recognize or not recognize it just happens. It's not that this does open up a degree of freedom for a person, but it's not a freedom that gives any motivation or free will. It's just a new way of being.
Is there a difference between intellectually knowing free will is an illusion and really experiencing it? What's the longest you've been able to experience the escape?
Well, it's always obvious to me when I pay attention. Whenever I'm mindful, it's the term of jargon in the Buddhist and increasingly, outside the Buddhist context is mindfulness. But there are different levels of mindfulness, and there's different degrees of insight into this. But yes, what I'm calling evidence of lack of free will and lack of the self, I've got two sides of the same coin. There's a sense of being a subject in the middle of experience, to whom all experience refers, a sense of I, a sense of me, and that's almost everybody's starting point when they start to meditate. That's almost always the place people live most of their lives from. I do think that gets interrupted in ways that get unrecognized. I think people are constantly losing the sense of I, or losing the sense of subject-object distance, but they're not recognizing it. And meditation is the mode in which you can recognize. You can both consciously precipitate it, you can look for the self and fail to find it, and then recognize its absence. And that's just the flip side of the coin of free will. The feeling of having free will is what it feels like to feel like a self who's thinking his thoughts and doing his actions and intending his intentions. The man in the middle of the boat is rowing. That's the false starting point. You find that there's no one in the middle of the boat. Right? In fact, there's no boat. There's just the river. It's just the flow of experience. There's no center to it, and there's no place from which you control it. Again, even when you're doing things, this does not negate the difference between voluntary and involuntary behavior. It's like, I can voluntarily reach for this, but when I'm paying attention, I'm aware that everything's just happening. Just the intention to move is just arising. Right? And I'm in no position to know why it didn't arise a moment before, or a moment later, or a moment, or 50% stronger or weaker, so as to be ineffective, or to be doubly effective. Right? Work for it versus move slow. I can never run the counterfactual. I can never. All of this opens the door to an even more disconcerting picture along the same lines, which is subsumes this conversation about free will, and it's the question of whether anything is ever possible. Like, what if, this is a question I haven't thought a lot about it, but been a few years I've been kicking this question around. I mean, what if only the actual is possible? What if there was, what if, do we live with this feeling of possibility? We live with the sense that, okay, so I have two daughters, I could have had a third child. So what does it mean to say that I could have had a third child? Or you don't have kids, I don't think. So,
Not that I know.
Yeah.
So the possibility might be
right. So what do we mean when we say you could have had a child, or you might have a child in the future? And what is the space in reality? What's the relationship between possibility and actuality and reality? Is there a reality in which non-actual things are nonetheless real? And so we have other categories of non-concrete things. We have things that don't have spatial, temporal dimensions, but nonetheless exist. So the integers, especially numbers. There's a reality, there's an abstract reality, numbers. And it's philosophically interesting to think about these things. So they're not, in some sense, they're real, and they're not merely invented by us. They're discovered because they have structure that we can't impose upon them. It's not like they're not fictional characters like Hamlet and Superman. Also exist in some sense, but they exist at the level of fiction and abstraction. But it's like they're true and false statements you can make about Hamlet. They're true and false statements you can make about Superman, because our fictional worlds we've created have a certain kind of structure. But again, it's all abstract. It's all abstractable from any of its concrete instantiations. It's not just in the comic books, it's just in the movies. It's in our ongoing ideas about these characters. But natural numbers or the integers don't function quite that way. I mean, they're similar, but they also have a structure that's purely a matter of discovery. It's not, you can't just make up whether numbers are prime. You could be two integers, a certain size, mentioned two enormous integers. If I were to say, okay, well, between those two integers, there are exactly 11 prime numbers, right? That's a very specific claim about which I can be right or wrong. And whether or not anyone knows I'm right or wrong. That's just, there's a domain of facts there. These are abstract reality that relates in some way that's philosophically interesting, metaphysically interesting to what we call real reality, the spatial temporal order, the physics of things. But possibility, at least in my view, occupies a different space. This is something, again, my thoughts on this are pretty poet. I think I need to talk to a philosopher of physics and or a physicist about how this may interact with things like the many worlds interpretation.
Yeah, that's an interesting, right, exactly. So I wonder if discoveries in physics, like further proof, more concrete proof that many worlds interpretation quantum mechanics has some validity, right, that completely starts to change things.
But even that's just more actuality. So if I took that seriously,
Sure.
that's a case of, and truth is that happens even if many worlds interpretation isn't true, but we just imagine we have a physically infinite universe. The implication of infinity is such that things are begin to repeat themselves. As far as you go in space, right? You just head out in one direction. Eventually, you're going to meet two people just like us, having a conversation just like this, and you're going to meet them an infinite number of times. Every infinite variety of permutations, slightly different from this concept. So, infinity is just so big that our intuitions of probability completely break down. But what I'm suggesting is maybe probability isn't a thing, right? Maybe there's only actuality. Maybe there's only what happens. And at every point along the way, our notion of what could have happened or what might have happened is just that. It's just a thought about what could have happened.
So it's a fundamentally different thing. If you can imagine a thing doesn't make it real. That's where that possibility exists is in the imagination.
Yeah, and possibility itself is a kind of spooky idea because it too has a sort of structure, right? So like if I'm going to say, could have had a daughter, right, last year. So we're saying that's possible, but not actual. Right? That is a claim of the things that are true and not true about that daughter. Right? Like it has a kind of structure. It's like
I feel like there's a lot of fog around that possibility. Like it feels like almost like a useful narrative.
But what does it mean? So like, what does it mean if we say, I just did that, but it's conceivable that I wouldn't have done it. It's possible that I just threw this cap, but I might not have done it.
So you're taking it very temporarily close to the original, like what would appear as a decision.
Whenever we're saying something's possible, but not actual, right? Like this thing just happened, but